Chapter 1641. Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, why are you still not handing over the saber technique manual? Don't keep the general waiting. A young man in armor shouted coldly beside the sword general. Feeling the disdain in this youth's eyes, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate could not help feeling humiliated. After all, he was an early-stage starry sky cultivator. He was a Cloud Sea powerhouse, yet a youth of the Divine Shield Army dared to look down on him. However, right now, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate vaguely felt that if he did not hand over the saber technique manual, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate would definitely suffer. He would die immediately. If he handed over the saber technique manual, he would not have a good end. Just when he was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do, suddenly, a flash of scarlet light appeared on the island. The Savage Blood Star Venerate actually led all the pirate ships out first. They did not sit around and wait for their deaths, giving the enemy a chance to further narrow the encirclement. General, the Savage Blood Pirates have come out. The young man's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke in a deep voice. Just as the Sword General was about to say something, the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate below took advantage of this opportunity to push off with his feet and quickly leave the pirate ship. Courting death. The Sword General's eyes darkened. He reached out and grabbed a broadsword that was as tall as a person. His figure soared through the air and stabbed out. In the blink of an eye, the sword pierced out like a magnificent army galloping in the sky. The killing intent swept out in all directions, and the majestic might shook the mountains and rivers. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's face immediately sank. The might of this sword strike firmly suppressed him. The boundlessly mighty and domineering sword aura locked him in place, not giving him the slightest chance of survival. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate, who was already severely injured and weak, had less than 10% of his strength remaining, could not possibly block it. He turned around, wanting to fight with his life on the line to block the sword and obtain a chance of survival. However, the instant he turned around, the sword intent that surged towards him tore open terrifying wounds on his body. Back then, the dragon robe on his body had been shredded, cracks appearing as if it had been swept by the sword wind. Kacha! The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate roared furiously and performed exceptionally well. His hands moved at lightning speed to grab the Sword General's sword. Pu-ci. A huge shock wave came from the sword, and the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked at the Sword General's cold and emotionless face with boundless hatred. You lied to me. You promised to help me restore the sect. The Sword General said indifferently, if you were from a righteous sect, naturally, I would do as I said. The Skeleton Dragon Hall is an evil sect in the first place, doing all sorts of evil. They're not much better than those pirate groups. If I help you restore your sect, wouldn't I be helping the evildoer? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. Despair spread in the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's heart. He seemed to go crazy, roaring endlessly. Idiot! The Sword General said coldly. Then, he raised his broadsword, and it seemed like a vast army galloping on the battlefield. The entire space shook. An unparalleled sword aura. The sword easily tore apart the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's final defense. Whoosh! The sword pierced through the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's chest. Shio! The Sword General's other hand quickly dodged the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate's storage ring. The energy contained in the broadsword exploded. With a loud bang, this starry sky expert died just like that, dying without a complete corpse. On the Savage Blood warship, the Savage Blood Star Venerate, who wore a scarlet cloak, watched this scene expressionlessly. Then, he said coldly, you brought this upon yourself. The Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate had long guessed that this would be the result, yet he foolishly held hope for the Divine Shield Army. Was it because the Divine Shield Army's reputation was better than the Blood Sword Army's? The ignorant were truly sorrowful. Whoosh! Suddenly, a clump of Buddhist light burst out from the blood mist that the Skeleton Dragon Star Venerate created. It was emanating from a painting. Saber Manual. It turns out that this fellow hid the saber manual in his body. The savage blood star venerate said coldly, "Third brother, fourth brother, do your best to control the savage blood worship. Don't be stingy with the resources and trump cards on board. Let everyone out of the encirclement. Go as far as you can." Right after the savage blood star venerate spoke, he used instant flash and arrived in front of the painting. When the savage blood star venerate looked forward, he saw that the sword general was similarly not slow, standing on the other side. The painting that recorded the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's incomplete manual hovered quietly between the two. Neither of them made a move. "Savage blood star venerate, it has been many years since we last met. Unexpectedly, you actually broke through." The sword general found this somewhat strange. He was somewhat surprised that the savage blood star venerate had already reached the middle stage starry sky realm. The cloud sea realm was divided into 3 stages. The starry sky realm was known as a star venerate, the holy light realm was known as a holy venerate, and the sovereign realm was known as a sovereign personage. Each stage was divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Every time one broke through a bottleneck, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. Seeing the savage blood star venerate easily suppress the skeleton dragon star venerate was the greatest example. The savage blood star venerate said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. Today, I fell at your hands because I was one step behind. However, if you want to obtain the saber manual and destroy my savage blood pirate group, you are overthinking it. I can let you have the saber manual. However, you have to make way for the savage blood pirate group." The sword general's thoughts raced. Then, he nodded and said, "Deal. However, the pirate groups behind you have to stay." Scram! The savage blood star venerate shouted coldly, simply and crudely rejecting the other party's proposal. The sword general's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "This world is not so black and white. You and I both know that many things can be discussed. I mobilized the entire Divine Shield army in the Grave Sea. If I cannot bring out any results, how am I supposed to step down?" The savage blood star venerate smiled coldly and said, "You want the saber manual and reputation at the same time? In that case, it is best not to discuss it." Whoosh! Blood dyed the sky, and the setting sun appeared. The savage blood star venerate swung his saber, and the scarlet heavenly river poured into the saber. The sword general's long sword swept through the air and blocked the saber stably in midair. The exchange of 2 starry sky realm experts immediately turned the situation out of hand. The Divine Shield army and the pirate groups also stood together. The incredibly intense naval battle officially started. On one side was the Divine Shield army, which held the advantage in numbers. On the other side were the elites of the pirate groups that had just experienced a bloody battle. Furthermore, both sides were mortal enemies. The intensity of this battle was easy to imagine. How horrifying would it be? The Savage Blood pirate group was the first to get involved. The peak 5-star pirate groups showed their ferocious and terrifying side in the sea. More than 100 Neptune's rages shot out at the same time. The cannons covered the sky and the sun, looking like the end of the world. The Divine Shield army formed a light defense formation. Countless war banners gave off a golden light. These banners formed a huge golden shield on the surface of the sea, blocking the might of the 100 cannons of the peak 5-star Neptune's rages. At this moment, the seemingly ferocious and boundless starry sea revealed its soft and weak side. As the cannons and the aftershocks tore at the vast sea, thousands of holes appeared. Waves surged, sounding like the miserable wails of the sea. The Divine Shield army specialized in defense. With the support of the large number of light shields, they firmly blocked the pirates' attacks. If the Blood Sword army were here, the scene would be different. Divine Shield of Light, counterattack. Under the lead of the Savage Blood Star Venerate, the pirates fired increasingly ferociously. The commander on the flagship shouted coldly, giving the order to counterattack. Ka! 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 Immediately, golden shields appeared on every divine shield warship. Then, they shot a beam of resplendent light into the sky. The light gathered in the air. After a while, it looked like an artificial sun. It was resplendent and piercing. The scarier thing was that it contained an incomparably scorching energy. The expressions of the many pirates on the warships immediately changed. Their pirate ships could not work together to form a shield formation like the divine shield warships. They could only defend individually, each ship taking care of itself. Break that beam of light. Someone on the Savage Blood Star Venerate roared and soared into the sky. It was the Iron Hand Yama. Countless strong pirates soared into the sky and formed a human wall, using their auras to block the light in the sky. Attack! Kill all the pirates! Whoosh! Countless golden-armored cultivators on the Divine Shield warships held sharp sabers and soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They prepared to start the cruelest close-range battle. At this moment, the black cutlass slowly surfaced from the bottom of the sea. When the black cutlass appeared on the surface of the sea, it was a pitch-black night with resplendent starlight overhead. When the black cutlass looked up, it saw a dazzling light surrounding the island, continuously shrinking. Chapter 1642. Even from more than 5,000 kilometers away, one could still clearly feel the desperation of this intense naval battle. The deafening rumbles were incessant. The clouds were even more horrifying. When two star venerates of equal strength fought, practically no one dared to loiter nearby. From the outside, the golden light that represented the Divine Shield army was continuously shrinking, slowly gathering together. Through the golden light, one could see a blood-like light trying to break out of the encirclement several times. The Divine Shield army has one special characteristic. Their Divine Shield is like a mountain. This time, it will be hard for any pirate group to escape. Xiao Suo sighed softly. As a pirate, he felt sorrow in his heart. He felt dissatisfied and sympathetic for the fate of these passageways. He felt somewhat indignant, but he could not do anything. Unless a 9-star pirate ship came, they could turn the tide. Anything else would be pointless. With the black cutlass, they would not even be able to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. The difference in numbers was too great. If it were the Blood Sword army, some pirate groups might be able to escape alive. However, the dead pirates would be in 100 times more pain, Elder Tang said softly as he watched the scene before him. He felt the same way as Xiao Suo when he saw the scene before him. Xiao Chen took a look at the situation. The pirate groups were already losing. All that was left was to see if there was a chance to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the wisest choice was to leave quickly. However, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt that there was something in that battlefield attracting him. It was not a desire from his bloodline. Instead, it was a bond from the depths of his soul. The two seemed to be pulling each other. There seemed to be a weak connection. It seemed like it existed and yet not. It was illusory and tempting. Is it this? A Buddhist lamp appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. The heavenly snow divine flame was in the Buddhist lamp. Above the lamp was the Sarira that the Mahasvara Buddha left behind when he passed away. No, when the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira appeared, that vague connection did not become stronger. A Sarira? Elder Tang cried out hoarsely, feeling slightly startled. Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. To think that he even had a Buddhist holy item. Furthermore, based on the appearance of this Sarira and the Buddhist light it gave off, it was definitely of extraordinary origins. Strange. Xiao Chen put away the great limitless Buddha Sarira and revealed a contemplative expression. Since it did not come from his blue dragon bloodline or the Mahasvara Buddha's Sarira, then what could it be that was connected to the mysterious item on the battlefield? Young Master Xiao, what happened? Why are you still not leaving? Elder Tang urged. Xiao Chen answered honestly, I feel that the item that the 2-star venerates fought over has something to do with me. Elder Tang was startled by Xiao Chen's idea. He quickly said, that's not a good idea. You will definitely die if you enter. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was normal for young people to have this kind of drive, but old people like them hadn't lived long enough. I know. I won't go in, but I'll take a look. You guys go ahead. The black cutlass quickly left the surface of the sea. With a thought, the heavenly eye on Xiao Chen's forehead soared into the sky and the ground, heading for the sky dome realm. The heavenly eye flew increasingly higher. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the clouds and arrived in the starry heavens. Then, under Xiao Chen's control, the heavenly eye quickly headed for the place where the savage blood star Venerate and the sword general fought. Xiao Chen watched the two star Venerates fight at such a close distance. The tremors that came from the soul still made Xiao Chen, who was far away from the battlefield, jumpy. However, at the same time, his horizons were broadened and he gained a lot. The one holding the scarlet saber should be the savage blood star Venerate. The one holding the sword should be someone like the commander of the Divine Shield Army. As the two star Venerates fought, Xiao Chen's heavenly eye hovered in the sky, looking down. For some reason, Xiao Chen felt like he was high up and that the two star Venerates were merely so. This thought startled Xiao Chen, and he quickly banished it. Not daring to watch for too long, Xiao Chen focused his heavenly eye's vision and started searching. That painting. Wherever the two experts fought, there would always be a place filled with Buddhist light. The savage blood star Venerate and the sword general used their minds to not affect that painting. In this incredibly intense fight between the star Venerates, the painting was like a peaceful tea garden in a war chariot, no one caring about it. The two star Venerates did not care. The victor had not been decided yet. All they needed to do was pay some attention to the painting. No one dared to get too distracted by it. As for the other pirates and Divine Shield Army cultivators, they did not dare to get close to the area where the two star Venerates fought. What exactly is on me that is attracting this painting? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Since it was not a bloodline power or a Buddhist sect Saraira, what else could it be that was special? The saber Dao, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and his eyes lit up. Be it the savage blood star Venerate or the sword general, these two were very strong and did not have the courage to fight. However, these two had not comprehended a Dao in either the saber Dao or the sword Dao. In the Great Thousand Realms, the savage blood star Venerates were already extremely talented. However, they were still somewhat lacking compared to Xiao Chen. He had already surpassed the saber domain and comprehended Great Dao energy. Even though Xiao Chen had this guess, he did not dare to rashly test it. Once he exposed his Great Dao energy, these two star Venerates would definitely notice him and know of his existence. To bet or not? Xiao Chen would take the risk under the eyes of two star Venerates, betting that the painting had a fate with his saber Dao. If he gambled correctly, he might have a chance of obtaining the painting. After that, the two star Venerates would work together to kill him. If he gambled wrongly, only death awaited him. Friend, after watching for so long, are you still not going to show yourself? Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the savage blood star Venerate and the sword general suddenly stopped. Then, one of them spoke. You overdid it. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He completely forgot about the painting and quickly withdrew his divine eye. Wait. To think that I got discovered anyway. In that case, why don't I gamble? Earlier, I feared being discovered the most. Right now, I am already at the worst possible moment. There is no need to worry so much. Boom! A great Dao halo appeared behind the divine eye. Then, it condensed into a point, and a brilliant Dao might spread out. The surrounding clouds immediately cleared out. The heavenly divine eye. The heavenly divine eye flickered with a faint light as it looked at the two mysteriously, exuding a cold and emotionless aura. Great Dao energy. Be it the sword general or the savage blood star Venerate, their expressions suddenly changed. They raised their guard and retreated. The number of people who comprehended Great Dao energy in the grave sea could be counted on one's fingers. These people were all holy Venerates at the very least. Furthermore, they were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. These people would not casually come out. Once they did, something major would definitely happen. That's not right. That's not right. In the blink of an eye, the two sensed that something was wrong. This Dao Might did not put much pressure on them. We were fooled. It should be an outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm. Their thoughts raced like lightning, and they quickly guessed the closest answer. Only the outstanding talents of the 100 races of the untainted universe, the 3 Tao sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, the 4 Buddhist monasteries, the noble clans and the dynasties of the Central Great World. Only then would it be possible to comprehend great Tao energy before reaching the Cloud Sea realm. With a holy venerate's cultivation and Tao might, the moment it spread out, everyone in the battlefield could not move at all, unable to resist at all. My guess was right. On the black cutlass, Xiaoqin revealed an expression of joy. He could clearly sense that the painting had already sensed his presence. The connection that had been faintly discernible became clear at this moment. Xiao. The lonely painting turned into a resplendent saber light and quickly flew towards Xiaoqin. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed 100 li and was out of the battlefield. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to have designs on me, you are courting death. The sword general's brows raised, then he turned around and gave chase. But just as he turned around, a baleful aura seized the opportunity to strike him. How dare you stop me? The savage blood star venerate smiled coldly. Why not? This grave sea is not your divine shield army's turn to cover the sky with one hand. What can you do to me? Since the Savage Blood Pirate Group's destruction is inevitable, why should I let you obtain the Saber Technique Manual? You, the Sword General immediately felt incredibly frustrated. His greatest goal in this trip was the Saber Technique Manual. Secondly, it was to destroy the Savage Blood Pirate Group's weapons. Without the Saber Technique Manual, this operation would have failed. Chase. Deputy General Liu, lead a team and give chase. Since the Sword General could not free himself, he could only place his hopes on his Deputy General. Chapter 1643. On the Black Cutlass's lookout tower, Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting that turned into a saber light. A look of joy appeared on Xiaoqian's face. He had obtained the painting, although he did not know what it was. If it could incite 2-star venerates to fight over it, it would definitely be priceless and immeasurable. At the same time, Xiaoqin was somewhat surprised that the 2-star venerates were still fighting, not chasing after him together as he had expected. That is, before Xiaoqin could unfurl the painting, he looked around and discovered several figures quickly chasing the black cutlass. Figures clad in golden armor dashed across the starry sea. The weakest among them was an early-stage major primal core cultivator. The strongest was actually like the Iron Hand Yama, a peak major primal core cultivator. It's the people from the Divine Shield Corps. They chased after the painting. After putting away the painting, Xiaoqin gave the order, and the black cutlass accelerated. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. The peak major primal core venerate wearing dark gold battle armor roared and sent out a sword light. As the sword light descended, the sea of stars was cut in half, and the sword chi continued to spread forward. It looked like it wanted to chop the black cutlass in half along with the seawater. In a fluster, Xiao Suo controlled the black cutlass to change directions, narrowly dodging that sword chi. However, the black cutlass could not avoid the huge waves it kicked up. As the waves surged, the black cutlass rocked in the water, its speed dropping rapidly. Light of divine shield, illuminate the stars. So. The Divine Shield Army cultivators behind the dark gold armored venerate held up their golden shields and shot out beams of light. They gathered in the air above the black cutlass and formed a clump of blazing flames. Chi! Chi! Heat waves surged into the air. Even the seawater below gave off strange sounds because of the formation. The black cutlass slowed down again. Captain, our formation has been disrupted. A few nodes have been burnt. Damn it. The consumption of spirit jades has also doubled. The seawater has turned into mud. What's going on? The bad news made Xiaoqian's expression sink slightly. Unexpectedly, the Divine Shield Army moved so quickly. Almost at the same time, he chased after the painting. Shio shio shio. A few more vast sword chi chopped down. The black cutlass dodged left and right, but it still got struck. Immediately, the entire ship started shaking. The cultivators on the ship all felt their chi and blood tremble. The ship swayed along with the waves, making it difficult for people to distinguish between north, south, east and west. Stop. Xiao Chen decisively got Xiao Suo to stop. If they continued to flee, they would be exhausted to death by the other party sooner or later. Shio shio shio. The dark gold-armored Venerate held a broadsword similar to the sword generals. He led 8 early-stage and late-stage major primal core Venerates to the front of the Black Cutlass pirate ship. Don't act rashly. I'll stall for time. You guys get ready to counterattack at any time. After sending a voice projection, Xiao Chen gently leaped up from the watchtower and landed firmly on the bow. His white robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the other party across the sea. What can I do for you? The white-clad Xiao Chen stood under the Black Cutlass's war banner on the bow of the ship, looking calmly at the dark gold-armored Venerate. The dark gold-armored Venerate did not smile. As he held his broadsword, his expression turned grave and stern. Killing chi surged around him, causing the seawater to surge. Receive the general's orders. Leave behind the saber manual, and we can let you go. At the same time, you can become an honored guest of the Divine Shield Army. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can seek the Divine Shield Army for help. The Sword General thought that Xiao Chen was a noble clan outstanding talent of the Central Great Realm with an extraordinary background. Hence, he did not want to offend him too much, so he used a more polite tone. Of course, that was on the premise that Xiao Chen was willing to obediently hand over the saber manual. Saber manual? It turned out that the painting was a saber manual. Xiao Chen could not help feeling even more curious. What kind of saber manual could make the Savage Blood Pirate Group destroy a rank 3 sect to obtain it? Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen asked calmly, "Is the saber manual your general's?" The dark gold-armored Venerate did not know that Xiao Chen was stalling for time. Even if he knew, he would not react. The other party was merely a half-step primal core cultivator, and the pirate ship was ordinary. He did not care about it at all. Xiao Chen had managed to stop this pirate ship with a few attacks earlier. This was sufficient proof. You do not need to know whether it is or not. You only need to answer, are you going to hand it over or not? Right after the dark gold-armored Venerate spoke, the 8 gold-armored cultivators behind gathered their killing chi. A sharp light appeared on their foreheads. Clearly, they were prepared to attack at any moment, only waiting for the order. When Xiao Chen heard what the dark gold-armored Venerate said, he rolled his eyes. Since it is not your general's, then you are forcefully snatching it. Since when did the Divine Shield Army become so shameless? The dark gold-armored Venerate's expression did not change. He did not care about Xiao Chen's mocking at all. Hand it over or not. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2. Neptune's Rage, Fire. Without waiting for the other party to finish counting down, Xiao Chen gave the order, and the Black Cutlass turned sideways. Ka! 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 The melodious sound of gears clicking rang out continuously. The 16-peak 4-star Neptune's rages bared their fangs. Without giving these people any time to be shocked, the Neptune's rages fired at the same time. Boom! The compressed ancient demonic energy cannons howled as they shot out. The explosions were like divine thunder shaking the heavens. The seawater surged for 5,000 kilometers around. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that in the time it took for a spark to fly, the gold-armored cultivators behind the dark gold-armored Venerate had taken the initiative to raise their shields and block the cannons of the Neptune's rages. When the surging waves scattered, a huge golden shield of light flickered 500 kilometers away. Neptune's rages, continue. Xiao Chen gave the order expressionlessly. A peak 4-star pirate ship. Traces of blood leaked out of the lips of the 8 gold-armored cultivators, their faces filled with shock. The dark gold-armored venerate behind them was not injured at all. His expression turned cold. Even in the face of such a situation, he remained calm. The dark gold-armored venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, who was on the deck. Xiao Chen immediately felt his entire body turn cold. A cold qi assaulted him, causing him to tremble slightly. How strong! Follow me. The dark gold-armored venerable said indifferently. Not only did he not retreat, but he even charged towards the cannon fire. An extremely compressed ancient demonic energy cannon flew over. The dark gold-armored venerate used his left hand to block the sword. The broad sword immediately blocked most of the dark gold-armored venerate's body as he clashed with the ancient demonic energy cannon. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the light from the ancient demonic energy cannon radiated out. However, the dark gold-armored venerate was not injured at all. Whoosh! 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 The dark gold-armored venerate advanced ferociously as he faced the cannon fire of the 4-star Neptune's rages, his figure flashing. When the dark gold-armored venerate approached, the many-peak 4-star ballistae on the tower fired out a net of specially made arrows. The dark gold-armored venerate swung his broadsword, and the sound of a vast army galloping resounded in the air. All the arrows flying at him shattered in the air. The dark gold-armored venerate's figure flickered, sweeping through everything before him, displaying an unparalleled aura. Die! The dark gold-armored venerate pointed his broadsword at Xiao Chen. Then, he thrust his sword forward, showing his sharpness. The entire ship shook intensely before the other party's ferocious aura. Everyone felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts, as well as waves of fear. Can I block it? Even if I can't, I have to block it. Otherwise, everyone on the ship will die. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiao Chen remained exceptionally calm. He drew the lunar shadow saber and spun around. Instant of glory. Supported by great Tao energy, Xiao Chen instantly executed Instant of Glory. A vast painting appeared in the air, blocking the dark gold-armored venerate. Ka Xie. The painting blocked for only a moment before the broadsword pierced through it, turning it into countless shards. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and intense pain spread out. Under the pressure of pain, all the potential in his body burst forth. The dark gold-armored venerate's saber buzzed, trembling endlessly. Clashing with the other party's broadsword, Xiao Chen shouted coldly and charged over without hesitation. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. Xiao Chen's arm went numb, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The lunar shadow saber nearly flew out of his hand. Xiao Chen's body, which was in midair, immediately fell. However, the dark gold-armored venerate's broadsword trembled for a moment before continuing to descend on his head. Unexpectedly, his heart was injured. The dark gold-armored venerate frowned slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to injure his internal organs with one saber strike. Fortunately, the dark gold-armored venerate had vast accumulations and a deep cultivation, so he did not suffer from this attack. Below, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled up in a smile. The opportunity that he had been waiting for finally arrived. Earlier, it looked like the dark gold-armored venerate blocked Xiao Chen's saber strike. However, the sword trembled, and a weak opening appeared in its move. Buddhist Magic Skill, Dharmic World. Chapter 1644. Buddhist Sect Magic Skill, Dharmic World. Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly, and he turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant in the blink of an eye. The situation instantly reversed. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to kick at lightning speed. This kick was like a mountain that soared into the sky. Xiao Chen's mighty force sent the dark gold-armored venerate, who already had an opening in his sword move and could not change direction, flying. Bang! The force was so great that the dark gold-armored venerate grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood. Unable to resist, the dark gold-armored venerate tumbled in the air, quickly flying backward. A Buddhist sect secret technique? This fellow is indeed an outstanding talent of the central great realm. I was too careless. The dark gold-armored venerate was very knowledgeable. When he saw the enlarged Xiao Chen, he quickly understood the origins of Xiao Chen's move. However, at this moment, the dark gold-armored venerate did not have a good opportunity to counterattack. The timing of Xiao Chen's magic skill was simply too accurate. First, Xiao Chen used two moves to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored venerate, not caring about the price to create an opening in his sword move. After that, when the dark gold-armored venerate's move was already over and he could no longer change it, Xiao Chen instantly executed the magic skill, catching the dark gold-armored venerate off guard. However, the dark gold-armored venerate remained incredibly calm. This magic skill could not last for long. When the time was up, it would be Xiao Chen's time. The dark gold-armored venerate would not give Xiao Chen any more chances. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. There were still 3 seconds left before Dermic World. Xiao Chen used these 3 seconds to execute the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique. Azure-colored dragon images appeared. When Xiao Chen chopped down, he used the might of the true dragon, which was startlingly great. A dragon race martial technique? The dark gold-armored venerate felt somewhat confused. This saber technique clearly had traces of a dragon race martial technique. What exactly was Xiao Chen's identity? This confused the dark gold-armored venerate. However, this was not the time to be confused. Xiao Chen's saber strike had already landed. However, his body was still affected by the force of Xiao Chen's previous kick, so he was very passive. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the dark gold-armored venerable also unleashed his full power. He did not panic and spun one round in the air, dissipating most of the remaining force on his body. The broadsword in Xiao Chen's hand spun in a circle and met Xiao Chen's saber light with all his might. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of golden light erupted from the broadsword, illuminating the dark night. The dark gold-armored venerate exuded a hot-blooded heroism. He was like a general standing in the middle of a vast army on the battlefield, having the courage to remain calm even when millions of people attacked. It could be seen that his sword Dao cultivation was as deep as the sword general's. This move was called sword subduing rivers and mountains, and it was also the sword general's famous martial skill. Although the dark gold-armored venerate only had 50% of his usual might, it was still very mighty and intimidating. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. By relying on the preemptive strike and the support of the magic skill, Xiao Chen held the upper hand in this saber strike. Xiao Chen shook off the difference in cultivation and knocked the dark gold-armored venerate into the air with one saber strike. However, that was all. Xiao Chen originally thought that Dermic World would at least be able to injure the dark gold-armored venerate severely. However, he was disappointed. Deputy General Liu is actually injured. Even sword subduing rivers and mountains is broken. The expressions of the gold-armored cultivators behind changed drastically. Xiao Chen was only a half-step primal core cultivator. How heaven-defying was this? It ends here. The dark gold-armored venerate said coldly as he stabilized his body in midair. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Xiao Chen, who had recovered. Then, he raised his sword and charged over again. When the dark gold-armored venerate moved, it was like a vast army moving with him, creating an immense pressure. Rumble. Rumble. There was the sound of galloping horses and the rumbling of war drums. There were also countless hot-blooded soldiers filled with murderous intent. Xiao Chen remained calm. At this point in the battle, he had already given up on any other thoughts. This was the battle that Xiao Chen was most invested in since entering the Great Thousand Realms. This was also the strongest and most horrifying opponent. This was an opponent that made Xiao Chen's blood surge. He felt admiration and respect for Xiao Chen. Great Tao energy spread out behind him. Xiao Chen's eyes were as calm as autumn water. The dark gold-armored venerate charging over slowly became clearer in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Everything in the world disappeared, leaving only the dark gold-armored venerate's figure. Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger. After locking on to the target, Xiaochen attacked decisively. He drew out the energy from his soul, and he pointed with his finger. A scarlet light burst out from his fingertip. A beam of scarlet light pierced through the dark gold-armored venerate's horrifying sword move and entered his forehead. A Soul Dao martial technique ignored physical defense. The dark gold-armored venerate, who led the vast army and charged forward in a heroic manner, suddenly stopped. The scarlet light pierced through the dark gold-armored venerate's sea of consciousness and continuously entered his soul. Energy exploded, and the dark gold-armored venerate's soul energy immediately scattered. Soul Dao martial technique. Soul Dao martial technique. The dark gold-armored venerate's heart immediately turned cold. He had not expected Xiaochen to have such a trump card. This was not a move that only a Cloud Sea cultivator could execute. How could it be? Xiaochen, who was in the air, did not get greedy. He knew that this finger strike could not kill the dark gold-armored venerate. It could not even severely injure the other party. A peak major primal core existence had already touched the surface of soul energy. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger would not be able to achieve its greatest effect on them. At every moment, Xiaochen was preparing for the worst, putting more pressure on himself. Only under heavy pressure would he not dare to slack off. Only then would he have a chance at victory. Dragging his fatigued body, a light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes as he clenched his teeth and roared ferociously. A three-colored lightning dragon shot out of Xiaochen's palm. It contained the divine might of a solid blue dragon, berserk electricity, and a cold chill as it charged at the dark gold-armored venerate. Bang! The dark gold-armored venerate, who had just recovered some color in his eyes, could not react before the ice blood lightning dragon struck him. This ice blood lightning dragon knocked away Xiaochen's great killing weapon. The power of ice and lightning attributed energy intertwined and merged, allowing the two energies to surpass their limits and erupt wildly. The dark gold-armored venerate vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back again. This time, the dark gold-armored venerate's heroic aura was clearly not as intense as before. The dark gold-armored venerate's mistakes and miscalculations caused his momentum to plummet. Every time, he didn't really hurt his muscles or bones, but he accumulated it over and over again. However, the dark gold-armored venerate found this somewhat unbearable. His heart ached, and his soul suffered torture. His body turned cold, and the electricity had yet to scatter. However, he still had the strength to fight. He was confident that he only needed one move. No, he only needed half a move. As long as he could get close to Xiaochen, he only needed half a move to defeat Xiaochen. In fact, that was indeed the case. If he didn't use his trump card, Xiaochen wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. When the sword first fell, Xiaochen used 2 moves, but he was unable to resolve it. He only managed to make his sword momentum reveal a flaw. Only then did he use his Dharma idol to forcefully destroy it. Xiaochen knew his weakness. Thus, he never gave the dark gold-armored venerate a chance to truly attack him. Now, of course, was no exception. He was dressed in white, and his body was like a willow catkin. His exhausted body and pale face made him look somewhat weak. However, the expression on his forehead remained stubborn and resolute, as if he would never give up. A scarlet war banner appeared in Xiaochen's hand, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. Amid the whistling wind, Xiaochen suddenly thought of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. My name is Scarlet Blood. I have a body of scarlet iron, burning blood. For half my life, I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword, filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain, spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the stars, making the sky shine without night. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself emperor with the other. Suddenly, Xiaochen understood the meaning of my body is like a sword, filled with pride. Elder Tang said that Xiao Qin could not figure out whether his body was like a sword or a mountain, finding them contradictory. However, at this moment, Xiao Qin started laughing loudly. These two did not contradict each other at all. My body is like a sword. This referred to the soul, a kind of spirit within the Scarlet Blood Pirate King, an immortal will in his bloodline. After understanding this, Xiao Qin could not help laughing loudly. His laughter was bold and carefree. Your soul and spirit are like the noblest treasure sword in the world. Filled with pride, you would rather break than bend, your sharpness eternal. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? As if responding to Xiao Chen's words, the Scarlet Blood War banner suddenly trembled. A beam of scarlet light soared into the sky. As Xiao Chen tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, he felt an eternal, hot-blooded, and indomitable will. Immemorial Demon Soul Formation, Yazi Beast Demon Soul, come out. Xiao Chen waved the war banner, and winds blew and clouds surged. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul inherited this hot-bloodedness. It roared ferociously, and the sky changed color. Chapter 1645. As the immemorial Demon Soul array was activated, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul quickly appeared. The great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, the Yazi Beast, had a dragon's head and a jackal's body. It stood on blazing flames and stood on the surface of the starry sea. Compared to its first appearance, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul's image this time was even more solid. Having lit up 2 pearls, it no longer only had a skeleton, but already had the embryonic form of Yazi. As soon as he appeared, he emitted an ancient and ferocious aura. 2 balls of blood-colored flames danced in his eyes. The dark gold-armored Venerate looked around and fixed his gaze on the dark gold-armored Venerate. With the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, its gargantuan body was the size of a small mountain. His aura shook the heavens, the wind blew, the clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Right now, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul possessed the strength of a peak major primal core cultivator. To a certain degree, it was even significantly stronger. Because it had no life, no pain, no fear, and no weakness. Roar! With a roar, the sea surged up and sent the 8 golden-armored cultivators flying. Protect Deputy General Liu. The situation instantly reversed. After the Yazi Beast Demon Soul appeared, its aura completely suppressed the dark gold-armored Venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators. Deputy General Liu, will cover you. At this moment, the 8 golden-armored cultivators had completely seen through Xiao Chen's tricks. Earlier, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to clash head-on with the dark gold-armored Venerate because he wanted to injure the Venerate. Then, when the immemorial Demon Soul formation was activated, the dark gold-armored Venerate would no longer be a match for the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. In fact, he did not even give the dark gold-armored Venerable a chance to escape. From the beginning, he had already planned this out. He had no intention of leaving them a way out. Kill! The black cutlass hovered near the heart of the Yazi Beast Demon Soul. On the lookout platform, Xiao Chen waved the war banner and coldly and emotionlessly directed the Yazi Beast Demon Soul to charge at the dark gold-armored Venerate. Senior Tang, Xiao Sua, Luo Nan, and Fei Er, the 4 of you, go out and send these 8 people away. Xiao Chen instructed calmly. After paying such a huge price, if they still could not take down this dark gold-armored Venerable, they would not be able to do so. If Xiao Chen exposed all his information, then he would be a failure. Understood. Elder Tang and the others received the order and left. A huge tortoise beast appeared on the sea. Elder Tang stood on it and charged at the 8 golden-armored cultivators. 2 sharp bird cries came from the air. Luo Nan and Fei Er, each riding a cold steel eagle, sealed off the other party's path of retreat. Xiao Sua, who had already advanced to the early stage major primal core realm, laughed loudly. Then, he held up his saber and ran over the sea. There was a small golden bird resting on his shoulder. It was the golden crow divine beast, Little Yellow Feather. The black cutlass immediately erupted with all its combat prowess. The 8 golden armored cultivators and the peak major primal core dark golden armored venerate formed an encirclement. At the start, when these 9 people chased the black cutlass relentlessly, they definitely did not expect such a scene to occur. Soon, the formation of the 8 golden armored cultivators tore apart. With the life juice source cleansing their physical bodies, Elder Tang and the other 3 were not weak at all. Furthermore, the cold steel eagle, the golden crow, little yellow feather, and the huge tortoise beast were assisting them. Their overall strength was significantly stronger. In the core battlefield, the Yazi beast demon soul fought against the dark gold armored venerable. No matter how many techniques he used, he was suppressed from beginning to end by the ferocious and bloodthirsty Yazi beast demon soul. There was no chance for him to turn the tables. If he was still in his peak condition, it would be very easy for him to leave. Unfortunately, he had been tricked by Xiao Chen. Now, his soul, heart, and body had all suffered considerable damage. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even have a chance to stay alive. After a while, 2 miserable cries rang out in the air. The 2 golden armored cultivators were torn apart by the cold steel eagles in midair, dying miserable deaths. After another hour, the remaining golden armored cultivators died one after another. 3 of them were swallowed by the giant tortoise beast, 2 were killed by Xiao Sua, and 1 was killed by the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang and the others did not stop, joining the battle between the Yazi beast demon soul and the dark gold armored venerate. The Yazi beast demon soul could not last for too long. Every moment it existed consumed the spiritual energy contained in the spirit jades. Obviously, no one wanted this battle to drag on for too long. The greater worry was that if the battle dragged on, the Divine Shield Army would send reinforcements again. However, this worry was clearly unnecessary. The Sword General would never have thought of it. The Sword General could not have imagined that his capable deputy could not even lead 8 venerates to chase after a half-step primal core realm veritable personage. Furthermore, the other party even killed him, not even able to bring back any news. After another 2 hours, the dark gold armored venerate finally lost all his combat prowess, losing his resolve to resist. The dark gold armored venerate was fatigued, his veritable essence energy drained, and his complexion was pale. Wounds covered his body. In the fight with the Yazi beast demon soul, the dark gold armored venerate was at a complete disadvantage. Then, Elder Tang and the others surrounded him. This was a tragic sight to behold, making him feel very sullen. General, this subordinate is incapable and failed to complete your instructions. Ka Xie. The dark gold armored venerate, who had retained his last bit of strength, actually chose to commit suicide by swinging his sword, ending his life in such a miserable manner. Upon seeing the dark gold armored venerate's life force disappear, everyone relaxed. At the same time, they felt like they were in a dream. They really killed a peak major primal core expert. This was simply unimaginable. Even the strongest among them, Elder Tang, could not exchange more than 100 moves with the dark gold armored venerate. There was no way he could exchange more than 100 moves with him. He didn't even have a chance to escape. However, such a peak expert still died at the hands of the Black Scimitar pirate group, which fought at full power. Xiao Sua, clean up the corpses and set sail immediately. Xiao Chen's calm orders startled Xiao Sua to his senses. Then, he quickly worked with Luo Nan and Fei to clean up the corpses on the sea. Elder Tang, who was riding on the gigantic tortoise beast, returned to the ship first. When Elder Tang arrived beside Xiao Chen, he looked at the fatigued Xiao Chen and revealed a trace of heartfelt admiration. If not for Xiao Chen standing out at the crucial moment and risking his life with that dark gold armored venerate, the result would have been different. At the very least, it would have been easy for the dark gold armored venerate to flee. The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. The longer I interact with you, the more I find it impossible to see through you. Even when facing a peak major primal core cultivator, you have the courage to fight head-on. Xiao Chen said calmly, compared to my previous experiences, this is nothing. The beast governing sex Elder Tang really wanted to ask what Xiao Chen had experienced in the past. However, he held back. Asking about another person's secrets was a taboo. If the other party was willing, he would naturally speak. Elder Tang changed the topic and asked, "What exactly did you obtain for the Divine Shield Army to send such a strong lineup?" "It is a painting. I did not see the details, but I heard from that dark gold-armored venerate that it was a saber technique manual." As Xiaoqin spoke, he took out the painting and gently unfurled it. Many monks holding Buddhist monk sabers appeared in the painting. They showed stern expressions, exuding might without showing any anger. The monks danced around with their sabers, making many profound postures. As for the background of the painting, it was a Buddha statue with a single palm placed before its chest. The Buddha statue's expression was cold, and a murderous intent spread from its forehead. Elder Tang's eyes lit up as he said, "Interesting. To think that it is the rare Buddha statue of massacre. This was not an evil Buddha. Buddhas had thousands of dharmic bodies. Most of them looked benevolent, solemn, and peaceful, exuding a solemn might. Buddhas had already purified their negative karma. They had completely severed their greed, anger, and delusion. There would be no such thing as rage." Even if the Buddha statue glared at Elder Tang, it was just the Buddha statue and the Buddha statue pretending to be stern and not truly angry. However, there were too many evil demons in the world. The Buddhist sect's preaching involved many conflicts of interest. Hence, the Buddhist sect preserved the various angry dharmic bodies of Buddhas before they became Buddhas. They purged evil, saved the dying, healed the injured, and purified the world. Such dharmic bodies were carved into Buddha statues. Due to taboo, they rarely appeared in public. Elder Tang gave Xiaoqin a brief explanation. At this moment, the painting was fully unfurled, and the words, "Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique," appeared in the lower right corner. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. After confirming it, Elder Tang's expression changed slightly, and his body trembled slightly. Xiaoqin put away the painting and asked, feeling curious, "What's wrong?" No wonder the Savage Blood Pirate group destroyed the Skeleton Dragon Hall at all costs and the Divine Shield Army mobilized its entire army. It turns out that this saber technique appeared. Elder Tang sighed softly with a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 1646. There were many incomplete parts on the scroll. This was a remnant manual of a saber technique. Xiaoqin was a bladesman himself. Naturally, he could tell how extraordinary this saber technique was. Just a cursory look at it was enough to excite him, broadening his horizons. Xiaoqin originally thought that it was already very rare for him to be able to create the flawless saber technique. However, when he saw this saber technique, he felt somewhat ashamed. Compared to the Great Thousand Realms, the Kunlun realm was like a frog in a well. Upon hearing what Elder Tang said, Xiaoqin could not help feeling even more interested. Elder Tang knows about this saber technique manual. Naturally, just at this moment, Xiao Sua and the other two returned to the warship and quickly reported, "Captain, we gained a lot. These 8 people all carried a lot of spirit jades and the equipment of the Divine Shield Army. We still have not checked the dark gold armored venerate's storage ring." Xiao Sua stepped forward and handed the dark gold armored venerate's storage ring to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin nodded and said, "Let's leave this place quickly. It is still not very safe. You can deal with these war trophies yourselves. There is no need to ask me." "Thank you, Captain." The 3 left excitedly and returned to their posts. Then, they piloted the black cutlass far away. In the captain's quarters, Xiaoqin brewed a pot of tea and served Elder Tang, preparing to listen to him explain the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique in detail. "Now that there is no one to disturb us, Elder Tang, tell me what you know," Xiaoqin said softly as he poured a cup of tea for Elder Tang. Elder Tang received the teacup and took a sip. Then, he said slowly, "Regarding this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, it is a long story and involves many things. Young Master Xiao, do you know how the martial techniques of the Great Thousand Realms are differentiated?" Xiaoqin answered honestly, "There are not many records in the Book of the Epochs." The various great realms and astral regions have different introductions to martial techniques. Honestly speaking, I am not very clear about it. Elder Tang smiled and said, this is very normal. Those who have not been to the central great realm would not know. That is the birthplace of martial arts and the center of civilization of the entire vast thousand domains. It has been flourishing for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and profound grade cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there are 3 martial techniques in the world. From high to low, they are heaven rank, earth rank, and human rank. Elder Tang, I know all of this. Just say it, Xiaoqin said softly. Old Tang nodded and said, it is not that I am keeping you in suspense. However, there are some topics that cannot be avoided when talking about the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Otherwise, young Master Xiao, you would not understand either. Alright, go ahead. After a chaotic period at the start of the martial epoch, it entered a dark period, commonly known as the fiendish demon chaotic era. It was also during that era that countless predecessors appeared and created many primogenitor grade martial techniques, establishing the foundation of the martial epoch. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. Are you saying that this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a primogenitor grade martial technique? Elder Tang laughed involuntarily. How is that possible? Most of the primogenitor grade martial arts have been lost. If one were to reappear, it would be a matter that would shock the entire great thousand world. There will be countless almighty beings who will divine it in advance. It will not fall into the hands of people like us. Then, Xiaoqin said, finding it strange. Elder Tang put down his teacup and said, I have not finished yet. The primogenitor grade martial techniques of the Buddhist sects are the 8 moves of the Gautama divine palm that the Buddha created. There are also 9 moves. Now, the 4 Buddhist temples that we are talking about are the holy lands that surpass rank 7 sections. Each of them possesses 1 move of the Gautama divine palm. The rest are lost. After that, the powerhouses of the 4 temples continuously comprehended many cultivation techniques and martial techniques from the Gautama divine palm that they grasped. This Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is a saber technique that the hidden spirit temple's eminent monks comprehended from the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm. It is also the only saber technique. Xiaoqin muttered, the hidden spirit temple, that's right. The hidden spirit temple is one of the 4 great temples with the greatest influence among the 10,000 Buddhist temples of the Great Thousand World. Its status is extraordinary, even above that of the dynasties. Everyone in the central great realm knows about it. Xiaoqin whispered, if that is the case, then this Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique is not too shocking. Just the Gautama divine palm's 3rd move, the hidden spirit temple comprehended hundreds of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Not to mention the other 3 great temples. Elder Tang said with a grave expression, you did not hear clearly. There is only 1 saber technique that was directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. The other Buddhist sect saber techniques were not comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. More importantly, this is a saber technique that goes against the Buddha. The meaning of the Mahamaya is that everything in the world is an illusion, just a dream of the Buddha. This word is taboo in Buddhism and should not be spoken of recklessly. What is even more frightening is the last 2 words, abstinence violation. Xiaoqin's heart sank. When he thought about the killing chi from the Buddha statue in the painting and the various strange aspects, he suddenly felt a chill. When Buddhist sect cultivators cultivate, they have to strictly abide by the precepts. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the temple. At worst, they will lose their true self and enter a state of berserking chi deviation, losing all their strength. However, this saber technique dares to defy the rules of the entire Buddhist sect. Not only does it use the word Mahamaya, but it also uses the words abstinence violation. It does not respect all the precepts. When Elder Tang reached this point, he suddenly smiled. What is even more shocking is that this saber technique is directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm. It cannot be more authentic. It is the will of the Gautama divine palm. When it first appeared, it angered that group of monks. You should know that any cultivation technique or martial technique directly comprehended from the Gautama divine palm can be traced back to its source and directly practice the Gautama divine palm. When Xiaoqin heard that, he could not help smiling. Interesting. In that case, what exactly is this saber technique like? How strong is it? Elder Tang's smile vanished. He said sullenly, "It is very strong, so strong that many terrifying existences did not hesitate to put themselves in danger and barge into the hidden spirit temple to destroy this secret manual." In the end, the hidden spirit temple was forced to turn this saber technique into an incomplete manual. Actually, the hidden spirit temple was already very embarrassed about this saber technique in the first place. However, they were not too helpless about it. Furthermore, the hidden spirit temple has many divine cultivation techniques and martial techniques. It would not be a pity to destroy one. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt startled. That exaggerated? I am not exaggerating at all. If you ask around in the central Great Realm, everyone will know about it. When you go to the Great Thousand Realms in the future, you will know that I am not lying. What exactly is it? Elder Tang smiled and said, "Hee hee. You will know when you go. I will tell you now. Your horizons are not broad enough, so you only know a little about it." Feeling helpless, Xiaoqin said, "Very well, let's not talk about this anymore. I just want to ask, can I practice this saber technique? If you can practice it, naturally, you can. You are not a Buddhist sect member, so there is no need to worry. However, people who are not a Buddhist sect member and want to comprehend the true meaning of it are rare," Elder Tang said slowly. Xiaoqin said, "That might not be the case. Back then, this saber manual came with me of its own accord." "He left with you?" Elder Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's right. After I released my saber Dao Great Dao energy, it took the initiative to follow my aura and fly over." Old Tang did not believe it. He muttered, "This. Although the Saber Dao's Great Dao energy is hard to come by, the Saber Dao's Great Dao energy is extremely rare. It might be a little far-fetched to attract the Saber manual to fly over on its own. You have a Buddhist Sarira on you." "No, that's not right. This Saber manual is a deviant sutra. It won't care about orthodox Buddhist Sarira." Xiaoqin didn't think too much about it and didn't care. No matter what. In the end, the saber manual still ended up in Xiaoqian's hands. It was a fact that it flew over on its own accord. Xiaoqin believed that he had a fate with the saber manual and would definitely be able to learn its true meaning. This was a rare opportunity for him. He had to seize it. From the time he had accepted the mission to now, this trip could be said to have come to a successful conclusion. Obtaining the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the greatest harvest. If Xiaoqin could learn it before rushing to the Blessed Lands, he would have gained a lot of capital. There was also the storage ring of a peak major primal core venerate. He wondered what kind of pleasant surprise it would bring him. Oh, by the way, there was one more important thing that he nearly forgot. "Elder Tang, is it a body like a sword or a body like a mountain?" "I already figured it out," Xiaoqin told Elder Tang about the enlightenment he gained while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner and fighting the dark gold armored venerate. After Elder Tang heard that, his eyes lit up. "This body is like a sword, filled with unyielding pride. It turns out that it is the will of the soul." "Alright, I understand now. In less than 1 month, I will be able to decipher the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's final words." After saying that, Elder Tang laughed loudly and left excitedly. Chapter 1647. 7 days later, the starry sea remained calm. The Black Cutlass had already distanced itself from that battlefield. It would be very difficult to find a pirate group in this vast grave sea. The Divine Shield Army sent out to pursue Xiaoqin could not find him, so they could only helplessly end the search. The disappearance of the dark gold-armored venerate and the 8 gold-armored cultivators baffled everyone in the Divine Shield Army, not knowing what happened. Regardless of this, Xiaochen finally managed to shake off the Divine Shield army and no longer had to worry about the other party's pursuit. For the past 7 days, Xiaochen had been pondering the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This disappointed him somewhat. This incomplete saber technique only had 3 moves. One was breaking the mundane, one was resolving the mundane, and one was entering hell. Right now, Xiaochen was doing his best to comprehend breaking the mundane. However, the deeper he delved, the more he felt a chill spreading in his heart. In this world of sensual pleasures, fame and fortune, love and hatred, and so on. Who had no worries? Who had no thoughts? How could one easily break the mundane? That's not right. That's not right. I must have comprehended it wrong somewhere. The further I go, the more I deviate. This is clearly a sign of berserking qi deviation. Xiaochen stopped comprehending. Then, he took out the painting and looked at it again. As he focused his mind. Under the killing Buddha image, a monk holding a Buddhist monk's saber moved. As he moved, he sent out many saber lights. At this moment, the mental cultivation method for breaking the mundane slowly appeared. Suffering in the mundane world. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Not being able to obtain love. Not being able to obtain immortality. Not being able to obtain immunity from all diseases. Not being able to obtain love without parting. Not being able to obtain separation. Suffering, suffering. The mundane world is full of suffering. Breaking the precepts and leaving, breaking the peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a cauldron, tempering my Buddhist heart. Who? A saber wind blew by Xiaochen's ear. The monk's saber wind seemed to be right beside his ear. Xiaochen's thoughts raced as he thought of his various sufferings. He felt that this saber light was merciless, and the saber wind was sinister and cold. His entire body felt a chill, and he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I'm stuck again. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen took a deep breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. If I were to imitate it and simply execute it, this saber technique wouldn't be difficult. However, it is really difficult to find the true meaning in it. If one is not careful, it might turn into a demonic saber. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian collected his thoughts and put them aside for the time being. I should think about happy things. With a thought, Xiaochen took the dark gold armored Venerate's storage ring. Xiaochen had not seen the wealth of a peak major primal core Venerate yet. He did not know what there would be. When Xiaochen sent in his spiritual sense, the first thing he saw was a piece of flickering spirit jade. 800,000 medial grade spirit jades. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He recalled that this dark gold armored venerable was some sort of deputy general. Indeed, he was very wealthy. Just the medial grade spirit jades alone had brought so many of them with him. This did not even include the scattered inferior grade spirit jades. Keep looking, what is this? With a thought of his spiritual sense, Xiaochen took out a book. Looking at the cover, he muttered, Thousand Army Sword Technique. This sword technique should be the one that the Sword General and the dark gold armored Venerate used. Good stuff. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. The sword technique of that dark gold armored Venerate had left a deep impression on Xiaochen. Amid the barrage of cannon fire, the dark gold armored Venerate's sword technique had even blocked the dragon subduing slash that Xiaochen executed with his dermic incarnation. The sword technique's aura was vast and boundless, tyrannical. Unfortunately, Xiaochen was a bladesman. However, it was not impossible to research it. Perhaps he could make some improvements in it and use it in his own saber technique. The most important thing was that the style of this sword technique was very compatible with Xiaochen, both taking the tyrannical path. Xiaochen continued looking. Aside from the sword manual, there were also some spirit herbs and supplies in the storage ring. These were all good things that the Divine Shield Army used. They were strictly prohibited from leaking out, so they were extremely rare. Dynasty's Influence Record. It records the birth and rise of the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. Xiaochen found a book from the Divine Shield Army that introduced the dynasties of the Central Great Realm. It also introduced some strong empires. This is interesting. Xiaochen looked down the catalogue and discovered a dynasty that shocked him. The Tianwu dynasty. Just as Xiaochen was about to take a closer look, Xiao Sua's voice rang out beside his ear. Captain, there's a situation. We discovered an ordinary warship of the Divine Shield Army. An ordinary warship? Yes, it is just one warship. It is about the same as an ordinary 4-star pirate ship. It is chasing a person and is not coming for us. Keep an eye on it first. I'll go take a look. Xiaochen put away the dynasty's influence record. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived at the control room. The water screen in the center showed a lake. A Divine Shield Army warship was chasing a bloodied, burly man with a blurry face. That burly man was in a sorry state, continuously fleeing from a few gold-armored cultivators. As for that group of gold-armored cultivators, the leader was only a peak minor primal core cultivator. Young Essence stage soldiers followed behind. The warship followed behind unhurriedly, not worried at all. Captain, do you need help? Normally, Xiao Sua would have immediately gone to help. However, the Black Cutlass had just shaken off the Divine Shield Army and could not take the risk. Even if they completely destroyed that warship, the Divine Shield Army would be able to find some clues from where the warship disappeared. This matter was very important, so they could only ask Xiaochen to make the decision. Of course, Xiaochen was not a goody two-shoes. If it was within his capabilities, he would definitely mind helping. But if he had to sacrifice himself for a stranger, he wouldn't be so foolish as to implicate the entire ship's crew. Wait. Just as Xiaochen decided to give up, his expression suddenly changed. Why do I find this person somewhat familiar? Whoosh! The heavenly eye soared into the sky and tunneled into the ground. After a while, Xiaochen clearly saw that burly man. Then, the heavenly eye returned to his forehead. Xiaochen said, "It's the Savage Blood Pirate Group's Iron Hand Yama." Ah! The group of people in the control room was greatly startled, all of them incredibly shocked. How strong was the Iron Hand Yama? He was even stronger than that dark gold-armored Venerate. He was known as the strongest person under the Cloud Sea realm in the Grave Sea, an unrivaled Venerate. To think that he was in such a sorry state, chased by a group of mediocre Divine Shield Army cultivators like monkeys. Xiaochen looked at Xiao Sua and said, "You decide for yourself." Back then, this person had ruthlessly reprimanded and humiliated Xiao Sua. Hence, Xiao Sua was at a loss. Whether to save or not, Xiaochen could accept it. It all depended on Xiao Sua's decision. Save him. Xiao Sua hesitated for only a second before decisively making his decision. Xiaochen revealed a smile and patted Xiao Sua's shoulder. Go, then. Use the cold steel eagles to save him. After that, bring that warship around and return to the Black Cutlass. That way, they would not expose the Black Cutlass's position. Yes, I promise not to expose the Black Cutlass. Xiao Sua left to carry out the order. Then, he soared into the sky with the 2 cold steel eagles, leaving quietly. The Black Cutlass slowly sailed away, moving further away from the Divine Shield Army's warship. After a while, the Divine Shield Army's warship vanished into the water screen. Xiaochen and the others arrived on the deck and waited quietly. There was no need to doubt whether they could succeed. With Xiao Sua's early-stage major primal core strength and the 2 cold steel eagles, there was no possibility of failure. It was just a matter of how much time they had to spend. As expected, an hour later, 2 cold steel eagles appeared in everyone's field of vision. Clang! Xiao Sua directly jumped down from the sky with a person on his back. Then, he slowly placed the person on his back on the deck. Right now, the Iron Hand Yama no longer looked like his past glory. He was so weak that he could not even compare to an ordinary veritable personage. Xiao Suo's complexion was pale and covered in blood. His physical body had been corroded by the starry sea. His gaze was unfocused, and he looked dispirited. Xiao Chen glanced around and saw a wound on Xiao Suo's chest. Given Xiao Suo's strength, he should not have ended up like this when saving a person. What's going on? Xiao Suo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. This fellow did not want me to save him, seeking death. I spent a lot of effort, but he even scolded me. In that case, help him treat his injuries first. When his injuries are more or less healed, he can go or stay. Xiao Chen did not find this hard to understand. It looked like the savage blood pirate group was probably destroyed. Once the faith in one's heart collapsed, one would naturally find it hard to accept. Chapter 1648. The Iron Hand Yama recovered very quickly. With the help of medicinal pills and Xiao Chen's personal treatment, his complexion soon turned red. The scars on his body healed automatically, and the scabs fell off. The physical body of a peak major primal core cultivator was already rather strong, even stronger than Xiao Chen's physical body, which had been cleansed by the life juice source. This was because his body would undergo a transformation every time he advanced to the next level. Of course, if Xiao Chen reached peak major primal core realm, the strength of his physical body would definitely surpass the current Iron Hand Yamas. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama slowly woke up. When he saw his surroundings, he looked at the people around him. He slowly rose to his feet. He did not express his thanks, and there was no joy on his face either. Do you have wine? When Xiao Suo heard this, he frowned. Although your cultivation is high, your injuries are only slightly better. It is not easy for you to drink. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, "This old man's body is fine. Do I need a rookie like you to talk so much? You saved this old man's life, so you can criticize me?" Xiao Suo was speechless when he heard this, and his expression was slightly awkward. Fei could no longer watch on. She pulled a long face and said, "How can you be like this? Boss Xiao Suo, at any rate, risked danger to save your life. You didn't even say a word of thanks. Now that he's concerned about you, you're actually taunting him instead." The Iron Hand Yama turned his head. Although he was injured, his aura was still there. His eyes widened slightly, which made him look exceptionally scary. However, Fei's body did not move even half a step back. She looked straight at the other party. The Iron Hand Yama grinned and said, "Little fatso, get this straight. I did not want this rookie to save me in the first place. If I don't give him a slap, I'll be doing him a favor. You want me to thank him? Ridiculous." Fei's expression darkened. Her little face, which had some baby fat, was so angry that it turned completely red. "You said I'm fat, you." Before Fei went berserk, Luo Nan quickly held back Fei. They needed to remain calm at this moment. After all, the other party was a peak major primal core cultivator with a ferocious reputation. Now that he had recovered some of his strength, it was best not to offend him. Ha ha ha. The Iron Hand Yama could not stop laughing. The people on this ship are all weirdos. He didn't know which small place this couple came from, but they were so unsophisticated. There were also the novice pirates who had just arrived at the Grave Sea. They were very foolish, as stupid as cows. Oh, there's even an elder from the School of Imperial Beasts. You're from a reputable sect after all. Elder Tang's face darkened. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The Iron Hand Yama did not care. He glanced around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Then, he continued scolding, "There is also this white-clad brat who came out of nowhere. To think that he is the captain. To think that he managed to escape from the Divine Shield Army's encirclement with this broken ship intact." The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly when he heard the comments of the crowd. His good intentions were truly unrewarded. Instead, he was looked down on by the crowd, a venomous snake pointing its finger at him. "Shio!" Xiao Chen casually tossed out a wine bottle, which shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Iron Hand Yama reacted quickly, catching the bottle firmly. Then, he removed the cap and started gulping it down, finally stopping the Iron Hand Yama's mouth. Good wine. Good wine. I could not tell that you are such a simpleton. Unexpectedly, you have some good stuff. However, Xiaochen had already turned around. He said indifferently, everyone, return to your posts. Our destination is the Blessed Land. Let's continue our journey. The people on the deck glared at the Iron Hand Yama, feeling aggrieved. Then, they left one after another. As the Iron Hand Yama drank wine and enjoyed the wind, he ignored the gazes of others. However, no one noticed that there was no sign of life in his eyes. As he looked at the sea, they were empty. The following days were calm and peaceful. With his cultivation of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique hindered, Xiaochen switched to the Thousand Army sword technique. This sword technique possessed extraordinary might and vast might. In terms of offensive power, it was even stronger than his flawless saber technique. After all, Xiaochen had created the flawless saber technique when his cultivation had not been high. Now that he looked back, he still needed to supplement some of the moves. Compared to the extremely profound Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, the Thousand Army sword technique was very broad. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was very high. He quickly comprehended it and infused it into his own saber technique. After all, the saber and the sword were somewhat different. Xiaochen combined his own advantages and focused on the word break. He condensed the Thousand Army breaking saber technique into 4 major killing moves: breaking mountains and rivers, breaking the stars, and breaking the world. Among them, breaking the world was based on the dark gold armored Venerate's extremely mighty one sword subduing rivers and mountains. After half a month of comprehending it, Xiaochen's Thousand Army breaking saber technique became increasingly colorful. When Xiaochen brandished the saber, a saber light howled. When he unleashed his great Tao energy, the saber light howled. It was like hot-bloodedness filled his chest as he reared his head back and roared. Break! 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 Thousand Army breaking. Mountains and rivers breaking. Stars breaking. Breaking the world. After executing the entire Thousand Army breaking saber technique, Xiaochen, who was on the deck, felt carefree. His blood surged, and his entire body felt comfortable. The bottleneck of the primal core realm also loosened significantly. Good saber technique. I have seen many geniuses in my life. However, I have never seen a demonic genius like you. In your hands, the Divine Shield Army's famous Thousand Army sword technique became yours in less than half a month. For the past half a month, aside from Xiaochen, only the Iron Hand Yama remained on the deck, minding his own business and drinking. When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled faintly. This was the first time the Iron Hand Yama said something normal. In the past few days, Xiaochen had received a lot of criticism from the Iron Hand Yama. It was like a housefly buzzing around, not pleasant to hear. Damn it! If only that despicable general were here. When he saw this saber technique, he would definitely be angered to death. Ha 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 ha. Xiaochen had just been praising the Iron Hand Yama in his heart when he suddenly said such a thing. Xiaochen's lips twitched. He said embarrassedly, it would be best if he did not appear. Xiaochen was not tired of living. If the Iron Hand Yama were here, everyone would die. That's true. Given that old fellow's character, even if he was really angry, it would not be written on his face. The Iron Hand Yama's lips curled up, feeling bored. Xiaochen could not help asking, what was the result of that huge battle that day? The Iron Hand Yama drank a large mouthful of wine and replied weakly, what else could it have been? That is the Divine Shield Army's style. No matter how great the losses are, they want to wipe out the pirate group. We could not charge out at all. The severely injured boss did his best to help open an opening. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt it was strange. He dared to get distracted while fighting the Iron Hand Yama. Indeed. Hence, although we managed to charge out, boss's whereabouts were unknown. We did not know if he was dead or alive. After that, it was a complete mess. None of the severely injured managed to escape. We fought it out with them. As the Iron Hand Yama spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Then, he slammed his wine glass on the floor. However, do you know that only I fucking survived? All of them died. I am the only one left alive. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He did not know what to do. He could imagine the savage blood star Venerate getting severely injured due to being distracted in such a miserable situation. It was probably not a good ending. All the severely injured people did not care about their lives, charging at the Divine Shield Army with the resolve to die. Every one of them died a miserable death in battle or died under the swords of the golden-armored cultivators, getting their heads chopped off. 10,000 arrows pierced their hearts, dying with remaining grievances, or dying together with others. Or being blasted to death by the cannons. Hot-bloodedness rushed to their heads as rage spread throughout their bodies in the surging seawater. The savage blood pirate group fought to the last man. The Iron Hand Yama personally saw every one of them die. Everyone died, only he survived. In this world, there was an even greater pain than death. It was the loneliness that came from death. Those who died were fortunate. Those who survived were the ones who suffered the most. The Iron Hand Yama leaned against the ship's railing and held his head, lowering it in pain. For a moment, Xiao Chen did not know what to say. When Xiao Sua said that the Iron Hand Yama refused to help, Xiao Chen had already guessed it. However, he had not expected it to be so tragic. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a phrase from the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique: the world of mortals is bitter. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Resentment and hatred. Resentment, hatred, desire, and not being able to obtain these were not appropriate for the Iron Hand Yama. But in reality, wasn't he the same? There were many things in the world of mortals and all kinds of suffering. It was better to break the precepts and break the peace. I will use the mortal world as a furnace to forge my Buddhist heart. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as if he had comprehended something. However, bitterness spread in his heart. At this moment, he was not willing to comprehend a saber technique. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and left. Xiao Chen saw Xiao Sua standing at the entrance, looking in his direction. What are you doing here? Xiao Sua said embarrassedly, I'm afraid that he won't be able to get over it. Actually, I really don't blame him. I'll go over and let him scold me a few times. Perhaps he will be fine after that. Go on, then. After Xiao Chen left, he paced back and forth, thinking about Xiao Sua's words. Suddenly, he understood something. All kinds of suffering exist. However, in this world of mortals, there will always be people who understand and care for you. Breaking the precepts and ignoring the rules of the mortal world would not bring peace but a moment of joy. One would definitely fall into the demonic Tao. Xiao Chen understood now. It did not matter whether he broke the precepts or not. Since the Buddhist heart existed, he was Buddha. Chapter 1649. Since the Buddha's heart is there, I am Buddha. This was also the principle of using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen was enlightened. His blocked thoughts were like a broken river, surging violently. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques breaking the mundane circulated in Xiao Chen's mind. His thoughts wandered as if he was enlightened. In the captain's cabin, Xiao Chen unfurled the scroll and studied it carefully again. After a while, the monk brandished the Buddhist commandment blade in his hand under the gaze of the killing Buddha statue. Saber light shot out in all directions. The originally cold and emotionless saber light turned cold. There was a hint of gentleness in her voice. The various worldly affairs were like a painting slowly unfolding in the saber light that filled the sky. Break. When the saber light was brandished to its peak, everything, including the scenes of the mortal world, came to an abrupt end. The gigantic Buddha statue gave off a golden light and suddenly came to life. A purple gold-glazed Buddhist commandment blade appeared in the Buddha statue's hand and stabbed forward. The saber light coincided with the saber in the monk's hand. It was as if it had leaped out of a painting and pierced Xiao Chen, who was observing. This was not the end. This saber strike that severed the worldly affairs was not the end. The monk sat cross-legged in midair. A swastika appeared on his glabella and spun continuously. The obsession of the secular world that had just been severed by the saber reappeared, one after another, the joys and sorrows of the world, the joys and sorrows of the reunion, the joys and sorrows of the world. Slowly, a flame appeared on the monk's body and the entire world started burning. As the flames burned, the swastika on Xiao Chen's forehead grew brighter. Golden light blossomed, and Buddhist might spread out. Accompanying it was a domineering aura similar to the Vajra Dharma of Buddhism, as well as a rare murderous aura. With the mortal world as a furnace, I forge my Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He quickly put away the scroll and started cultivating again. The scene that he had just witnessed was something that he had never seen before. This was the true meaning of breaking the mortal world. Breaking the precepts, breaking the peace, using the mortal world as a furnace to forge one's Buddhist heart. Since the Buddha's heart was there, it didn't matter whether it was broken or not. With this in mind, Xiao Chen no longer entangled himself with his past obsessions. He could go ahead and cut off the obsessions in his heart with ease. Suddenly, images of Xiao Chen's past appeared in the captain's cabin. There was his youthful face when he was in Mo City, the peaceful times he spent with Lu Ryue in Qingyun Peak, and the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity. Almost no one in the same generation could compare to him in terms of all the things he had experienced in the mortal world. Break. As more and more images appeared in the mortal world, until there were no more, Xiao Chen let out a roar in his heart. Everything disappeared like a clap of thunder, scattering the fog. A moment later, everything reappeared, turning into flames that burned fiercely. As the flames bathed Xiao Chen's body, he felt a warmth. Buddhist chants filled his ears, and the various mysterious phenomena on his body became increasingly similar to the monk in the painting. The only thing missing was the swastika between his eyebrows. This was because the Buddha heart had not been tempered yet. After all, he was not an eminent monk. If he wanted to temper the Buddha heart, it would take some time. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. They would arrive at the Black Cave Mountain in the 3 blessed lands in another 7 days. The journey was calm and peaceful, there were no major setbacks. The crew on the ship slowly relaxed. Inside the captain's cabin, Xiao Chen remained in closed-door cultivation, not coming out at all. For 1 month, the swastika finally appeared on his forehead. However, it was not very bright yet, nor was it as dazzling as before. However, Xiao Chen completely grasped the true meaning of this breaking the mundane. He managed to do what Senior Tang thought was impossible. Without grasping the true meaning, this breaking the mundane was just a formality, unable to bring out its true might. Take the skeleton dragon star venerate for example. When he went all out, he could only bring out 20% of its might. After all, he was a star venerate, but that was all he could do. However, as a half-step primal core cultivator, Xiao Chen could easily bring out 20% of the skeleton dragon star venerate's might. This was the difference between grasping the true meaning and not grasping the true meaning. More importantly, only by grasping the true meaning could one integrate it. Only then could one reverse the source and comprehend the Gautama divine palm that the hidden spirit temple grasped. Satisfied, Xiao Chen withdrew his technique and revealed a smile. However, before this smile could spread, it froze. The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's chest throbbed, and he felt a burning sensation. The rope holding the Buddhist pendant snapped with a buzz. The Buddhist pendant floated quietly in front of Xiao Chen's chest, and cracks appeared on it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He reached out and grabbed the Buddhist pendant. Then, with a few flashes, he arrived on the deck. This was a feeling that Xiao Chen had never felt before. It was not that he had never been chased by the Black Lotus Church before. However, his reaction had never been this intense. What kind of enemy is this strong? An intense sense of danger spread in Xiao Chen's heart. As he stood on the deck, Xiao Chen looked to the front. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. It looked like the Black Lotus Church had found his destination and had been waiting for him for a long time. Or rather, the Black Lotus Church had set up an ambush at the places that one had to pass to reach the Blessed Lands. Damn it! Who leaked information about me? Or was I not cautious enough and exposed some clues? Why did these people from the Black Lotus Church chase me all the way to the Grave Sea? Why are they still waiting here? I thought that I managed to shake them off in Purple Sun City. Brat, why is your complexion so ridiculously bad? Your aura seems even steadier. I wonder what kind of eruption you will have once you advance to the Primal Core realm. It does not seem like something went wrong with your cultivation. On the deck, the Iron Hand Yama, who had already recovered his strength long ago, did not leave, remaining on the ship. Upon seeing the Iron Hand Yama, Xiao Chen's expression warmed slightly. However, the worry on his face did not vanish. What is the point of telling me or not? After replying, Xiao Chen turned around and headed for the control room. As the Iron Hand Yama watched Xiao Chen rush off, he gulped down a mouthful of wine. His lips twitched as he said, "Brat, even if you don't say it, this old man can guess it. Just look at that scowling face. An enemy is definitely here." Then, the Iron Hand Yama looked in the direction that Xiao Chen had looked, and his expression turned strange. The Iron Hand Yama shook the wine bottle in his hand. There was no more wine left. As he stared at the empty bottle, he entered deep thought. Inside the control room, Xiao Chen gathered everyone together. Then, he looked at Xiao Sua with a complicated expression. "Captain, don't look at me like that. I feel strange." Xiao Sua felt that something was wrong. He said, "Captain, if you have something to say, just say it." Xiao Chen smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Do you still remember what I said to you in the past?" "What did you say?" Xiao Chen looked straight at the other party and said seriously, "I said long ago that this ship would be yours sooner or later. I cannot sink too deep into the path of piracy." When Xiao Sua heard that, his heart skipped a beat. He felt somewhat excited and nervous. "You are leaving?" "Yes. There are still 7 more days before I reach the Blessed Land. If nothing unexpected happens, I should run into a senior and cultivate there for a while. Then, I will head to my true destination." Xiao Chen showed a relaxed expression, showing no change in it. This news shocked Luo Nan and Fei Er, leaving them gaping. This was simply too unexpected. Previously, there had been no sign of this at all. "Captain, you never mentioned it before." "This is too sudden," Luo Nan said, feeling confused. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's not really sudden. I was in closed-door cultivation and thought about it for a long time." Fei Er's eyes turned red, somewhat unable to accept this. "But big brother Xiao Chen, Fei Er can't bear to part with you." "Indeed. Captain, we can't bear to part with you. Let us wait for you. Give us a time." "No, there's no need for a time. Just say it. We are all willing to wait for you." The core crew of the ship felt somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Chen's sudden departure, finding it hard to accept. Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He forcefully endured the gratitude in his heart and smiled. "I can't bear to part with you either. However, all good things must come to an end. Everyone has their own fate. Furthermore, although this starry sea is vast and boundless, it might not be impossible for us to meet again." After saying that, Xiao Chen looked at Elder Tang, who had not said anything since the start, showing a suspicious expression. Then, Xiao Chen extended a finger and tapped Elder Tang's forehead. Crack! The scarlet restriction in the depths of Elder Tang's soul, which made him unable to eat or sleep in peace, disappeared. Elder Tang felt like he was relieved of a heavy burden. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he opened his mouth to say something. However, Xiao Chen's gaze stopped him. Elder Tang has suffered during this period of time. Shao Chen smiled in understanding. Then, he performed a cup fist salute and said, "Everyone, we will meet again in the future." The black lotus mark on Shao Chen's chest burned even more intensely. Suppressing the reluctance in his heart, his figure flashed a few times, and he quickly left. "Captain!" The others quickly gave chase. When they reached the deck, they could only see Shao Chen's back. Xiao Suo looked at the captain's medallion that Shao Chen handed him in his hand. He felt that everything was too sudden. He muttered, "What's wrong? I keep feeling that something is wrong." Luo Nan, Fei and the others continued to look into the distance. As they watched Shao Chen's departing figure, they were filled with reluctance. The iron hand Yama shook the wine bottle in boredom. However, he could not pour out even a drop of the 1,000-year flame. How unfortunate. I won't be able to drink such good wine in the future. After that, the iron hand Yama looked at the people beside him and said helplessly, "I say, you bunch of fools. Can't anyone tell that he ran away on his own so as not to implicate you?" "What?" Everyone was greatly startled, looking at the iron hand Yama in disbelief. Chapter 1650. Even the Buddhist amulet cracked. Shao Chen definitely could not dodge. He could only face it head-on and seek a chance at survival. That was right. After giving instructions, Shao Chen did not resign himself to his fate. As long as there was a chance, he would fight for it with all his might, never giving up. There was absolutely no compromise without reason in Shao Chen's life motto. The black lotus mark on his chest made him feel that he was getting closer to the other party. After a while, Shao Chen looked up and saw a black ship in front. Whoosh! 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 8 or 9 figures escorted a middle-aged monk in gray monk robes and kasaya from the ship. They soared into the air and quickly flew towards Shao Chen. The figure landed on the sea, and a black lotus rose up, carrying the group of people. Like flickering light and passing shadows, they arrived before Shao Chen in the blink of an eye. A soul-level pressure pressed down. That middle-aged monk in the kasaya raised his head and locked his gaze on Shao Chen. Whoosh! Shao Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword light, moving even faster than lightning. This gaze carried a strong wind, kicking up waves around Shao Chen. In Shao Chen's eyes, time seemed to slow down. He could see every drop of water in the waves. He could see a sharp light rushing over. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Chen gently twisted his head and dodged this sharp light. In that instant, his long hair fluttered about for no reason. A strand of his fine black hair was cut in half and slowly fell to the ground. Shao Chen. The short probing ended in a breath of time. Then, that middle-aged monk asked somewhat uncertainly. Shao Chen did not say anything. Based on what he knew, this middle-aged monk before him should be one of the 4 protectors under the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster. As for those black-clad arhats, Shao Chen was rather familiar with them. He had seen their strength in Purple Sun City. Each of the protectors was a cloud sea cultivator, incredibly strong. Shao Chen entered deep thought. The other paths to the Blessed Lands probably had their people waiting there as well. No matter which path Shao Chen took, he would not be able to avoid being discovered in the end. They thought highly of Shao Chen, directly sending protectors with the strength of a star venerate to block him. No wonder his Buddhist amulet shattered. It turned out that someone from the Cloud Sea realm had come. Although Shao Chen was only a Starry Sky realm star venerate, he was not someone that Shao Chen could block. Even if the entire Black Cutlass brought out all its trump cards, it would not be able to block him. It seemed that his decision was correct. Tell me, you are obviously very weak, so why does the sect master value you so much? The Vajra protector said coldly as he looked straight at Shao Chen. Naturally, Shao Chen did not know the answer to this question. He said indifferently, "Who knows? What are you bald donkeys thinking? Even after I left the Kunlun realm, you are still chasing me to death. Evil creature, you still dare to speak rudely." Right after he spoke, the protector charged over like lightning. He was incredibly fast, leaving behind countless flickering afterimages. He stretched out his arms, and his wide sleeves spread out like a goshawk spreading its wings. It formed a perfect whole with the surging starry sea, the quietly drifting sea breeze, and the rippling light and shadows on the surface of the sea. Be it the position, angle, or posture, they were all extremely harmonious. It was like he was bringing this world with him as he flew over. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt rejected by the seawater, the sunlight, the gentle breeze, and the light and shadows. It was like there was no place for him in the vast world. This was an indescribable feeling. This was another understanding of the cloud-sea realm's state of being one with nature. Then, it manifested itself in actual combat. A clash of auras, a struggle of the mind. When the other party got close and landed his palm strike, the void became increasingly larger. It was like he did not put any force into it, making it extremely unbearable. This was an obvious characteristic of the Buddhist sect's Dhyana Dao palm technique. Bang! Xiaochen stabilized his mind and threw a palm strike, barely catching it. With just a slight contact, he was knocked back. He did not even have time to bring out a tenth of his vital qi and veritable essence energy. Fast. Heavy. Ruthless. In the air, Xiaochen vomited a large mouthful of blood, unable to retaliate at all. This was not a fight on the same level at all. It was no different from an adult beating up a baby. On the other hand, the other party had to be careful, not daring to use too much force lest he accidentally beat himself to death. In the other party's eyes, all of Xiaochen's means would be like a baby dancing with the sword, a joke. Buzz! Suddenly, countless stars appeared in the protector's eyes. A power that came from the depths of his soul appeared. Suddenly, the surrounding space froze. Xiaochen, who was in midair, strangely came to a stop. He could not move at all. At this moment, the countless water droplets in the air also turned crystalline. Every drop appeared perfectly in the air, reflecting all sorts of lights. The stars in the protector's eyes flickered. He showed a cold and emotionless expression as he stretched out his hand. Then, Xiaochen's body flew towards him for no reason. However, the countless crystalline water droplets in the air remained motionless. Damn it, hatred surged in Xiaochen's heart. If there was an opportunity, he, Xiaochen, would definitely repay the Black Lotus Church 100-fold. He would not go back on his word. Be it bringing the demonic calamity, severely injuring the Kunlun realm, or repeatedly attacking him, the Black Lotus Church would never let him off the hook. Xiaochen's hatred with the Black Lotus Church was irreconcilable. Boom! After Xiaochen was pulled back, the protector sent him flying with a palm strike, and the stars in his eyes vanished. At this moment, the force-binding space also disappeared. Xiaochen's body crashed into the sea along with the seawater. Blood leaked out of Xiaochen's mouth continuously. He felt incredible pain in his chest. All the bones in his body felt like they had shattered. You dare to be so rude with just this bit of strength? I did not even use 20% of my strength. This Buddha is asking you, do you still dare to do so? What a despicable mouth. The protector snorted coldly, revealing a disdainful expression. Interesting. I have seen fools before. Unexpectedly, the Black Lotus Church's star venerate is also this stupid. Since I dared to come here alone, naturally, I am prepared to die. Are these bald donkeys really brainless? Xiaochen did not fear death. At this moment, he felt calm. He only felt that it was a pity. There were still many things that he wanted to do and people that he wanted to meet. However, it was worth it. Xiaochen thought about the reluctance of the Black Cutlass's crew before he left. At the very least, there were people who treated Xiaochen sincerely in this great thousand realms. Although the mundane world was bitter, there were people who cherished him and understood him. You overestimate yourself. The protector snorted coldly. Then, he stretched out his hand, and the surrounding space froze again. Countless water droplets froze in space again. Then, the suction slowly pulled Xiaochen's body over. Despite facing such adversity, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. As he looked at the protector, he did not show any fear at all. Breaking the mundane, which contained a true intent, was sufficient to injure the other party. The protector was looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find the most suitable opportunity to strike the other party at his peak. Even if he could only injure the other party, it would be worth it. Even if he died, he wanted to let the other party know that he, Xiao Chen, was not a pushover without any dignity. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen was about to attack, every drop of seawater in the surrounding space suddenly exploded. This part of the world was invaded by a powerful force and then brutally destroyed. Suddenly, a figure landed behind Xiao Chen. By the time the protector reacted, a figure had appeared behind Xiao Chen. Before the protector could react, the protector grabbed Xiao Chen and retreated at lightning speed. When Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that face, he revealed a horrified expression. It was the Iron Hand Yama. This ferocious-looking pirate, who had been cursing at everyone after boarding the ship, actually made a move to save Xiao Chen. Don't be shocked. The moment you raised your tail, I knew what you were thinking. Brat, you have guts. Even though I cannot save the brothers of the Savage Blood Pirate Group, this old me, the Iron Hand Yama, will definitely save your life. He looked behind him and saw a pirate ship rushing over quickly with its sails raised. It was the Black Cutlass. An old man holding a flute stood on a tortoise beast in front and behind the Black Cutlass. That was the beast governing Sex Elder Tang. In the air, Luo Nan and Fei Er flew over with sullen expressions on the backs of two cold steel eagles. They were all here. All the people that Xiao Chen chose to abandon were here. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch our captain, the Black Cutlass will fight to the death. There are no cowards on the Black Cutlass. Xiao Sua's somewhat maniacal roar came from the surface of the sea. Without exception, everyone on the Black Cutlass charged over. Even though they knew that Xiao Chen would face the Cloud Sea Star Venerate, they would not retreat. As Xiao Sua said, there were no cowards on the Black Cutlass. They lived and died together, advancing and retreating together. Chapter 1651. The disheartened Xiao Chen had not expected that everyone on the Black Cutlass would rush over without exception, including the Iron Hand Yama. Previously, Xiao Chen had not considered the Iron Hand Yama a part of the Black Cutlass. In that case, with the combined power of the Black Cutlass, they might be able to hold their own, even though the outcome would still be uncertain. However, there was a huge difference between having the strength to fight and being beaten up passively. The sudden scene caused the protector's expression to sink. He looked coldly at the Iron Hand Yama and said, "Just you alone, and you dare to be impudent before me? How reckless." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent out a palm strike that seemed to be as light as a feather. The Iron Hand Arhat did not dare to be careless. He pushed Xiao Chen away, and a red light burst out of his body, filling the sky with a murderous aura. He took a step forward and took the palm strike head-on. Boom! The two palms collided, and a loud explosion rang out. Thousands of layers of waves shot out from the place where the two clashed. A strong wind blew and a torrential rain fell. In the wind and rain, the Vajra Arhat and the Iron Hand Yama quickly exchanged moves. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 10 moves. Every single move was earth-shattering and mighty, causing others to be unable to interfere at all. After another 10 moves, the two of them separated from the waves, each retreating 100 steps. Blood leaked out of a corner of the Iron Hand Yama's lips. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. However, he was full of vigor and did not suffer any serious injuries. "Bald donkey, you don't seem to amount to much," the Iron Hand Yama said disdainfully as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The protector's expression turned sullen as if he had not expected the Iron Hand Yama to be so strong. Peak Major Primal Core Realm was only a step away from the Cloud Sea Realm, a terrifyingly high cultivation. What was even more difficult to deal with was that the other party's quintessence was extremely solid. His cultivation technique and martial technique were exceptionally tyrannical. He was far from a regular peak major primal core cultivator. That was natural. If he were a regular peak major primal core cultivator, how could he have gained the title of the Iron Hand Yama? In the Grave Sea, no one under the Cloud Sea realm could defeat them. The protector said sullenly, I underestimated you. You should have plenty of experience fighting with Cloud Sea cultivators. You should have been a peak major primal core cultivator for many years. The Iron Hand Yama chuckled and said, it's just a so-so. However, it is sufficient to delay you. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than my boss, the Savage Blood Star Venerate? Can you be stronger than that Divine Shield Army's Sword General? Ha, just a few words of praise from Lord Zheng and you're getting cocky. I only used 50% of my strength just now. Black Arhats, heed my command, capture Shao Chen. With a darkened face, the Guardian Protector charged forward once more. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength and released his aura. He walked over step by step, forming a heaven overflowing aura, driving the power of heaven and earth, becoming one with him. Hua! With every step he took, the vast sky and the vast sea moved with him. For a moment, winds blew, clouds surged, and waves surged. The Vajra Protector's will of soul merged with heaven and earth, forming a vast, invisible aura field. The Iron Hand Yama's expression immediately turned grave, no longer daring to underestimate Shao Chen. On the other side, the 8 black-clad Arhats also joined forces and charged at Shao Chen. The weakest of the 8 black-clad Arhats was an early-stage major primal core cultivator. When they worked together, the pressure they brought was extremely terrifying. Black Lotus subduing Demon Fist. Boom! The 8 black-clad Arhats attacked at the same time, each throwing a punch at Shao Chen. Immediately, the sky turned dark. 8 Buddha images covered the sky and sun as they each sent down a fist light. Shao Chen took a deep breath. Just as the fist light approached and was about to drown him, he suddenly shouted, break! 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 Then, he executed the army-breaking saber technique, breaking 1,000 armies. Shao Chen shouted 3 times, each louder than the one before, sounding like thunder. With each shout, the light of that Buddhist chant dimmed. After 3 shouts, its aura plummeted. As for Shao Chen, his aura soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing a vast army alone. As for Shao Chen's own aura, it soared. It was like he was in a desperate battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses alone. The thunderous aura coming from Shao Chen made it seem like he only needed one saber strike to break the vast army before him. Whoosh! A saber light appeared. With the support of great Tao energy, it swept out with the might of breaking an army. A loud sound rang out, and the saber light swept away the 8 fist lights covering the sky and sun. The black-clad Arhats all retreated. Captain, we'll help you. Luo Nan and Fei Er rode the cold steel eagles in the air, charging at the 2 black-clad Arhats without hesitation. Even though those black-clad Arhats were late-stage major primal core cultivators, they did not fear them at all. Young Master Shao, this old man will do his best. On the tortoise beast, Elder Tang held the flute in his hand horizontally, and melodious notes rang out. The tortoise beast under him immediately surfaced from the water and charged at the group of black-clad Arhats. At this moment, the black cutlass also arrived. The 4-star ballista fired off many fatal ballista bolts. This warned this group of black-clad Arhats not to be careless. Even with their Arhat bodies, they could not completely block these peak 4-star ballista bolts. Immediately, the pressure on Shao Chen decreased sharply. He only had to face the 2 black-clad Arhats alone. Clearly, Shao Chen could not defeat the 8 black-clad Arhats with profound cultivations and terrifying strength. However, dealing with 2 alone was not that scary. It was not like Shao Chen had not improved at all in his cultivation over the past few days. Before the Protector, the army-breaking saber technique and the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were not sufficient. However, it was more than enough to deal with these 2 black-clad Arhats. Go all out. Leave none alive. A baleful aura surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He only wanted to end this battle quickly and go help the Iron Hand Arhats. Leave none alive. You are underestimating the Black Lotus Church's accumulations and strength. The situation suddenly changed. However, the two black-clad Arhats facing Xiao Chen did not show any fear. No matter what, in their opinion, Xiao Chen was just a half-step primal core cultivator. Is that so? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and ferociously pushed forward with his left hand. Xiao Chen's killing move, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, quickly formed. A berserk tricolor dragon, infused with the power of lightning and ice, charged forward with the might of a blue dragon. This was a martial technique that once caught the dark gold-armored Venerate off guard. Now, it immediately sent the two black-clad Arhats flying. Army-breaking saber technique, breaking mountains and rivers. Xiao Chen's aura soared to its peak. When he swung his saber, he materialized an unparalleled sharpness that could break mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers. This sharpness was boundlessly tyrannical. It advanced ferociously with an unblockable momentum. The two black-clad Arhats worked together to throw a palm strike. Black lotus flowers filled the air, forming an independent field. However, the two black-clad Arhats still could not block the berserk and tyrannical saber strike. They retreated again, their complexions turning even paler. Breaking stars. Let's see how many moves you can block. Xiao Chen shouted again. Then, he held his saber with both hands and descended from the sky. The instant the two blocked the saber light, clumps of star-like light appeared and surrounded the three. It was like a star appeared out of nowhere above the vast sea, radiating resplendent starlight that illuminated the surroundings, looking very dazzling. Boom! In the next moment, the star exploded violently, giving people the feeling that it was an illusion. The star vanished just like that, leaving only ripples of light in the air. The two black-clad Arhats lay on the surface of the sea. The two black-clad Arhats vomited blood but could no longer stand up. After Xiao Chen took the initiative, the black-clad Arhats were ruthlessly suppressed by Xiao Chen from start to end, unable to retaliate at all. The army-breaking saber technique's tyranny flabbergasted everyone in disbelief. Xiao Chen breathed heavily, his body covered in sweat. The army-breaking saber technique's explosive power was incredibly sharp and boundlessly tyrannical. However, the exhaustion was terrifying. Xiao Chen had only used 2 killing moves, and he already felt incredibly fatigued. Xiao Chen glanced around and discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in an incredibly miserable state. After the Protector erupted with his true strength, the Iron Hand Yama could only be suppressed. The Iron Hand Yama could not retaliate at all. However, it was clear that the Protector could not afford to be distracted either. The Iron Hand Yama tried to come over and help several times, but the Iron Hand Yama held him back. The Iron Hand Yama's explosive power was also very terrifying. This Protector did not dare to clash head-on with the other party. Damn it! Xiao Sua, receive my war banner. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the Scarlet Blood War banner turned into a beam of light in the air, heading for the Black Cutlass. Whoosh! A figure soared into the air from the Black Cutlass. Then, he firmly grabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner with his right hand and landed firmly on the watchtower. With the war banner in hand, Xiao Sua narrowed his eyes. As he brandished it, a surging scarlet light appeared. The immemorial demon soul formation instantly activated. Chapter 1652. The immemorial demon soul formation was activated, and the great desolate Aeon ferocious beast, Yazi, appeared. It raised its head and roared furiously. A tyrannical aura spread out from his body, causing the surging seawater to surge. Under Xiao Sua's control, the Yazi beast demon soul gave off a horrifying aura as it leaped up and slammed its front claws on the surface of the sea. In the unique aura that belonged to the Vajra Protector, his soul will merged with the world. Every move he made could cause the world to change color and the waves to rise and fall. His every move and stance was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in front of him. It was as if the one fighting was not a person, but a piece of the sky. When the palm fell, it was as if the entire sky had fallen. However, the Yazi beast demon soul's claw was like a strange object descending from the sky. It forcefully destroyed the Vajra protector's aura. Using the most violent method, he launched a lightning-fast attack. The Vajra protector's expression changed slightly. He looked up and saw a black shadow flash by. It was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. In a panic, his body instinctively dodged. Bang! When the Yazi beast demon soul's claw landed on the surface of the seawater seemed to soften and sink in. In reality, it was naturally impossible for the seawater to become soft. It was just that the Yazi beast demon soul's claw strike was too powerful and too fast, resulting in a special scene. Boom! In the next moment, the seawater bounced back and the surface of the sea suddenly rose. Huge waves that were thousands of feet high were like a shocking tsunami, extremely frightening. What the hell is this? The Vajra protector looked shocked and bewildered, revealing a trace of doubt. They looked like ghosts, but they also possessed a ferocity and violent power that ghosts shouldn't have. They didn't look much different from corporeal ferocious beasts. After catching his breath, the Iron Hand Yama took a deep breath and quickly recovered. The Vajra protector's will of soul suppressed Shao Qin to the point of suffocation. However, the appearance of the Yazi beast demon soul was a great help to him. As soon as he appeared, he used brute force to shatter the other party's soul will. To him, this was a piece of good news. Without the suppression of the will of soul, the Iron Hand Yama would have a much easier time. Big brother Iron Hand, are you alright? Shao Sua, who was controlling the Yazi beast demon soul, asked anxiously. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Let's do it this way. We mustn't let the bald donkey's soul and will appear. If we cooperate well, we might be able to take care of this black bald donkey. Alright. The two sides formally joined hands. After the Iron Hand Yama rested, they took the initiative to charge over. When Shao Qin saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he focused his attention on the remaining 6 black-clad arhats. With the unexpected help of the Iron Hand Yama, the situation slowly turned for the better. 4 hours later, Shao Qin, Elder Tang, Shao Sua, Luo Nan, the tortoise beast, and the 2 cold steel eagles finally dealt with the remaining 6 black-clad arhats. This was more problematic than expected. It turned out that every black-clad arhat's strength was different. The strongest among them could fight against the other 3 black-clad arhats alone, catching Shao Qin and the others off guard. This was because Shao Qin did not know that the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church were named after numbers. Numbers represented strength and glory. The black-clothed arhat named E was an existence comparable to the Iron Hand Yama. Fortunately, none of the 8 black-clad arhats ranked in the top 10. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Big brother Shao Qin, don't abandon us again, alright? Fei Er said as she looked at Shao Qin from the cold steel eagle. Elder Tang said sullenly, although this old man knows that you have good intentions, what position do you place us in by doing this? Shao Qin felt warmth in his heart as he nodded seriously. I'm sorry. I won't be so rash in the future. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't feel good either. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Only that protector is left. We might still have a chance of victory, Elder Tang said as he looked at the battle in front. Shao Qin entered deep thought before saying, attack together and end this quickly. There is indeed a chance. Right. Everyone's hot-bloodedness surged in their hearts. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged at the protector. Although Elder Tang and the others did not fear death, they were very wise. They did not blindly charge forward to die. They only chose to exhaust and harass the protector from a distance. Shao Qin relied on his strong physique to bring out his blue dragon war body, choosing to fight in close combat. When Shao Qin infused his great Tao energy into his saber light, he could put extreme pressure on that protector. The trouble that the protector could cause would be no less than the Iron Hand Yamas. Of course, the main force was still the Yazi beast demon soul. With 2 lit pearls and the support of the Scarlet Blood War banner, the Yazi Beast Demon's soul possessed the strength of an ordinary star venerate. More importantly, its berserk aura was the special attribute of an ancient ferocious spirit. It perfectly countered the protector's will of soul. Once the other party unleashed his will of soul and merged with the world, it would be ruthlessly pierced. Otherwise, when the protector unleashed his will of soul, not to mention harassing the protector, they would not even be able to get close to him. Whoosh! The protector nimbly dodged the Yazi Beast Demon's soul's attack again. Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the turtle beast under the sea had stretched out its head and bit one of his legs at lightning speed. With a rare opening exposed, the Iron Hand Yama did not hesitate to charge forward and throw a punch. The protector's face sank as he roared in rage. He did not move from his original spot and forcefully clashed with the Iron Hand Yama's punch. Then, he sent the Iron Hand Yama flying with a palm strike. Whoosh! However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's saber light chopped down at lightning speed. Ka-xie! The lunar shadow saber struck the protector's shoulder. Xiao Chen used all his power and finally managed to cut in by 1 centimeter. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of cold light shot over. At this crucial moment, the 2 cold steel eagles each sacrificed a precious tail feather and shot it into the protector's chest. The protector could not help roaring in pain when he felt the intense pain. Now! Xiao Sua controlled the Yazi Beast Demon's soul to open its huge maw and descend from the sky, trying to swallow up the protector. With victory in sight, everyone revealed an expression of anticipation in their eyes. However, at this moment, the protector suddenly revealed a cruel smile. He said coldly, "Sect Venerate, heed my call. Black Lotus Secret Technique, Unrestricted Golden Body. When the Black Lotus blooms, the world venerate becomes a sage. I will reign supreme in the world." A strange Buddhist scripture came from the starry heavens. As the clouds churned, a black lotus bloomed, and a black Buddha image stood up. The Buddha image passed through the starry heavens, traveling an unknown distance. Then, it pierced through the clouds and entered the protector's body in the time it took for a spark to fly. Oh no! Xiao Chen's expression changed as he quickly drew his saber and left. However, he was still a step too late. Black light burst out of the protector's body and sent Xiao Chen flying. Just the shock waves made Xiao Chen feel like his skin was burning. Xiao Chen felt incredible pain. He stepped forward and kicked the tortoise beast into the bottom of the sea. Cracks appeared on the thick, mountain-like tortoise shell, looking incredibly horrifying. Unrestricted golden body protection. The protector shouted, and black scriptures spread out from his body. His entire skin turned black, flickering with a black gold luster. The protector punched, and countless scriptures circled the fist light, knocking the Yazi Beast Demon's soul over into the sea. The black cutlass in the demon's soul's chest shook continuously, and Xiao Sua vomited a mouthful of blood. The protector, who was in charge of the formation, sustained significant injuries from this punch. After executing a secret technique, the protector reversed the situation in one breath. A strong aura radiated out, suppressing everyone to the point of suffocation. As for the Yazi Beast Demon's soul, which the protector placed his hopes on, it could not turn the situation around because Xiao Sua was severely injured. Humph! Even if you can turn the sky upside down, you are just a bunch of dancing clowns. Before an era venerate, all of you are just ants. Although the protector said that, he was furious in his heart, feeling an extreme heartache. Against such a group of people, he actually forced the protector to execute a forbidden technique and nearly died here. This was simply a great humiliation. Come with me. The protector swept his gaze around and stared at Xiao Chen. Then, he rushed over step by step. It seemed like the protector had some misgivings. He ignored everyone else, only wanting to bring Xiao Chen away. Black scriptures circled the protector's body, and the era venerate Buddha image followed him like a shadow. As he walked over, Xiao Chen had no chance to resist. Dong! Just at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the churning seawater. The sound was deep and distant, like the sound of footsteps in an empty valley or the morning bell and evening drum. The moment this sound rang out, the protector's expression changed drastically. Dong! 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 Several more similar sounds rang out. Finally, Xiaochen recognized them as the sound of the wooden fish. Where did this evil Buddhist disciple come from? How dare he show himself near the Potala mountain? A resonant voice rang out in the distance. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. The Potala mountain was one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea. Chapter 1653. As the sound of the wooden fish grew closer, a small boat appeared in everyone's vision. A gray-clad monk stood on the boat, looking like he had drifted away from the mundane world, giving off the feeling that this was a pure land of the Buddhist sect. Xiaochen could not help feeling reassured. This was an esteemed monk of the Potala mountain. Based on his aura, he was at least on par with the protector. The Potala mountain, the protector's expression turned grave. This was one of the 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea. It was filled with righteous Tao temples of the Buddhist sect, even rank 4 temples. Actually, the protector was not surprised. The moment he executed the Black Lotus secret art, he had guessed that it would startle the Potala mountain. However, he had not expected the person to arrive so quickly. Needless to say, this gray-clad monk definitely came from a large temple. Only an esteemed monk of a rank 4 temple could arrive so quickly and put such great pressure on the protector. If it were any other time, the protector would not mind fighting to see who was stronger. However, he could not do so now. If he lingered for a while, more people would arrive. Boom! Suddenly, the Vajra protector made a move. Countless scriptures revolved around a large black Buddha hand. Then, the protector ruthlessly pressed down on the small boat. Under the pressure of the Buddha's palm, even the air was compressed. It had yet to truly fall. Before the boat truly landed, the seawater below it slowly sank, enduring the immense pressure. May the Lord Buddha. As the Buddhist proclamation rang out, the gray-clad monk gently knocked on the wooden fish in his hand. As the sound of the wooden fish rang out, a strong Buddhist light merged with the sound waves, continuously radiating out. Boom! Under the impact of the Buddhist light, that black Buddha hand exploded, vanishing into nothingness. The gray-clad monk looked up and discovered that the protector was no longer there. He did not know where that person ran off to. However, the gray-clad monk did not intend to give chase. This protector's strength was clear for all to see. Although the gray-clad monk's cultivation was higher than that person's, if the other party wanted to leave, the gray-clad monk could not do anything, so he could not be bothered. The gray-clad monk looked around and saw Xiaochen lying on the surface of the sea in pain. She smiled faintly, giving off a peaceful aura as she gently landed beside Xiaochen. Xiaochen hurriedly got up and was about to thank him for saving his life. Who knew that just as he stood up, his body would feel a burning pain, and he would lie down again. Young benefactor, you've been burned by the evil sect's scriptures. You don't have to be so polite. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed monk pointed at Xiaochen's head and chanted sutras. A steady stream of white Buddhist light emerged from his hand and flowed into Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body. His skin also felt somewhat itchy. Not only were the burns all healed, but the internal injuries he suffered earlier had also recovered. It was really magical. Thank you, Grand Master. I am unable to repay you for saving my life. The gray-robed monk smiled and said, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. My cultivation itself is a great merit. Buddhist cultivation was particular about merit, great aspirations, and incense. To put it bluntly, merit was doing good deeds. Of course, the principle behind it was not that simple. As one's merit increased, the Buddhist Dharma would continuously deepen. It was an extremely profound process. Great aspirations. The Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva made a great aspiration. Then, he continuously worked hard to achieve it. When his aspiration was fulfilled, he would be reborn. Incense was to develop believers, to let more people feel the greatness and extraordinariness of Buddhism. Simply put, it was to absorb the power of faith and increase one's own power of will. Xiao Chen was very fortunate to have met an esteemed monk who cultivated merit. If it were a monk who cultivated something else, he might not have such a good face. Young benefactor, there is no need to take it to heart. Furthermore, I can tell that benefactor has a deep affinity with Buddhism and a good opportunity. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The other party was probably referring to the Buddhist heart that he had recently tempered by practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Honestly speaking, I have traveled the world and obtained some Buddhist sect martial techniques. I am not a true Buddhist cultivator. The gray-clad monk felt enlightened. So, that is the case. However, for you to cultivate it to such an exquisite level, it proves that you have a fate with Buddhism. Are you interested in coming with me to the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple? This monk was going to take in a disciple. Xiao Chen thought about it and understood what the gray-clad monk was thinking. However, it was clearly impossible for Xiao Chen to become a monk. He quickly thanked the other party for his kind intentions and took out his recommendation letter. On the surface, Xiao Chen already had an appointment to go to the Black Cave Mountain. Unfortunately, you are very intelligent. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will definitely benefit greatly. Actually, you can also become a lay disciple. That way, you will have fewer rules and restrictions. In the future, after you finish your studies, you can go down the mountain to marry and have children. The gray-clad monk did not give up completely, continuing to advise Xiao Chen. Hey, bald monk. No, it's Venerable. Venerable, this little one is injured as well. Can you take care of me? The Iron Hand Yama, who was on the surface of the sea, smiled and did his best to appear friendly, trying to gain trust. However, the Iron Hand Yama had a naturally ferocious face. The gray-clad monk turned around and smiled. I am Xian Bei. Benefactor is not of the Buddhist sect. Just call me by my Dharma name. After saying that, the Iron Hand Yama softly chanted a scripture. The Iron Hand Yama gently raised his hand, and a gentle Buddhist light poured out from the clouds and landed on the Iron Hand Yama. The injuries on the Iron Hand Yama's body immediately healed at a visible pace. Hee hee. Venerable's attainments in the saving scripture are really high. I am in awe. The Iron Hand Yama stretched his body and felt great, not stingy with his praise. Xian Bei showed a peaceful expression as he said softly, Benefactor's heart is filled with deep resentment and hatred. You have already formed a mental barrier. In the future, you will find it hard to improve your cultivation. In the worst case, you might even enter berserking chi deviation. The Iron Hand Yama's face sank when he heard that, and his expression changed. He was somewhat surprised that this monk's eyes were so sharp. How could the Iron Hand Yama not know that when he closed his eyes every day, he saw the miserable deaths of the Savage Blood Pirate Group's members? The Iron Hand Yama had long become a mental barrier. While he looked heartless, he was actually already a walking corpse. Venerable Xian Bei, do you have any brilliant ideas? The Iron Hand Yama asked sincerely. Xian Bei shook his head gently. If the cause and effect cannot be resolved, the obsession will be hard to resolve. If you are willing to let it go, you can come with me to the Profound Light Temple. 10 years should be enough to resolve the mental barrier in Benefactor's heart. When the Iron Hand Yama heard that, he could not help smiling. 10 years is really not long. However, this old man is a free man. I would rather die in a state of berserking chi deviation than go to some temple and shave my head to become a monk. Venerable, I appreciate your kind intentions. The Venerable Xian Bei smiled without saying anything. Then, he turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in a neutral tone, Little Benefactor, would you tell me why the Black Lotus Church is pursuing you for so many kilometers, even sending out the protectors? Xiao Chen's face sank. As the Venerable Xian Bei spoke, he looked straight at Xiao Chen. The Venerable Xian Bei's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. For some reason, Xiaochen had a feeling that if he were in the desolate desert, he might be forcefully brought back to the Potala Mountain's profound light temple. I don't know, either. Xiaochen answered with a bitter smile. Right after Xiaochen spoke, he felt the invisible pressure vanish. The Venerable Xianbei nodded and said, "Many thanks, benefactor, for telling the truth and resolving this misunderstanding." Indeed, Xiaochen did not know. This was the truth. If the Venerable Xianbei found some other excuse, he would probably be in big trouble. There is still some distance to the Black Cave Mountain. This old monk will send you off for now. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. That is good. Then, I'll trouble the Venerable Xianbei. No one knew if the Black Lotus Church's people would appear again or not. With the Venerable escorting, Xiaochen's safety could be guaranteed. Naturally, this was for the best. 4 hours later, the situation changed. The Black Lotus Church's teams waiting at the other intersections all gathered. Holy Sun, an esteemed monk of the Potala Mountain saved him here. He should have entered a blessed land by now. The injured protector explained to the Holy Sun Ming Xian, who was dressed in snow-white robes and looked spotless. The Holy Sun Ming Xian entered deep thought. It looks like he had a plan long ago. He knows that we cannot enter a blessed land, so he intends to hide here for a while. As for how long, no one knew. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 10 years. With this thought, the Black Lotus Church's people could not help feeling depressed. Clearly, the deadline that the sect venerate gave would not be long. That's a good idea. However, if you think that I cannot catch you by hiding in a blessed land, you are gravely mistaken, the Holy Sun Ming Xian said softly without any expression. The 4 protectors expressed their confusion. They all asked, "Holy Sun, what is your opinion?" The Holy Sun Ming Xian said softly without any expression on his face, "I have my own ways. You all return to the Holy Mountain first and explain the situation to the sect venerate." The Holy Sun Ming Xian was not willing to say more. However, he looked confident and did not appear to be in a difficult position at all. Chapter 1654. The Grave Sea had 3 blessed lands, the Black Cave Mountain, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, and the Potala Mountain. Among them, the Black Cave Mountain and the Heaven Shaking Mountain were more secular. Their origins were more complicated, and the competition was more intense. Mount Potala, on the other hand, was filled with orthodox Buddhist monasteries. Mount Potala rarely appeared overbearing, but in truth, in terms of strength, the strongest of the 3 blessed and heavenly lands was definitely Mount Potala. After traveling for 7 days, the Black Cave Mountain appeared in the distance amid the clouds and mist at the end of their vision. After reaching this place, the Black Cutlass could no longer continue forward. Otherwise, the Black Cave Mountain's outer factions would take note of it. "Young Master Shao, are you really not willing to go to my profound light temple?" As for lay disciples, as long as they cultivated for 10 years, they could leave the monastery and cultivate in the secular world. Furthermore, you will be able to travel freely. If you are willing, I am willing to accept you as my disciple. As they approached the Black Cave Mountain, Venerable Xianbei expressed his intention to take Xiaochen as his disciple once again. After interacting for 7 days and chatting idly with Xiaochen, the Venerable Master Xianbei's impression of Xiaochen deepened. Xiaochen smiled, tactfully declining Grandmaster's invitation again. Xiaosua said, "Venerable, what do you think of me? My comprehension ability should be pretty good. How about I become your disciple?" Being able to be accepted as a disciple by the great Master Xianbei was undoubtedly a matter with a bright future. At the very least, he wouldn't lack any resources, martial arts manuals, divine weapons, medicinal pills, and spirit jades. The Reverend Xianbei smiled and shook his head. "Your 6 senses are impure. If you join my Buddhist sect, you will only delay your cultivation. Don't be dejected. As long as you have a heart for Buddha, you can cultivate no matter where you are." Ha ha ha. Immediately, laughter came from the deck. Xiaosua's evaluation of the 6 senses being impure caused him to feel embarrassed. He could only smile in embarrassment. This evaluation could easily cause misunderstandings. Actually, it wasn't as he had imagined. The so-called 6 roots were the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. To put it simply, it represented 6 different desires. If the 6 were not pure, it would mean that one's heart would be restless, and it would be difficult to quell one's desires. Master Xianbei said softly, "The path of cultivation in the Buddhist sect is extremely austere. Even my disciples might not receive any preferential treatment. What they needed was someone like Benefactor Xiao, someone who could endure loneliness. Perhaps after following me for 10 years, your cultivation and strength might not have improved at all. Instead, you might have a sudden epiphany that will shock the heavens." As the Venerable Xianbei spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing, "Benefactor Xiao, the Black Cave Mountain is different from our Buddhist sect. It is inevitable that they will make things difficult for you because of your cultivation. You should be mentally prepared." Xiaoqin cupped his hands to express his gratitude. After interacting with Grandmaster Xianbei for the past few days, he realized that Grandmaster Xianbei could be considered a highly respected monk. As everyone conversed with him on the ship, they did not feel that he was a peak starry sky powerhouse. All the questions in his heart could be answered here. However, there were many factions in the Buddhist sect. A person's character would also be completely different if they focused on a different direction. One couldn't use Master Xianbei's character to define the entirety of Buddhism. Up ahead is Dongxian Island. It's responsible for receiving outsiders, so I won't be sending you off. Benefactors, let's meet again. Amitabha. Master Xianbei bent down with one hand and chanted a Buddhist name. Then, he got on a small boat and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Captain, should we wait for you here, or what?" Xiao Sua asked. Xiaoqin entered deep thought before replying, "I will be here for at least 3 to 5 months, at most 1 or 2 years. It is hard to say. During this period, you can move about freely. After I come out, I will come and find you." "Right. Captain, take care. After you come out, you just need to go to any pirate hall, and you will be able to find us using the captain's token." This was a true farewell. Without the threat of the Black Lotus Church, Xiaoqin relaxed and gave everyone some instructions. When it was the Iron Hand Yama's turn, Xiaoqin gave the other party a bear hug and said, "Many thanks. If not for you making a move, all of us would have died at the hands of that protector of the Black Lotus Church." The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to be so polite. Captain's whereabouts are unknown. I will remain on the ship during this period. I will help you keep an eye on this group of novices." Elder Tang looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Before I help you solve the mystery of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words, I will remain on the ship." After obtaining the two's promise, Xiaoqin felt assured. At the very least, he could leave on his own in the future. There was no need to worry too much about the Black Cutlass's safety in the Grave Sea. "Goodbye. After I come out, I will definitely look for everyone. Captain, take care." Before everyone's reluctant gazes, Xiaoqin turned and left. This time, there was no pressure, and he could shake off the Black Lotus Church for a long time. He could be said to be traveling light. When he was about 250 kilometers away from Profound Cave Island, Xiaoqin felt a formless resistance blocking him. This was not a barrier or a formation. Instead, it was 2 Cloud Sea Star Venerates using their auras and wills of soul to block Xiaoqin, preventing him from advancing further. Xiaoqin could not help feeling startled. This was just an island in the periphery, yet 2 Star Venerates personally guarded it for a long time. This was too exaggerated. "Halt. State your purpose." A message rang out in Xiaoqin's mind. He knew what to do. Xiaoqin took out the recommendation letter and opened it. The lingering strong aura immediately spread out. Recommendation letter. Only the top experts who have made great contributions in your blessed lands or who possess outstanding strength are qualified to issue a recommendation letter. I have already verified that this senior's handwriting is authentic. After a short exchange, a message soon entered Xiao Chen's mind. Take the recommendation letter and go to the island's cloud ceiling hall. There will be someone there to receive you. Many thanks. Feeling the obstruction disappear, Xiao Chen put away the recommendation letter. Then, he took a few more steps and saw someone flying towards him. The newcomers were two young disciples. They did not say anything. After glancing at Xiao Chen's recommendation letter, they led him to the island. Under the two's lead, Xiao Chen soon arrived at the cloud ceiling hall that the two-star venerates mentioned. The cloud ceiling hall was very large, several times larger than any of the pirate halls that Xiao Chen had seen. As Xiao Chen walked in, he felt that everything was very orderly. There was no chaos amid the bustle. Along the way, Xiao Chen noticed that there were many individual halls with the names of the sections. He guessed that these were probably the sects that were stationed in the Blessed Land. Go in, then. The Cloud Ceiling Hall's Hall Master Mo is inside. We won't be accompanying you. The two disciples did not seem to care about Xiao Chen. After all, he was only a primal core cultivator. These two people leading the way were both peak minor primal core cultivators, which was normal. When Xiao Chen entered, there was only a black-clad old man in the simple and unadorned room with a stern expression. That person should be the hall master. Greetings, Senior Mo. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and stepped forward to hand in his recommendation letter. It's true. Tell me, which sect do you want to join? Senior Mo closed the recommendation letter and continued, of course, you cannot enter just because you want to. You have to take the test of those sections. In the Black Cave Mountain, there are a total of 43 rank 3 sects and 2 rank 4 sections. Every rank 3 sect faces the pressure of competition and eliminates the last. The sect ranked last will have to leave the Blessed Land after 10 years. The competition was really intense, especially for a sect. Whether one could stay in the Blessed Land or not made a huge difference in status. No one was willing to be eliminated. The Blessed Land was the core of all the sects in the Grave Sea, the stage for the large sects to flaunt their strength. Here is a simple introduction of the various large sections. Take a look and make your choice. Senior Mo handed a jade strip to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and checked it. Then, a lot of information appeared in his mind. However, this was not what Xiao Chen wanted. After putting down the jade strip, Xiao Chen asked, does Hall Master know which sect Senior Yizifeng is in? You know Senior Yizifeng? At the mention of Yizifeng, the Hall Master's eyes lit up, and his emotions fluctuated. It looked like this Senior Yizifeng was indeed famous in the Black Cave Mountain. Xiao Chen did not want to cause any trouble, so he said cautiously, not really. I just admire the reputation of the 10 great bladesmen of the Grave Sea. This junior is also a bladesman. Oh. The Hall Master's eyes immediately dimmed. The sect that Senior Yizifeng is in is the Purple Flame sect, one of the 2 rank 4 sects of the Black Cave Mountain. Could it be that you want to enter the Purple Flame sect? Senior Mo revealed a playful expression. I can tell that your bloodline is extraordinary. However, you have not advanced to the primal core realm yet. That means that your bloodline is not very strong. In the Blessed Land, the bloodlines of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races are not that rare. Only those who truly possess the bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races and have to be at least medial grade would be able to catch the eye of a rank 4 sect. Simply put, Xiao Chen was not worthy of joining a rank 4 sect. It was best to give up on that thought. However, there were many twists and turns. In reality, I feel that it would be somewhat difficult for you to join a rank 3 sect of a Blessed Land. If your saber techniques are truly extraordinary, you might as well go to a few sects that focus on the saber and try your luck. Hall Master Mo was speaking the truth. He was not trying to make things difficult for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not get angry. He said calmly, I still choose the Purple Flame sect. Hall Master, please help me make arrangements. The Hall Master shook his head and did not say anything more. Then, he called over a subordinate and said, bring him to the Purple Flame sect's branch palace. Tell him to explain his purpose of coming here with my orders. Tell the people of the Purple Flame sect not to make things too difficult for him. Yes, Hall Master. Chapter 1655. The Purple Ember sect was one of the 2 grade 4 sects in the Black Cave Mountain. The difference between a rank 4 sect and a rank 3 sect was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were the absolute overlords of the entire Grave Sea, enjoying many resources. There were many geniuses and outstanding talents in the sect, so the assessment requirements for outsiders were naturally stricter. Hall Master Mo's reminder and suggestion to Xiao Chen wasn't intentional. He was speaking the truth. If it was someone close to him, he would have been more strict and even directly refused. However, Xiao Chen wasn't related to him in any way. After explaining it once, he naturally wouldn't waste his energy to say more. In the Purple Flame Palace. The young man leading the way was holding the Hall Master's handwritten decree as he conversed softly with a white-bearded old man. Xiao Chen could easily listen to these contents by circulating his qi slightly, but he didn't do so. Since the other party wanted to control it, he would just let them be. After a while, the white-bearded old man nodded slightly and gestured for Xiao Chen to come over. He said softly, "Our Purple Flame sect has always upheld the rules of the Black Cave Mountain. Hence, we will give you this opportunity." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Thank you. Don't get happy too early. This recommendation letter cannot be sent to the Purple Flame sect yet. There will not be any discount to your test requirements." Xiao Chen nodded and didn't complain. "I don't need any special treatment. Just give me this opportunity. It's good for young people to be confident, but if you bite off more than you can chew, then," the white-bearded old man stopped here. "Then," he said casually, "let's wait a few days. After this period, the various branches of the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea will send some elites to the sect. At that time, I'll send you to the Black Cave Mountain with them. They are the elites of the Purple Flame sect's branch to begin with, and they only managed to make it through numerous competitions. Hence, they do not need to be tested. I hope you can understand this point." "I understand. Then I won't waste any more of Senior's time. I'll go down first." Whitebeard looked at Xiao Chen and nodded slightly. Although his strength was low, his mentality was quite good. However, he had chosen the wrong sect if he wanted to join the Purple Flame sect. 7 days later, the elite disciples from the Purple Flame sect's branch in Xiao Chen arrived. Under the white-bearded old man's lead, they boarded the same boat and headed for the Black Cave Mountain. On the deck, the elite disciples from the various branches gathered together and chatted happily. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Anyone would be excited to learn that they would be able to enter the Black Cave Mountain to cultivate. Perhaps this was where they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. However, Xiao Chen was not very optimistic about this. This group of people had just entered the Black Cave Mountain. When they entered the headquarters, they would definitely be suppressed. Normally, they were top figures in their respective branches, but when they arrived at the headquarters, they were reduced to mediocrity. This mentality was very difficult to change. It would take a long time to get used to it. Among them, 3 of them had pretty good cultivations, and Xiao Chen thought highly of them. A purple-clad man who used a sword was called Bai Feng. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator. His swordsmanship was exquisite, and what was even rarer was that he had already comprehended 90% of his sword soul. In the Great Thousand World, this was considered very impressive. Most swordsmen could be proud of themselves if they could cultivate their sword intent to the pinnacle. However, the purple-clad man could reach an even higher level, surpassing sword intent and condensing a sword soul. There was another person, a youth who used a saber. He had a stern and proud expression, and his name was Leng Yuan. The last person was a girl called Yang Qing. She was also a peak minor primal core cultivator. She mainly cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique. However, she did not give off a cold feeling. On the contrary, she had a smile on her face, appearing very popular. If Xiao Chen did not see wrong, this girl was the strongest of the 3. However, she did not like to show off, so others would not be able to tell. Xiao Qin had no other purpose in paying attention to these three. He was just bored and casually looking around. He was not worried about the Purple Flame sect's test. He would definitely pass it. What he worried about was whether Yi Zifeng was still in the Purple Flame sect. If Yi Zifeng was not around, then Xiao Qin would have made this trip for nothing. Without a close senior, Xiao Qin might end up sacrificing himself under the pressure of the Black Lotus Church's church master. There were many rumors about that mysterious Black Lotus Church's church master. The most horrifying rumor was that Black Lotus Church's church master once fought with a Buddhist sect sovereign stage expert and managed to retreat safely, preserving his life. After traveling for 3 days, the people of the various branches had already familiarized themselves with each other. There was no lack of competition between them, exchanging moves with each other. On this particular day, as the crowd cheered, the strongest swordsman, Bai Feng, and the strongest bladesman, Leng Yuan, prepared to exchange moves. They wanted to see who was the strongest elite heading to the Black Cave Mountain this time. The two stood still and bowed. Then, Bai Feng chose to take the initiative. He was prepared to use his advantage of comprehending a sword's soul to seize the initiative, not giving the bladesman Leng Yuan a chance to counterattack. A sword light flickered. After Bai Feng condensed a sword's soul, every move he made contained a strong aura. His entire sword move was heavy and heavy. Furthermore, it was extremely fast, showing no openings. On the other hand, the tyrannical and ferocious saber in Leng Yuan's hand looked exceptionally clumsy compared to Bai Feng's elegant sword light. The situation played out as Bai Feng expected, firmly in Leng Yuan's grasp. After gaining the upper hand, he continued to do so. Cheers immediately rang out in the plaza. Senior brother Bai's sword technique is really exquisite. After comprehending a sword's soul, it is indeed different. I wonder if senior brother Leng still has a chance to turn the situation around. That's impossible. He is already suppressed to this extent. What chance could there be? Just at this moment, Yang Qing, whose cultivation was similar to the two's, walked over to Xiao Chen's side and asked, "Young Master Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Chen found this strange, but he answered honestly, "I do not have any opinion." Feeling suspicious, Yang Qing asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen said sullenly, "This exchange is too casual. Actually, neither of them could bring out their full strength. Otherwise, it would be hard to control their moves, and there would definitely be injuries. Just based on this exchange, we cannot determine the two's true strength." What a joke. Since both of them can control their moves, that is sufficient to show that the exchange is fair. Why can't we determine who is stronger? Before Yang Qing could reply, a disciple who had a good relationship with Bai Feng shouted coldly. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "That is because you do not understand bladesmen. A bladesman fighting to the death and a bladesman sparring normally are two different concepts." As Xiao Chen spoke, the outcome of the exchange on the platform was decided. The bladesman Leng Yuan took the initiative to admit defeat and sheathed his saber. However, he did not show any joy of victory on his face. This was because he had heard what Xiao Chen said earlier. With Xiao Chen's words, he made it seem like he had an unfair advantage in this exchange, which upset him greatly. "With your cultivation, you are fit to talk about the saber? If there is a chance, in a fight to the death, are you going to say that you can defeat me as well?" Bai Feng mocked coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen, eliciting laughter from the crowd. However, Yang Qing frowned slightly. This senior brother Bai's magnanimity was a little too petty. "Actually, there is a chance now. I can enter a state of fighting to the death at any time." Amid the laughter, Xiao Chen said indifferently, and the laughter stopped. As everyone looked at Xiao Chen, they all revealed incredulous expressions. Everyone knew that Bai Feng was just casually mocking Xiao Chen earlier and did not take him seriously at all. However, the crowd did not expect Xiao Chen to take it seriously. When the bladesman Leng Yuan heard Xiao Chen say that he could enter a state of fighting to the death at any time, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a suspicious expression. "Hee hee. Young Master Xiao, don't joke around. Look, senior brother Bai nearly took it seriously. Yang Qing saw that something was wrong with the situation and quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiaoqin shook his head and said, I never joke around. At the very least, I do not joke around with strangers. Bai Feng's face immediately sank. He stepped forward and said angrily, You are mocking me, right? In that case, I'll give you this opportunity. Right now, I'm right here. Try hacking me with your saber. Come on. If you don't make a move, you are a grandson. Whoosh. A saber light flashed, so piercing that everyone's eyes hurt and they could not see clearly. By the time the saber light vanished, Bai Feng had already soared into the air, flying out of the warship and landing in the starry sea. The people on the deck were all stunned, flabbergasted. Xiaoqin looked at Yang Qing and nodded slightly. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I really rarely joke around. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, unable to react to what was going on. Only after a long time did someone startle to their senses. They quickly ran to the side of the warship and shouted Bai Feng's name. No one knew where Xiaoqin had sent him flying to. Chapter 1656. In the captain's quarters, the white-bearded old man, who was observing this scene, felt startled. Although Xiaoqian's earlier hand saber caught Bai Feng off guard, the saber intent contained in that saber light were ridiculously strong. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to instantly knock Bai Feng into the air. More importantly, the white-bearded old man could tell that Xiaoqin had held back, not using his full power. Where did this brat come from? The white-bearded old man muttered to himself, thinking that he might have been wrong earlier. Back on the deck, Leng Yuan, who was also a bladesman, looked at Xiaoqin with a drastic change in expression. Extreme shock and incredulity. As a bladesman, Leng Yuan could feel the might of Xiaoqian's earlier hand saber even more clearly than the others. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Bai Feng leaped out of the water and landed on the surface. His entire body was drenched, and his complexion paled. He coughed a few times, clearly in discomfort. Senior brother Bai. Senior brother Bai, are you all right? A group of people rushed over and asked out of concern. No matter how they looked, Bai Feng's complexion did not look good. Bai Feng ignored them. He strode forward and looked at Xiaoqin, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. I told you to draw your saber. What does a hand saber count for? Are you looking down on me, Bai Feng? As Bai Feng walked over, he released his aura and placed his right hand on his sword hilt. He spread out his sword domain, and a sharp light suddenly burst out from his body. Bai Feng's long hair and clothes fluttered. He looked like an unparalleled treasure sword with unparalleled sharpness. Oh no! Senior brother Bai is angry. Feeling the sword domain that Bai Feng spread out and the killing chi in his eyes, everyone retreated to the side, not daring to interfere. If Bai Feng was just exchanging moves earlier, then now, he truly intended to kill. Bai Feng felt too sullen in his heart. He had not expected Xiaoqian's palm saber to knock him into the air so easily. Originally, Bai Feng had not expected Xiaoqian to dare to make a move against him, a peak minor primal core swordsman. Of course, Bai Feng had hoped that Xiaoqian would make a move. That way, he could take the opportunity to teach Xiaoqian a lesson. For this, Bai Feng had even used extremely mocking words. Who knew that as soon as he finished his words, he would be sent flying, losing all his face. If he did not get his revenge, he would not be able to stay in the Purple Ember sect in the future. Draw your saber. Weren't you very powerful just now? You're a fucking grandson. Bai Feng released his aura to its peak, circulating all the quintessence in his body. He waited for Xiaoqian to attack, then he would kill him with one sword strike. Seeing that Xiaoqian's expression didn't change, he teased him again. This time, he was prepared. He did not believe that he would be defeated by Xiaoqian again. Senior brother Bai, don't go too far. Yang Qing's face sank. She felt that Bai Feng's actions were too much. A chill spread out from her body as she shielded Xiaoqian. In the captain's cabin, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly when he saw this. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to observe Xiao Chen's strength. However, he did not wish for Yang Qing to block Bai Feng. Get out of the way, this has nothing to do with you. Bai Feng coldly shouted, if you continue to block me, be careful, I won't let you off either. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yang Qing smiled faintly. However, this smile was completely different from her usual genial one. Her smile sent a chill down one's spine, causing one to tremble slightly. Clearly, Yang Qing was angered by Bai Feng's words. Everyone felt slightly startled. Only now did they realize that Yang Qing had been hiding her strength all along, fully possessing the strength to compete with Bai Feng. Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. Unexpectedly, after being sent flying by his palm saber, Bai Feng still did not realize the truth. Bai Feng did not know that Xiao Chen had already shown mercy, yet he still used his full power, fighting to the death. The group of old fellows on the warship could see this, but they did not come out to do anything. I told you to get out of the way, but you did not. You asked for it. Bai Feng shouted coldly as he thought. Ignoring everything else, he vented all the rage in his heart on Yang Qing. The sword domain gathered at the tip of the sword. Immediately, that spot of sword light became as resplendent as a star, illuminating the surroundings. A terrifying might radiated from the tip of the sword. A strong wind blew, forcing many people back. These people were forced into the air, flying out of the warship and hovering over the starry sea. When they saw such a scene, they were somewhat startled. Bai Feng was fighting to the death. Yang Qing snorted coldly and spread her hands. A cold intent gathered and turned into frost spreading out under her feet. The air turned foggy, and the cold intent assaulted everyone. Yang Qing pushed off with her feet, and her figure soared into the air, charging towards that spot of sword light. Xiao Chen's expression could not help but change. What's going on? Both sides are fighting to the death. If they really clashed, someone would be severely injured, possibly losing the chance to join the Purple Flame sect. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. He executed the new fish dragon art in the blink of an eye, moving like a phantom. The intense friction between his body and the air directly ignited his protective veritable essence energy, forming a thin ring of purple flames. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen arrived first despite moving later, appearing before Yang Qing. Seeing that spot of sword light as resplendent as a star, he did not hesitate to draw his lunar shadow saber. Boom! When the great Tao energy spread out, it shattered the sword domain on Bai Feng's body in merely an instant. A saber light flashed, and there was a metallic clang. The sword in Bai Feng's hand broke. Bai Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and held his chest as he fell to one knee. A swordsman's heart was connected to the sword. Although it was exaggerated for a swordsman to die when the sword broke, it was very normal for the swordsman to be injured when the sword broke. The sudden scene made Yang Qing cry out softly. Xiao Chen's back faced her. Her palm wind had already reached the critical juncture. She could not control it at all and could not pull it back. She could only do her best to pull back her veritable essence energy and reduce the might of this palm strike. However, in the blink of an eye, it would land on Xiao Chen's body. If she pulled it back now, it would be too late. She would not be able to reduce its might. However, at this crucial moment, Xiao Chen did not panic. Instead, he pushed out a palm strike with the back of his hand. Bang! When Yang Qing's palm strike struck Xiao Chen's palm strike, she felt like the force of her palm strike flowed into the vast sea, not causing any ripples at all. She could not help feeling startled. What a strong physique! The flow of veritable essence energy is also very strange. Could he have been hiding his strength as well? All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen broke Bai Feng's sword with one saber strike. Then, without moving at all, he received Yang Qing's palm strike. This happened nearly at the same time, confusing everyone. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen could resolve this dangerous situation alone, startling everyone. Whoosh! 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 The many disciples hovering in the starry sea quickly landed on the ships. The tenfold gravity of the sea was not easy to endure. Many people gave Xiaoqin strange looks, not understanding what was going on. After that, some kind-hearted disciples helped the somewhat pitiful Bai Feng up and checked on his injuries. When they found out that Bai Feng's soul was only injured, they relaxed. With such minor injuries, he would recover after resting for a few days without fighting. Young Master Xiao, you really hide your strength deeply. This little girl admires you. Yang Qing withdrew her hand and revealed a smile. Xiaoqin said calmly, I never hid anything on purpose, including my own strength. It is just that no one asked me. I am not a fool. Without true ability, why would I choose the Purple Flame sect? Perhaps you are a little different. Yang Qing's expression changed slightly. Then, she smiled in embarrassment and did not say anything. All of you, pay attention. It is just a small matter, and you started fighting. Do you still want to enter the main sect? After the matter was over, the white-bearded old man arrived late. He showed a furious expression. After lecturing everyone, he said with a cold expression, Xiaoqin, get in here. Before everyone's complicated gazes, Xiaoqin casually followed after the white-bearded old man. When the white-bearded old man entered the room, the anger on his face immediately vanished. He smiled at Xiaoqin and said, Little brother Xiaoqin, have a seat. Would you like to drink tea or wine? I have both here. Xiaoqin found this funny. This white-bearded old man's attitude changed really quickly. The ways of the world are really interesting. What is it? Senior, please speak directly. Ha! Nothing much, just a casual chat with you. Just call me Marshal Uncle Lu. In any case, you will be a Purple Flame sect disciple soon, the white-bearded old man said with a laugh. Xiaoqin asked, is there still no test? What test? I just need to say the word. There is no need. However, I remember Senior saying 10 days ago that having confidence is a good thing, but biting off more than you can chew is not good. Old Lu smiled in embarrassment and said, did I? I am old, and my memory is bad. Perhaps you heard wrong. It is settled, then. When you arrive at the main sect, you and these branch elites can directly enter. Just remember to say that this old man introduced you. Chapter 1657. The vast grave sea did not even have a sovereign personage. However, 10,000 years ago, a divine vein realm expert actually appeared. Xiaoqin added, this senior really takes good care of the grave sea. Xiaoqin smiled for some reason, startling Yang Qing slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Only then did Xiaoqin relax a little. When Xiaoqin arrived on the deck of the ship, he happened to run into the smiling Yang Qing. Xiaoqin was slightly stunned. Miss Qing, what can I do for you? Seeing that Xiaoqin did not say anything, Yang Qing revealed an expression of understanding, thinking that he tacitly agreed. Hence, I need to grab hold of everything, any fortuitous encounters that I can. Xiaoqin thought to himself, but his expression did not change, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The foundation of working together was based on the two sides being roughly equal in strength. If one side was too strong, the other side would be in danger. At that time, the elites of the three blessed lands will all enter the fiendish demon battlefield. The intensity of the competition is easy to imagine. If we work together, our chances will increase significantly. How difficult would it be to produce a sovereign personage? However, the white-bearded old man did not know what Xiaoqin was thinking. He revealed a, you can't do it, look in his eyes as he smiled and said, so, you had best not think about it. However, given your potential, entering the inner sect is just a matter of time. Your future will be bright as well. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then, a light flashed in his eyes as he said, continue. You have successfully piqued my interest. When Xiaoqin heard this, a ripple appeared in his heart. A divine vein realm expert. Perhaps it was when Yang Qing stood before him without hesitation, helping him block Bai Feng's sword strike. I have been waiting for this opportunity. Once I obtain a fortuitous encounter in there, I will be able to soar to the heavens in one step, greatly increasing my chances of advancing to the Cloud Sea realm. Xiao Qin would definitely be relatively safe if he entered while preserving his strength. A demonic genius outstanding talent like Yang Qing would definitely be able to cultivate to peak major primal core realm, a realm that ordinary people could only look up to. If Yang Qing knew Xiao Chen's true combat prowess, she would not dare to work together with him. It was unknown whether the other party was feigning ignorance or not. Xiao Chen explained, "It's nothing. I just feel some admiration for the strongest of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen." "What kind of demeanor does he have? How about it? Do you want to cooperate?" The fiendish demon battlefield rarely opens. At that time, with people helping each other, it will be much safer. As expected, I was right. He could join the Purple Flame sect without taking the test and not have to pay anything. Yang Qing rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and said, "I thought you didn't know anything." When Yang Qing saw the subtle change in Xiao Chen's expression, she knew that Xiao Chen really did not know about this fiendish demon battlefield. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Yang Qing continued, "This fiendish demon battlefield opens once every 20 years. With my strength, I could have entered the main sect a long time ago. However, in order to give me a better opportunity, my master has never allowed me to go." The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "It's not that this old man is looking down on you, but if you want to enter Elder Ye's tutelage, better not think about it. Do you know Pan Huang? Elder Ye's master is such a legendary character. Over the years, countless outstanding talents have wanted to enter Elder Ye's tutelage. That's a pretty good suggestion. Very well, I'll tell you about it. At the intersection of the 3 blessed lands, there is a remnant known as the Fiendish Demon Battlefield. Fiendish demons, you should know about the martial epoc's birth, the era when fiendish demons wreaked havoc, right? Sometimes, it was not necessary to tell the truth about everything. It was best for both sides. The title of sovereign among men was well deserved. Even in the central Great Realm, Sovereign Yi was an overlord-level character who could move about unhindered. After all, most people would spend most of their lives in the Purple Flame sect. It was hard to avoid interacting with them in the future. However, it was just a matter of time. It was hard to say if Xiao Chen wanted to advance to the Cloud Sea realm. If Xiao Chen forcefully told Yang Qing the truth, they might not get along well. It was best not to say. Sovereign Realm, the 3rd stage of the Cloud Sea realm, the Sovereign Realm. This was simply inconceivable and shocking. Senior Lu, do you have any news about the Purple Flame sect's Senior Yizifeng? Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He knew that the other party was purposely mocking him. Xiao Chen did not retort, just quietly waiting for the other party to continue. As Xiao Chen watched the other party leave, he smiled faintly and left alone. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. This white-bearded old man just saw that he had potential. Xiao Chen wanted to establish a good relationship with the white-bearded old man. Not to mention what he wanted, at the very least, not to offend him. Yang Qing revealed an expression of joy when she heard this. "It's a deal, then." Yang Qing blinked, looking at Xiao Chen with some anticipation. Although she did not know what this fiendish demon battlefield was, she did not know what it was. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and smiled softly. "Not to mention anything else, at the very least, the title is that of Pan Huang's grand disciple. That would scare me to death." The fiendish demon battlefield is the place where the predecessors of the various races fought intense battles with the fiendish demons. Coincidentally, there is one in the Grave Sea. Furthermore, 10,000 years ago, a powerhouse of the Grave Sea took it for himself and used it as a cultivation ground. Good, it's settled, then. Elder Yi. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he followed the other party to a quiet corridor in the warship. It was not a bad idea to bring this girl along. He could treat it as repaying her for this favor. You are also here for the fiendish demon battlefield, right? Yang Qing asked as she looked at Xiao Chen. When Yang Qing heard that, she smiled. Before this powerhouse died, he returned to the Grave Sea from the Central Great Realm. He left behind his inheritance and mantle in the fiendish demon battlefield to benefit the later generations of the Grave Sea. Naturally, Xiao Chen was happy with this. He started chatting with the white-bearded old man in the room. Yang Qing smiled and said, "Does that mean that you agree?" The old order had just been destroyed, and the new order had not been established yet. This period of time was known as the Dark Period of the Martial Epoch, or the Era of Fiendish Chaos. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes in his heart. Not only do I know him, but I also have the Saber Sovereign Medallion. In name, I am Pan Huang's disciple. Yang Qing glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Come with me." What's there to agree to? I don't even know what the fiendish demon battlefield is. What's there to talk about? Xiao Chen revealed a playful smile as he looked at the other party. Understanding dawned on Xiao Chen. The first time he saw Yang Qing, he realized that she had hidden her strength. It turned out that it was for the fiendish demon battlefield. That explained everything. This cultivation realm already reached the limits of human cultivation. Any further and it would surpass the limits of human cultivation. Xiao Chen nodded. He knew about this. The Book of the Epochs had detailed records of it. Xiao Chen originally wanted to tell Yang Qing the truth. She had underestimated his strength and that the two of them did not have the foundation to work together. After saying that, Yang Qing paused. This powerhouse is the only divine vein realm expert born in the Grave Sea. Of course, the three blessed paradises were also intentionally gathered together by him. Unfortunately, the younger generations of the Grave Sea are disappointing. Not to mention divine vein realm experts, they have not even produced a sovereign personage for a long time already. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the strongest person in the Grave Sea was a holy venerate. The Cloud Sea realm's second minor realm was the Holy Light realm. Furthermore, there were very few of them, less than 5. The immortal Tao had collapsed, but the martial Tao had yet to appear. Cycle no longer existed, and the heavenly Tao no longer existed. The entire Great Thousand Realms was in chaos. Demons danced around, and fiendish demons were born amid the chaos, bringing disaster to the world. When Yang Qing heard that, she revealed a strange expression. She felt that she could not figure out the person before her at all. The white-bearded old man showed a strange expression. He asked somewhat warily, "What are you thinking of doing?" "That is our sect's supreme elder. He has been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years and has not come out at all." Xiao Chen casually said a few words before taking his leave. It was fine as long as he knew that Yi Zifeng was still in the Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chen explained, in the entire history of the Grave Sea, he is the only divine vein realm powerhouse. If we go any further, that would be too long ago. Only later did the sages of the various sects appear. The 3,000 great Tao materialize and suppress the fiendish demons. Only after a new order was established did the martial epoch officially begin.
Chapter 780. Dongfang Wudi, the ancestor of the Dongfang family, was unparalleled. He was like the Emperor Xian of the ninth heaven who had descended to earth. With a raise of his hand, he destroyed the void, and the power of destruction surged, making the world pale. Rumble, the entire peerless formation shook. On the ground, countless patterns emerged, drawing the power of the earth. In the void, countless divine patterns appeared, drawing the power of the void and the sky. The peerless killing formation communicated with the earth and the sky, drawing infinite power. The power of heaven and earth was intertwined, and without any warning, a large amount of divine fire and purple divine thunder fell from the sky. Under the earth, the wind and water gushed out, and the terrifying power was surging. The power of Dongfang Wudi was blocked. The attack of the celestial being was earth-shattering, and it almost caused the entire peerless killing formation that enveloped the Dragon Valley to collapse. However, the ancient killing formation that He Tian had set up was also extraordinary. So powerful. There is a celestial being outside, and he is not someone we can contend with. Balan said. If such a peerless character broke in, they would die without a burial place. What should we do? Old He, can your great formation stop the guy outside? Xiaoqing's expression changed, and he quickly asked He Tian. This was the killing formation that He Tian had set up. At this time, He Tian was not sure. With his current cultivation, the ancient killing formation that he had set up was absolutely no problem to stop the top divine kings and celestial kings of the mysterious transformation realm. However, the guy outside was not a divine king or a celestial king, but a heaven stage emperor of the celestial being realm. This kind of heaven stage emperor could draw the power of heaven and earth for his own use with a wave of his hand. He was so powerful that no one could stop him except for the mighty ones. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the entire Dragon Valley was shaking violently. On the surrounding cliffs, boulders were constantly rolling down, and many disciples of the Taishan sect could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Dongfang Wudi was attacking the ancient killing formation. The power of the celestial being shook the heavens and the earth. It actually shook the killing formation, which made He Tian tremble with fear. At this moment, He Tian could no longer maintain his calm. The other party was actually able to shake the ancient killing formation he had laid down. This grand formation most likely wouldn't be able to stop that freak outside. He Tian paced back and forth anxiously, rubbing his hands. Finally, he stopped and said to Gu Fei, "Boss, please lend me the cauldron of mountain and river." What? Gu Fei was stunned. The mountain and river cauldron. I want to use the exceptional sacred weapon as the core of the formation. Let's see how that guy outside breaks the formation. He Tian said. He was going to use his trump card. The sacred weapon has already recognized its master. Even if I lend it to you, you won't be able to use it. Gu Fei said. Not everyone could use the extreme sacred weapon. If the mountain and river cauldron had not already recognized its master, even the top figures in the immortal realm would find it difficult to activate the mountain and river cauldron and make it display the extreme divine power. Of course, I need the cooperation of the boss. He Tian thought for a moment and then said. He also knew that he could not use the mountain and river cauldron at all. In that case, let's give it a try. Gu Fei nodded and said. At this time, if they did not give it a try, if the celestial being realm emperor outside broke in, they would only have a dead end. Boom! Another loud noise came. In the sky above the Dragon Valley, countless formation patterns were looming, and the peerless killing formation showed the celestial phenomena. Wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost, all kinds of celestial phenomena appeared in the formation. This was the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth could obliterate everything. The power of destruction turned this part of the world into a forbidden domain. However, that Dongfang Wudi was also amazing. He united with the heaven and earth and displayed the supreme divine skill. He also attracted the power of earth, water, wind and fire, and used the power of heaven and earth to fight against the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to use this method to break the ancient killing formation of He Tian. Inside the Dragon Valley, He Tian and Gu Fei did what they said. Buzz! A simple and unadorned small cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. An aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe immediately spread out. Bang! The small cauldron became the size of a small mountain. It fell from the sky and landed in the center of the Dragon Valley. The earth shook. It was a lush short mountain. The mountain and river cauldron fell, and the short mountain almost collapsed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, the figures of Gu Fei and He Tian appeared on the short mountain. On the ancient cauldron, there was a scene of primitive heaven and earth. There were mountains and lakes on the ground. There were countless primitive beasts walking on the ground, and there were dragons and phoenixes flying in the sky. Gu Fei and He Tian worked together. Gu Fei attracted the power of the mountain and river cauldron, while He Tian laid pieces of spiritual jade on the ground around the mountain and river cauldron. Then, he imprinted mysterious formation patterns on the spiritual jade. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was guided to the formation patterns and then transmitted to the whole formation. Gu Fei had also encountered many amazing formations that used the divine weapon of the Supreme Path as the core of the formation. This kind of formation, using the divine weapon of the Supreme Path to suppress the formation core, would cause a headache even for a powerful figure. Rumble, as the power of the mountain and river cauldron was guided into the formation, a terrible energy wave that could destroy heaven and earth surged out of the formation. All kinds of changes in the sky showed more power. The astral wind blew, and the void was about to shatter. The fire was raging, and the space was distorted. The divine thunder from the 9 heavens connected the sky and the earth. Each bolt of lightning was as huge as a mountain, tearing the sky and destroying everything. It was extremely terrifying. This, outside the ancient killing formation, Dongfang Wudi could not help but be surprised when he saw this scene. The power of the formation was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that it was still increasing, and there was no end to it. In front of him, all kinds of celestial phenomena such as wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, and frost appeared. It was simply a dangerous place. Such power could really obliterate everything. Dongfang Wudi felt the danger. He wanted to break into the formation directly, but now he had scruples. Damn it! Dongfang Wudi gritted his teeth. His silver hair danced, and a dazzling divine light rushed out of his body. He was ready to use his trump card. However, just as Dongfang Wudi was about to make a move, a golden light flew from the sky. In an instant, it flew close to him, extremely fast. When Dongfang Wudi saw the golden light, he could not help but be startled. In the golden light, there was a golden flying sword. This was the flying sword technique. The surging divine power in Dongfang Wudi's body began to calm down. He waved his hand, and the golden sword light flew into his hand. Soon, Dongfang Wudi's face changed. Count yourself lucky. Next time I come, I will destroy the Taishan sect. Dongfang Wudi left these words and disappeared into the void. He teleported away, and no one knew where he went. At this time, thousands of miles away, in the area where the Taishan mountain range was, the demonic qi enveloped the world, covering the sky and the sun. The bottomless pit of demons began to spew out endless demonic qi again. The demonic aura could be clearly felt from thousands of miles away. Chapter 781. Destroying Dongfang Qin had provoked a celestial being. This was something that Gu Fei and the others had not expected. Moreover, this celestial being had already set his eyes on them. With the departure of Dongfang Wudi, Gu Fei and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The peerless great formation gradually stopped, and the terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth also gradually receded. In the Dragon Valley, the trembling disciples of the Taishan sect also recovered from their shock. The aura of the peerless killing formation almost caused the disciples of the Taishan sect to have a nervous breakdown. Of course, the mountain and river cauldron would not stay in the Dragon Valley forever. After Dongfang Wudi left, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. Using a divine weapon of the Great Path to suppress the eye of the formation was really a waste of God's gifts. Even an extreme powerhouse would not be so generous as to use a divine weapon of the Great Path to suppress the eye of the formation. Swish! 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 On the short mountain, figures flashed. Xiaoqing and Balan appeared beside Gu Fei and He Tian. Then, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist also came to the short mountain. Brother Gu, this Dongfang Wudi is the ancestor of the Dongfang family who has awakened from a deep sleep. You killed Dongfang Qin, this. Li Lingfeng was very worried. TSK. He is just a celestial being. Why should I be afraid? He Tian said very disdainfully. Just a celestial being. After Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Taoist heard this, they could not help but be dumbfounded and look at each other. This guy, his tone was really big, it was really rare in the world. A celestial being is not something we can compete with. Balan said with a solemn face. A celestial being realm heaven stage emperor was 2 cultivation realms higher than them. This was not something that could be closed by having 1 or 2 powerful divine weapons in hand. Even Gu Fei, who was invincible among his peers and could cross realms to face off against divine kings and immortal kings, even if he had 5 extreme Dao Saint artifacts, he would still have no choice but to retreat if he encountered a celestial being. The current situation also made Gu Fei feel annoyed. He was not alone. After killing Dongfang Qin, he could just pat his butt and leave. If he left, the Supreme Mystery Sect would suffer. At worst, he would just move the Supreme Mystery Sect into his inner world. Gu Fei thought to himself. The inner world connected to his Dantian was a divine land. It was full of spiritual qi and was comparable to the so-called heavenly caves of the Tinglong continent. Cultivating in it would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The inner world in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows was growing rapidly. However, compared to the inner world connected to his Dantian, the difference was like night and day. Gu Fei was definitely a heaven-defying evildoer. He actually had 2 inner worlds. It should be known that it was extremely difficult for even an immortal god to open up an inner world of their own. Seeing that Gu Fei was deep in thought, no one said anything. In the end, Gu Fei said, Junior Sister Zhao, Martial Uncle Dan Chenzi and the others have not woken up yet. The most important thing is to wake them up. Other things should be put aside for now. Zhao Ziru and the others, who had taken the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill, still had not woken up. The medicinal power of the Immortal King Pill had not been completely absorbed. They were still in a deep sleep. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod. Saving people was the most important thing. Thus, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, the medicine Daoist, and Gu Fei chatted for a while, then left. Xiaoqing and the others also returned to their respective cave dwellings. As for Gu Fei, he went behind the waterfall, to the stone room where the 3 transparent ice coffins were placed. Gu Fei saw that the 3 ice coffins had already been enveloped by a 9-colored spirit light. The immortal qi was vast and mighty, and the entire stone room was overflowing with light and colors. It was like a dream. The medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill gradually dissolved in the bodies of Zhao Ziru and the others. The extremely pure immortal qi was not only expelling the immortal qi, it was also changing the physique of Zhao Ziru and the others. After observing the situation within the ice coffins, Gu Fei discovered that the people within the 3 ice coffins were breathing slowly and the immortal qi was fluctuating rhythmically. This made him feel much more at ease. He then sat down cross-legged in front of the 3 ice coffins. Gu Fei sat there for a total of 49 days. In these 49 days, he did not move at all, as though he had turned into a stone statue. However, the truth was that he was constantly using his mind to sense the changes within the 3 ice coffins. During this period, Xiaoqing came by once, but he did not enter the stone room. He only stood outside for a while before leaving. He did not disturb Gu Fei. The Devil's Den, thousands of miles away, was still spewing out immortal qi, and there was still no sign of it stopping. The attention of all the great figures in the eastern domain was attracted there. Dongfang Wudi did not come again. Compared to the movement of the Devil's Den, the grudge between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei was nothing. Because the devil was the enemy of humanity, and even the world. In the past 300 years, too many things had happened on the Tinglong continent. The return of the ancient barons, the appearance of the true demons, who had been thought to have fallen, had begun to appear. The hidden danger of the eastern domain was the Devil's Den that had appeared in the Taishan Mountains. The movement of the Devil's Den had even attracted the attention of the forces of the other three domains of the Tinglong continent. The people of the ancient barons could not sit idly by. Some people had seen the immortal king of the archaic Dao sect appear near the Devil's Denver. Some people had also seen the fairy of the Yaotai ancient holy land appear in the Taishan Mountains. At this time, no one would care about the Taishan sect that was thousands of miles away in the mountains. Even the people of the Dongfang family did not appear near the Dragon Valley. 49 days later, in the Dragon Valley, in the cave behind the waterfall, 3 waves of immortal qi began to emit. It was as if 3 immortals had awakened from their slumber. Everyone in the Taishan sect was alarmed, but Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist did not appear in the crowd. The person in the lead was Li Lingfeng's eldest disciple, Qiu Shan. This Qiu Shan was dressed in white and looked handsome. From the outside, he seemed to be only about 30 years old. However, he had already been Li Lingfeng's disciple for 300 years, and had already cultivated to the peak of the 9th layer of the void-controlling realm. He could break into the demigod realm at any time. It had to be said that Li Lingfeng had taken in a good disciple. Where is Li Lingfeng? Xiaoqing could not see Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, or the medicine Daoist. He could not help but feel a little strange, so he asked Qiu Shan. This. Qiu Shan wanted to say something but stopped. He knew that these friends of Uncle Master Gu were all at the peak of the immortal realm. He did not dare to be negligent, but he could not say where his master was. Humph. So secretive. Those 3 guys can't be in seclusion, right? Xiaoqing said. How did Uncle Master Qing know? Qiu Shan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said respectfully. He did not dare to hide anything. His master had actually really gone into seclusion. In the Taishan sect, only Xiaoqing and the others dared to casually call Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist. Little Qing chuckled and ignored Qiu Shan. Li Lingfeng and the other 2 fellas must have gone into seclusion somewhere in the Dragon Valley. That 9 revolutions immortal king pill had the effect of raising one's cultivation base. The current Taishan sect had too few experts. If they could borrow the miraculous effects of the 9-turn immortal king pill and break through their current cultivation level, then the Taishan sect could quickly rise. At this time, from the cave behind the waterfall came the strange sound of wind and thunder. But after the sound of wind and thunder, there was a shocking sound like that of a raging wave. Within the cave, there was a constant strange sound. At the same time, there was a flash of divine light, and the immortal qi flourished. Everyone could not help but look at each other, feeling incomparably shocked. The strange sound lasted for 6 hours, then gradually disappeared. There seemed to be a burst of celestial music coming from the cave, and then all the immortal qi retreated like the tide. At this time, Gu Fei, who had been sitting in front of the 3 ice coffins, had already stood up. He looked at the person in one of the ice coffins, his face full of surprise. Chapter 782. The 9 Revolutions Immortal King Pill was indeed a heaven-defying pill from ancient times. The people in the 3 ice coffins began to awaken. The 9 colors of immortal light gradually faded, and the immortal qi was restrained. A woman as beautiful as a fairy opened her eyes. Zhao Ziru had awakened from her slumber. The first person to awaken was the junior sister of Purple Bamboo Peak. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the ice coffin, said with a trembling voice. When he saw Zhao Ziru again, he realized that Zhao Ziru had already been imprinted in his heart. The hazy feeling from back then was now clear. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. Gu Fei finally knew what this feeling was. The woman in the ice coffin was elegant and otherworldly. She sat up in the ice coffin, and then her blank eyes gradually became clear. When she saw Gu Fei standing in front of the ice coffin, she was shocked. After a while, it turned into ecstasy, and her eyes became moist. Senior Brother Gu. Zhao Ziru was like a nimble swallow. She jumped out of the ice coffin and threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. When the two met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. They were both incomparably moved, and they hugged each other tightly. At this time, the other two ice coffins also changed. Dan Chenzi was the last to wake up. Not long after, the successor of Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao, also woke up. The awakening of the three was a joyous occasion for the Supreme Mystery Sect. Zhao Ziru had wanted to spend more time with Gu Fei, but after taking the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pill, her body had been cleansed by the immortal qi, and her constitution had changed. She had become an immortal spirit body that only an immortal god could have. Although Zhao Ziru had changed from a mortal body to an immortal spirit body, she was still not an immortal god. Her cultivation was in the realm between demigod and immortal god, the most sacred realm. Moreover, her realm was very unstable, so she had to immediately go into seclusion for a period of time to consolidate her current cultivation. Dan Chenzi and Li Hao's situation was the same as Zhao Ziru's. Moreover, Dan Chenzi was already an Imperial Void Realm expert 300 years ago. Under the effects of the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pill, he had actually broken through to the Immortal God realm. The successor of the Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao, had also advanced to the demigod realm. His body had transformed into a celestial physique, and his potential was limitless. When he cultivated, he could achieve twice the results with half the effort. In time, within the Supreme Mystery Sect, there would inevitably be 3 immortals. One had to admit that the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pill was definitely a heaven-defying pill. It contained an endless amount of immortal qi that could transform a cultivator's physique and raise their cultivation base and strength. Zhao Ziru, Dan Chenzi, and Li Hao had all obtained great benefits. This was especially the case for Dan Chenzi, who had actually managed to break through to the immortal god state in one go. One could say that this was a blessing in disguise. Considering the current situation, Zhao Ziru, Dan Chenzi, and Li Hao would need to go into seclusion to stabilize their cultivation bases. Within the Supreme Mystery Sect, all affairs were now managed by Li Lingfeng's eldest disciple, Qi Shan. Gu Fei was focused on cultivation and would not pay attention to the affairs of the sect. As expected, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the medicine Daoist had all gone into seclusion. They wanted to use the 9 Revolutions Immortal King pill to increase their strength and make the Supreme Mystery Sect strong again. One could imagine that in the future, the Supreme Mystery Sect would have 6 immortals. Including Gu Fei, that would be 7. This kind of strength would be considered among the best among the great sections. Now that the world had changed, the ancient powers had returned, and in the 4 regions of the Tinglong continent, the powers that could be called great sects all had the existence of immortals. A sect without an immortal could not be called a great sect. In the current world of cultivation, the division of powers was very clear. The ancient powers were the supreme sects, because these powers were said to have powerful beings in charge. And sects with celestials were the superpowers. In the entire Tinglong continent, such powers could be counted on 10 fingers. Sects with immortals or even mysterious transformation realm cultivators in charge could only be considered great sections. Even such great sects were rare in the entire world of cultivation. The current Tinglong continent had not yet reached the point where immortals and powerful beings were as numerous as dogs. In the eastern region, there was only one Zhao family that could be compared to the supreme sections. The Zhao family of the clan of the ancients was said to have a powerful being in charge, but no one knew who that being was, and no one had ever seen that being. Being a powerful being was often a kind of deterrent. In the absence of a powerful being, the Celestials were invincible. In the entire eastern region, only the Dongfang family could compete with the Zhao family of the clan of the Ancients. Of course, if the legendary being of the Zhao family of the clan of the Ancients made a move, the Dongfang family would be nothing. As he gradually came to understand the entire world of cultivation, Gu Fei discovered that the current Supreme Mystery sect could only be considered a great sect. If he had not returned, the Supreme Mystery sect could only be reduced to a second-rate sect. Now that he had returned, the Supreme Mystery sect had a chance to rise again. Gu Fei did not pay any attention to the chores of the sect. He usually cultivated in his cave and did not come out easily. One day, Qiu Shan suddenly rushed to Gu Fei's cave and asked to see him. In the entire Supreme Mystery sect, only Qiu Shan and a few others came to see Gu Fei. Moreover, if there was nothing that could not be solved, Qiu Shan and the others would not disturb Gu Fei. Speak. Inside the cave, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a prayer mat and said indifferently. He knew that Qiu Shan had encountered something that could not be solved. Uncle Master, the Guangqing Celestial sect has sent a letter. Qiu Shan said directly. Gu Fei could not help but frown. The Guangqing Celestial sect. After the Supreme Mystery sect declined, the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect rarely interacted with the Supreme Mystery sect. During the chaos of the eastern region, among the three great Daoist sects, only the Supreme Mystery sect suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the elders in the sect had died in battle. Even Ku Rong Taoist had fallen. Moreover, with the return of the ancient barons, the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect could not take care of themselves. Thus, the three great Daoist sects' interactions gradually decreased. In the past 100 years, the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect did not even come to the Dragon Valley. Seeing the Supreme Mystery sect fall into the predicament of a second-rate sect, they did not give the Supreme Mystery sect any help. Now, the Guangqing Celestial sect had sent a letter. Could it be that the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect already knew that he had returned? Gu Fei quickly thought of all kinds of possibilities. Qiu Shan stepped forward and respectfully handed over a jade scroll. A flying sword message. Gu Fei could also feel a trace of connate sword qi from the jade scroll. The person who sent the flying sword message should be a sword immortal. Gu Fei took the jade scroll and released his divine will into the jade scroll to read the contents. The forbidden area of the ancient barons. Soon, Gu Fei's expression changed. He received a shocking piece of information from the jade scroll. The forces of the ancient barons wanted to open the legendary forbidden area of the ancient barons. The forces of the ancient barons knew all kinds of mysteries of the world and seemed to have a way to enter the forbidden area. The Jade Scroll said that the forbidden area of the ancient barons was formed after the collapse of the ancient barons' world. It was a fragment of the ancient barons' world. In the forbidden area of the ancient barons, there might be answers to the disappearance of the ancient gods and all kinds of ancient secrets. The return of the forces of the ancient barons was not a coincidence. It happened once every 10,000 years. The return of the forces of the ancient barons was to open the forbidden area and send people in. The forbidden area of the ancient barons opened once every 10,000 years. It was an opportunity for all cultivators. In the forbidden area of the ancient barons, there might be skills left behind by the supreme gods of the ancient barons, or there might be heaven-defying medicines from the ancient barons. There might even be holy weapons left behind by the masters of the extreme path. For every cultivator, this was an irresistible force. No one could resist such a force, not even immortals or gods. Humph. You want to invite us to enter the forbidden area of the ancient barons? Gu Fei sneered. Now that the world had changed, even if one became an immortal, the world would not send down the great tribulation of immortals to ascend to the heaven realm. It was said that there was only one way for the immortals of the Tinglong continent to enter the heaven realm, and that was to step onto the heaven platform of the archaic Tao sect. Although the immortals and mortals were separated, Gu Fei knew that the forces of the ancient barons still had a way to contact the heaven realm. One must know that the immortals of the ancient barons could still ascend. Qiu Shan retreated. In the cave, Gu Fei held the jade scroll and pondered. In the end, he sent a message to Shaoqing, He Tian and Balan. Their cave was not far from where Gu Fei was. Very quickly, Shaoqing, He Tian and Balan arrived at Gu Fei's cave. "Boss, what happened?" Once He Tian entered, he asked Gu Fei. This guy was a person who could not stay still. If he did not find something to do, he would feel very uncomfortable. The Guangqing Immortal Sect sent a letter. They want to invite us to enter the forbidden area of the ancient barons. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? Forbidden area of the ancient barons? When Shaoqing and the rest heard this, their expressions were different. He Tian was extremely excited. The soul fire in his skull was jumping violently. But Shaoqing and Balan were at a loss. They did not know what kind of place the forbidden area of the ancient barons was. That Guangqing Immortal Sect knows the way to enter the forbidden area. He Tian asked impatiently. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and thought, this guy is so excited. Could it be that he knows something? He didn't ask immediately. Instead, he said, it's a power from the ancient barons that wants to open the forbidden area. This. He Tian couldn't help but be startled. Opening the forbidden area. What does it have to do with us? The people from the ancient barons would definitely not allow others to enter the forbidden area. What kind of place is the forbidden area of the ancient barons? Shaoqing asked. According to the Jade Slip, it's a fragment left behind after a desolate world collapsed. Gu Fei spoke and passed the Jade Slip to Shaoqing. It was impossible for Gu Fei to know such ancient secrets. Even if he merged with the memories of the god race's ancestor, Li Xuandao, he wouldn't have such information. Most likely, only experts at the extreme Dao would be able to come into contact with such matters. After Shaoqing read the contents of the Jade Slip, he was also shocked. He passed the Jade Slip to Balan. After Balan read it, he passed it to He Tian. Ha, there's actually such a good thing. We can't miss this chance. He Tian was excited again after reading the information in the Jade Slip. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, and Balan all looked at He Tian. Chapter 783. The strange movements of the Eastern Devil's Den attracted the attention of all the Eastern forces. However, at this time, the Guangqing Immortal Sect sent a flying sword message asking the Taishan sect to enter the forbidden area together. It turned out that the opening of the forbidden area did not prohibit other cultivators from entering. Moreover, the Guangqing Immortal Sect had submitted to the Zhou clan of the Ancients. The archaic Daoist sect, which was also an ancient force, had nothing to do with the current Dao sections. The archaic Daoist sect did not recognize the existence of the current Dao sections. After the return of the ancient forces, the status of the three great Daoist sects of the Tinglong continent became very awkward. They were not recognized by the orthodox Dao sections. In other words, the three great Daoist sects of the Tinglong continent did not have the inheritance of the great Daoist sect. The inheritance of the three great Daoist sects came from the virtual sky world. It was the cultivation methods of the ancient Dao sections. However, this kind of inheritance was not recognized by the archaic Daoist sect. In addition to the Taishan sect, the Shengqing sect also seemed to have submitted to the Yuanzhi celestial sect. They became a peripheral force of the Yuanzhi celestial sect and received their protection. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The return of the ancient forces of the ancients consolidated the various forces of a region. Those who did not submit would be destroyed. The ancient forces of the ancients were preparing for something. The forces of the cultivation world were quickly consolidated. It seemed that something earth-shattering was about to happen. The ancient forces were preparing for a rainy day. The demonic path was also making strange movements. For the past 300 years, demons had appeared from time to slaughter the cultivators of the righteous path. The entire world seemed to be brewing a great storm. It was a superstorm. Now, the ancient desolate forces wanted to open the forbidden grounds of the ancient desolate and send their disciples into the forbidden grounds. As for the reason, no one knew. Everyone in Gu Fei's cave was silent. To other cultivators, the primordial desolation forbidden ground was undoubtedly filled with an irresistible force. However, it was nothing to Gu Fei. After all, he had 5 divine weapons of the Great Path and the inheritance of the martial ancestor. In Li Xuandao's inner world, there was the divine spring of life and countless treasures. It could be said that Gu Fei did not lack anything at all. He wanted treasures and weapons. He had treasures and weapons, and he wanted cultivation techniques. He even had a supreme martial scripture imprinted in his heart. "Boss, you're not going." He Tian finally broke the silence. "Big brother." Xiao Qing looked at Gu Fei. He followed Gu Fei's lead. Although he was very interested in the desolate antiquity forbidden place, if Gu Fei said he wouldn't go, then he wouldn't go. Balan didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he was a little tempted. A world before the primordial age. What was inside? There wasn't a single person who wouldn't be curious. That was a lost world, and there might be unimaginable opportunities there. Perhaps he could find the answers to all sorts of great mysteries of the world inside. "Boss, there might be a divine weapon of the extreme path or a miracle left by an ancient saint." He Tian couldn't help but feel anxious after seeing Gu Fei's expressionless face. This cheap boss had quite a few divine weapons of the extreme path. If he followed him, he wouldn't have to worry about his life even in the primordial age. Divine weapon of the ancient saint. Miracle left by an ancient saint. Gu Fei was also a little tempted. All sorts of great mysteries of the world were very attractive to him. What exactly happened in the primordial age that caused immortals and mortals to be separated? Even if one cultivated to the immortal realm, he still couldn't break through the void and ascend. Why did the once invincible extreme path experts disappear without a trace, leaving behind only divine weapons of the extreme path? Could it be that these supremes had all fallen? Why did the primordial age forces return once every 10,000 years? No one knew. The great mysteries of the world were in the hands of the primordial age forces. They seemed to be preparing for something, which made Gu Fei very uneasy. He didn't know what would happen in the future, so there was no way for him to prepare in advance. "Then let's make a trip." Gu Fei pondered for a long time and finally decided to accept the Guangxing Immortal Sect's invitation. He wanted to make contact with the primordial age forces. He Tian was instantly overjoyed. Xiao Qing and Balan were also a little tempted. They were all very curious about what kind of world the primordial age was like. Therefore, Gu Fei called someone to inform the people of the Guangxing Immortal Sect and arranged a meeting place with them. The Zhou clan was one of the 4 great clans. They had also existed for countless years and still stood tall in the cultivation world. They had an incomparably deep foundation. To be able to survive from the primordial age until now, none of them were easy to deal with. They were all incomparably terrifying. The Zhao clan was in the eastern region. More than half of the eastern region was now the Zhao clan's territory. There were countless clans attached to the Zhao clan. In the entire eastern region, only the Dongfang clan could contend with the Zhao clan for now. As for the Zhou clan, they came to the southern region and also controlled half of it. The only ones who could contend with the Zhou clan were the 100 tribes of the Desolate Land and the 100,000 mountains of the southern Desolate Land. After half a month, not to mention Zhao Zairu, even Li Lingfeng and the others showed no signs of coming out. Gu Fei had no choice but to take Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan with him. They wanted to go to the southern desolate land. From the eastern region to the southern desolate land was a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. For mortals, even if they spent their entire lives, they might not be able to walk from the eastern region to the southern desolate land. Even experts in the royal void realm who could fly would have to spend a lot of time to reach the southern desolate land. Going to the southern desolate land again reminded Gu Fei of the first time he went down the mountain and went to the virtual sky world. This made Gu Fei's mood become heavy. Swish! 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 The sun shone brightly. High up in the sky, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky like lightning, flying toward the south. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Immortal level flying was extremely fast. Starting from the mountains of the eastern region, it only took a few hours for Gu Fei and the others to cross thousands of mountains and rivers and enter the territory of the southern region. When they were flying over an endless mountain range, Gu Fei's flight lights suddenly slowed down. "Big brother. What's wrong?" asked Xiaoqing, who was following beside Gu Fei, when he saw Gu Fei suddenly slowing down. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. When He Tian and Balan saw Gu Fei slowing down, they also slowed down. "Nothing," said Gu Fei. He looked at the mountain range below and saw a river, like a green belt, winding through the mountain range, extending forward and disappearing into the horizon as if there was no end to it. "Cloud Mountain," Gu Fei murmured to himself. He came to the sky above the cloud mountain and couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw the changes in front of him. Back then, he encountered the devil monarch of 6 paths here and narrowly escaped death, only to be saved by Ling Luoyan. In the past, he and Lu Yunhe of the Guangqing immortal sect fought the ghost cultivators of the ghost palace of Plentiful City, then killed the demon ape and encountered the three-eyed divine mink. His experience in the Cloud Mountain kept replaying in Gu Fei's mind. It seemed like it had happened yesterday. Gu Fei could still remember it clearly. But how many of those people were still alive? Many things could happen in 300 years. Mortals definitely couldn't live for more than 300 years. If Ling Luoyan didn't embark on the path of cultivation, she would probably be a pile of dirt by now. Soon, Gu Fei's group flew over 800 li of the Cloud Mountain and entered the sky above the endless desolate forest. The Cloud Mountain that Gu Fei had painstakingly crossed in the past was left behind in the blink of an eye. It was in this endless desolate forest that Gu Fei met his mortal enemy, Beitang Ao, and the demon girl who subdued the three-eyed divine mink. Dongfang clan, Beitang clan. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. Although he killed Dongfang Qin, he also provoked Dongfang Wudi, a celestial being. Only by eliminating all his enemies could this grudge be resolved. After this trip to the desolate forbidden area, he would have to go to the Beitang clan. Gu Fei didn't want to cause trouble. He wholeheartedly pursued the Tao without any distractions. However, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, trouble often came knocking on his door. Gu Fei's thought was very simple. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill him. Dongfang Qin wanted to kill him, so Dongfang Qin had to die. Beitang Ao wanted to kill him, so Beitang Ao had to die too. Gu Fei's thought was very simple. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them. Dongfang Qin wanted to kill him, so Dongfang Qin had to die. Beitang Ao wanted to kill him, so Beitang Ao had to die too. 1 hour later, a small town appeared in the forest ahead of them. It was Bluestone Town. In Bluestone Town, Gu Fei met Chu Tian, the young master of Rising Sun Trading Company. Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao wanted to kill Gu Fei with Chu Tian's help. As a result, Gu Fei was poisoned and almost died. In the forest near Bluestone Town, Gu Fei met Xiaoqing, who was still Xiaoqing's snake at that time. They had arrived at Bluestone Town. After passing Bluestone Town, they would arrive at Dragon Emperor City. Various things in the past occurred to Gu Fei's mind. Although things remained the same, people had changed. Gu Fei couldn't help sighing. The appointed meeting place of Guangqing Immortal Sect was in Dragon Emperor City. Is Dragon Emperor City still under the control of wild clans? With the strong return of Zhou clan, a remote antiquity clan, Zhang Tai was afraid that wild clans would have a hard time. After passing Bluestone Town, Gu Fei's group directly headed for Dragon Emperor City. Very soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. Under the sun, this huge city was like a prehistoric beast, entrenched on the ground, giving off a strong sense of oppression. A vicissitude and ancientness rushed towards them. This was a huge city which couldn't be erased by time. It had been standing on the ground for so many years, leaving traces of time on its city wall. The moment Gu Fei approached Dragon Emperor City, he had seen some powerful immortal senses shooting towards them in an unscrupulous way. Are there immortals in the city? Gu Fei, Xiao Qing and the others couldn't help but frown. They had sensed at least 3 powerful immortal senses in the city. The immortal senses flashed towards them as if they had never appeared. The powerful immortal senses in the city also faded away rapidly. Humph. Interesting. Gu Fei smiled. Dragon Emperor City is not simple. Chapter 784. The moment Gu Fei's group entered Dragon Emperor City, they had been stopped by someone. Brother Gu, it's been 300 years. You still look the same as before, a middle-aged man with fluttering sleeves and black beard said above Dragon Emperor City. You're Lu Yunhe. At the sight of this middle-aged man, Gu Fei became stunned as he recognized him. He was Lu Yunhe, a disciple of Guangqing Immortal Sect. The current Lu Yunhe was no longer the greenhorn he was 300 years ago, full of mettle and vigor. His aura was restrained, and his entire person was like a divine sword that had not been unsheathed. 300 years had passed, and Lu Yunhe had become a middle-aged uncle. Unless one was young and had attained the Tao, very few people could be like Lu Yunhe, who did not age. Furthermore, most cultivators were no longer young when they were successful in their cultivation. These cultivators usually maintained the appearance of when they were in their peak state. Demigod. Lu Yunhe's cultivation base couldn't be concealed in front of Gu Fei at all. Therefore, Gu Fei immediately identified Lu Yunhe's current battle strength. I was told that Brother Gu had returned to Taishan Immortal Sect. I didn't believe it. Now that I've seen you, it's true. Lu Yunhe said. After going through so many things, he had become very calm and steady. At the sight of Gu Fei, Lu Yunhe didn't look amazed at all. Are we talking here? Gu Fei said calmly after looking around. He had not imagined that he could meet an old acquaintance in Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, many people in Dragon Emperor City had discovered them. Many people were pointing at them and whispering to each other. Perhaps they had been used to it. The residents in Dragon Emperor City didn't panic at all when they saw someone standing in the air above Dragon Emperor City. Oh! Please follow me, Brother Gu and everyone else. Lu Yunhe said as he gestured for them to follow him. Then, he began to lead the way. There's an immortal on the back of Dragon Emperor City, interesting. Gu Fei muttered as if he was murmuring. However, when Lu Yunhe heard this, his heart trembled. This Gu Fei could actually sense the existence of the immortals in the city. Could it be that he had already cultivated the body of an immortal? Lu Yunhe couldn't see through the cultivation of Gu Fei and the others, so he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Brother Gu, some friends have heard that you're coming, and they want to befriend you. Do you think? Lu Yunhe hesitated, seemingly a little embarrassed. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help feeling displeased. Could it be that Lu Yunhe was trying to take him down a notch? In the southern wasteland, he had many opponents. Back then, in Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei had offended a lot of people among the younger generation of all the clans in South Wilderness. 300 years have passed, and those guys are still thinking about me. Gu Fei thought. He had already known the current situation. The forces of the remote antiquity had returned, and the forces across the cultivation circle had been reshuffled. In the southern domain, only the clans of South Wilderness could compete with Zhou clan, a primitive clan. Azure Dragon. When Gu Fei thought of this person, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Back then, this powerhouse of Azure Dragon clan was a good opponent. Pitifully, when Gu Fei wanted to enter the virtual sky world, he didn't have the chance to fight with this powerhouse of the younger generation of all the clans in South Wilderness. 300 years later, if this Azure Dragon didn't die, how powerful would he be? In the waterside pavilion in the back garden of the Lord's mansion in Dragon Emperor City, melodious music drifted out. Charming dancers were dancing gracefully. In the middle of the pavilion sat a dignified middle-aged man in a purple crown and a purple official robe, and a young man in a bright yellow dragon robe who was less than 30 years old. The two of them were sitting on the seats of honor, while many people were sitting on their sides. When the Prince of Southern Yan arrived in Dragon Emperor City, Yang Yuandao, the Lord of South Wilderness, was welcoming Yan Wuliang. All the people present were outstanding figures of the clans of South Wilderness. In the eyes of the dynasties of the Central Plains, South Wilderness was a barren land that Southern Yan dynasty couldn't reach. The entire South Wilderness was like an independent kingdom. On the surface, the territory of South Wilderness was the territory of Southern Yan dynasty. However, everyone knew that Southern Yan dynasty couldn't control South Wilderness. The real masters of South Wilderness had always been the clans of Southern Wilderness for thousands of years. Although Yan Wuliang, the Prince of Southern Yan, was very dissatisfied with the Lord of South Wilderness, he still came to Dragon Emperor City. This was because the clans of South Wilderness and the remote antiquity families had been acting strangely recently, which made Southern Yan dynasty, one of the three immortal dynasties of the Central Plains, a bit restless. South Wilderness was semi-independent, and the Lord of South Wilderness had always been disrespectful to the royal family. His title was hereditary, so the royal family was not allowed to intervene. Yan Wuliang was very dissatisfied with Yang Yuandao because Yang Yuandao pretended to be deaf to his arrival and didn't welcome him at all. Yan Wuliang was less than 30 years old, but he was already on the throne and had a chance to become the emperor of an immortal dynasty. How could he not be angry when he was treated like this? However, he had been restraining himself for the past few days. He had already made contact with some of the major powers in the city. Today, rather than saying that the southern wasteland sovereign Yang Yuandao was inviting Yan Wuliang to a banquet, it would be more accurate to say that Yan Wuliang was borrowing Yang Yuandao's place to make friends with the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Even though these clans were powerful and influential, they were nominally the citizens of Great Yan Dynasty. Therefore, they would definitely send their young disciples to attend the banquet without being afraid of offending Yang Yuandao. This was a small private gathering, but those who came were indeed the elites of the younger generation of some major clans. Why haven't the people of Guangqing Immortal Sect arrived yet? Yan Wuliang asked a white-clothed youth sitting beside him. This person was Zhou Haoyang, the successor of Zhou clan who had been severely beaten up by Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong, in the land of witchcraft. This guy was only at the peak of void-controlling realm. Anyone here was stronger than him. However, he could sit beside Yan Wuliang, which made everyone feel a bit disdainful. Your Highness, don't worry. Lu Yunhe said he was going to invite some friends. They should be here soon, said Zhou Haoyang. Zhou Haoyang said. The Zhou family was a clan of the ancients. Although everyone looked at Zhou Haoyang with disdain, Zhou Haoyang had a big brother that everyone present feared. Humph. Could it be those immortals who had just entered Dragon Emperor City? What did Lu Yunhe need to do to invite such a person? A middle-aged man with a hunched back, a thin face, and a sallow complexion said. He looked like he was malnourished. He sat there with his back arched as if he was carrying a huge tortoise shell on his back. The person he invited is incredible. I heard that 300 years ago, this person made all the outstanding figures of the younger generation of the 100 races of the southern wasteland lose their voices. I wonder if that's true. Zhou Haoyang looked lazily at the yellow-skinned middle-aged man with a pointy head and a narrow forehead. What? Upon hearing this, all the outstanding figures of the southern wasteland were visibly moved, especially a man dressed in green who was sitting beside the southern wasteland king, Yang Yuandao. That guy. Isn't he missing? Rumor has it that he's already dead. All the elites of the southern wilderness were shocked. That yellow-faced middle-aged man who looked like he was carrying a tortoise shell on his back was extremely excited as he abruptly sprung up. Gu Fei, you're still alive. Haha, that's great. The yellow-faced middle-aged man was hunchbacked and skinny, but at this moment, he gave off a powerful aura, as if a primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. The dancers in the waterside pavilion were so frightened that they immediately fell to the ground and trembled. This powerful aura made these mortals extremely frightened. Gue Ting, don't act recklessly. The man in cyan said sternly. Boss Azure Dragon, I can't wait any longer. The middle-aged man called Gue Ting directly vanished from the pavilion. Your Highness, I, Azure Dragon, am very satisfied with your surprise. The man in cyan also stood up before making his way out of the pavilion and taking off into the air. Humph, Gu Fei, you're actually still bold enough to come to the southern wasteland. This time, I, Feng Shiwu, will trample you beneath my feet. A beautiful figure wrapped in flames also emerged from the pavilion, rushing into the sky. Seeing the elites of the southern wilderness leave one after another, Yan Wuliang smiled. However, Yang Yuandao's expression became ugly. These people did not give the southern wilderness any face at all. They left as they pleased, without any qualms at all. Your Highness, your relationship with the 100 races of the southern wilderness doesn't seem to be very good either. Yan Wuliang said. If the 100 races of the southern wilderness don't support you, you're nothing, Yan Wuliang thought. Humph. With a wave of his hand, the southern wilderness king left his seat and made his way out of the pavilion. Let's go take a look as well. Yan Wuliang tipped his head back and drank the fine alcohol in his cup before standing up and making his way out of the pavilion. Zhou Haoyang followed behind him in a hurry. At this moment, Gu Fei's group was intercepted in the sky outside the city lord's estate again. Gue Ting, it's you. Gu Fei saw the hunchbacked, middle-aged man and was astounded. He was the outstanding figure of the Black Tortoise clan who had fought him endlessly all those years ago and lost to him in the end, Gue Ting. This guy has the presence of the divine beast, the Black Tortoise. He Tian could not help but shine brightly when he saw Gue Ting. Gu Fei, do you dare to fight me? Gue Ting was defeated by Gu Fei in the past. 300 years later, he had cultivated the Black Tortoise's true form. When he saw Gu Fei again, he couldn't wait to see who was stronger than Gu Fei. Let's fight. Gu Fei said calmly. Whoosh. Gue Ting didn't say anything else. He directly punched forward. The violent force compressed the air, and a strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. The space in front of the fist was about to collapse under the pressure of this force. Whoosh! Gu Fei also threw out a punch. There was nothing fancy about it. If they wanted to fight, then fight. Both of them were very direct and didn't talk too much. Since they had met a good opponent, it was better to fight directly than to waste words. Chapter 785. In the sky above Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei forced Gue Ting back with a punch. Then, he followed up as fast as a lightning bolt and swept his right leg horizontally, causing another gale to surge out and split the sky like a heavenly saber. Whoosh! The figure of the Azure Dragon appeared nearby. Dragon Chi. As soon as Azure Dragon appeared, he looked at Xiao Qing as if Xiao Qing was more important than Gu Fei. At this moment, Xiao Qing was also looking at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon was surrounded by dragon qi as if he were a real dragon. Their qi was very similar. Bang! Gu Ting was swept away by Gu Fei's right leg, and was sent flying 10 steps back. His sallow face was flush red, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At this moment, a fire phoenix rushed out of Dragon Emperor City. It flapped its wings and arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye. It was not a real fire phoenix, but a phantom condensed by endless flames. After 300 years, you're still not my opponent, Gu Fei said calmly as he stood in the sky and looked at Gu Ting. Gu Ting was undoubtedly very powerful. He had also broken through to the immortal realm. However, he was nothing in front of Gu Fei. What did you say? Hearing this, Gu Ting's yellow face immediately turned red, his eyes seemed to be on fire, he flew into a rage. Being defeated by Gu Fei 300 years ago was already the only humiliation in his life. As the most outstanding successor of the Black Tortoise clan, how could he be defeated by an outsider? Gu Ting cultivated desperately and finally broke through to the immortal realm. Among the younger generation of the entire southern wilderness, only Azure Dragon could surpass him. Gu Ting was already the second most powerful among the younger generation of the southern wilderness. Even Feng Shiwu of the Phoenix clan dared not say he could defeat him. However, he was still suppressed by Gu Fei. How could he not be furious? Humph! Shameless boasting. You actually dare to look down on the 100 races of the South? Someone yelled in the sky. At this moment, all the experts in the city were alarmed. Boss Green Dragon, show that fellow some color, let him know the might of our southern wasteland 100 races. Where did such an arrogant brat come from? Holy daughter of the Phoenix clan, make your move. Although Gu Fei was stressed out, the group of southern wasteland warriors were not convinced. They called out the names of the most outstanding young warriors of the southern wasteland. Black lines covered Gu Ting's face when he heard these words. Could it be that these fellows really think that I, Gu Ting, am not a match for this kid? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Gu Fei, follow me if you dare. Gu Ting said in a muffled voice as he stared at Gu Fei. Closely after that, he turned around and flew out of Dragon Emperor City. Humph! This guy really doesn't know how to write the word death. Boss, this kind of person should be ruthlessly trampled under our feet. Only then will they know how stupid their actions are. He Tian said in a disdainful tone. He Tian didn't have a physical body. Therefore, he communicated with others through his soul. He didn't disguise it at all. Therefore, all the people at present had heard his words clearly. Where did this black guy come from? Come out and fight me if you dare. Damn charcoal head, crawl over here and beg for mercy. Perhaps, I could keep your corpse intact. Killing him is too easy for him. I will suppress him at the bottom of a latrine pit for tens of millions of years. All the experts of the southern wasteland pointed at He Tian and roared. He Tian's words infuriated all the experts of the southern wasteland. Someone was going to rush out and attack He Tian. Humph! He Tian sneered. A powerful soul surged out from his head. The light of his soul flickered like the sun, and the power of yin and yang coiled around him. The immense pressure caused everyone present to have a change in their expressions. This, immortal spirit. Many people who had cursed immediately fell silent. The people who had cursed were all people who wished for the world to be in chaos. They shouted loudly in the crowd. However, once He Tian made a move, they immediately shut up. All the prodigies of the southern wasteland present could not help but feel their faces burn. These people were embarrassing the 100 races of the southern wasteland. They were just too despicable. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the desolate steps. He traveled several kilometers with each step, as if he was teleporting. He directly chased after Guiting. He was so fast that even Azure Dragon could not help but shiver. Whoosh! 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 Azure Dragon, Feng Shiwu, and other powerhouses of the 100 races of the southern wasteland chased after Guiting immediately. Nobody wanted to miss such a great battle. At the same time, some people flew out of Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the woods outside the city. Xiaoqing and Balan also rushed out of Dragon Emperor City and chased after Gu Fei. However, He Tian remained still. Like an immortal king descending to the mortal world, his eyes shot out two sharp immortal lights as he glanced around. Who told me to kneel down and beg for mercy just now? Who told me to imprison me in a latrine for tens of millions of years? Who called me a black ghost just now? He Tian stood high in the sky, surrounded by an immortal rainbow. With a powerful pressure, he asked 3 questions in a row. However, nobody dared to make a sound. Humph! The 100 races of the southern wasteland. What a great reputation. It turns out that you're just a bunch of trash. He Tian's qi was unparalleled. The powerful immortal qi shocked the entire region. Howl! Who dares look down upon the 100 races of the southern wasteland? When He Tian was going to leave, a furious roar drifted from the woods outside Dragon Emperor City. Closely after that, an overwhelming killing intent burst out from the woods. Foong! The woods turned into dust in a split second and dispersed in the air. The earth quaked as a white tiger as large as a hill appeared. The weather outside Dragon Emperor City changed at once. The white tiger displayed its domineering might of the Tiger King, which shocked all the beasts in the city. Even the exotic beasts raised by cultivators in the city started to roar uncontrollably. Everyone's expressions changed, and even Erebus could not help but be shocked. Howl! The white tiger raised its head and roared, causing the woods to quiver. Its terrifying and tragic qi spread in all directions. Then, the white tiger rushed into the sky and charged at He Tian. Humph! Even if it's a real white tiger, so what? Not to mention a guy who only has a trace of white tiger bloodline. At this moment, He Tian had already found out that the white tiger that suddenly appeared was not a real white tiger, but a middle-aged man who looked like a tiger king. The image of a white tiger appeared on the middle-aged man's body, which looked extremely ferocious. Hu Zhan is here. It's this battle tiger. His cultivation base seems to have become more powerful. That tiger has come out. There's going to be a good show. The crowd immediately stirred. Everyone was incomparably excited. This Hu Zhan was one of the 4 battle kings of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. His cultivation was incomparably powerful. If he used the white tiger avatar, even the Azure Dragon would have to change color. How dare you look down on the 100 races of the southern wasteland? Go to hell. Hu Zhan was extremely powerful. He rushed into the sky and instantly charged at He Tian. The white tiger that emerged from his body directly clawed at He Tian. Whoosh! Chapter 786. White Tiger. He Tian couldn't help but be moved. He retreated like a phantom, but that white tiger's claw directly grabbed over like a shadow, tearing apart the void with matchless ferocity. Bubble, damn it! He Tian's hands moved in front of him, weaving the power of yin and yang. Rumble. The power of yin and yang suddenly erupted, directly shaking a part of the void. The void distorted, as if it was collapsing, turning into a bottomless black hole, or a void with nothing at all. Roar. A world-shaking roar came from the distorted void in front of He Tian. Between heaven and earth, even the clouds on the horizon were scattered. This roar spread over the entire Dragon Emperor City. Everybody looked up at the sky with a flurried look. Swoosh! A huge tiger claw grabbed out from the void in front of He Tian. The sharp claw emitted several meters-long divine light, like a peerless ominous weapon, tearing apart the void and meeting Hu Zhan's white tiger divine claw. When Hu Zhan saw this, he was instantly greatly shocked. How was this possible? Impossible. Hu Zhan simply couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. The other spectators were also shocked, dumbfounded. That charcoal head actually used white tiger divine claw as well. How was this possible? This was the white tiger clan's secret that was not passed down. Even if someone secretly learned it, the white tiger clan would exterminate that person even if they had to chase to the ends of the earth. Rumble. The white tiger's claws, which were as big as a mountain, emitted a terrifying energy wave. In an instant, they collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. Roar! Hu Zhan roared. His attack was blocked. He shockingly discovered that the other party did not use white tiger divine claw, but was imitating, or perhaps guiding and shifting his power to deal with him. The two white tiger divine claw shattered in the void. The terrifying energy that erupted shattered a part of the space. The southern desolate experts who were spectating the battle nearby almost had their eardrums shattered. He Tian retreated thousands of meters away. Yin and Yang Qi revolved around his body, and the yin-yang spirit diagram faintly appeared on his body. Humph! Again! Hu Zhan bellowed, and the white tiger form emerged on his body. He was like a humanoid peerless vicious beast, and with a pounce, he crossed the distance between him and He Tian. Roar! Hu Zhan pounced in front of He Tian. Opening his mouth, he gave a heaven-shocking roar. He displayed another divine art of the white tiger clan that was not passed on, Tiger Roar Sonic Kill. In an instant, the world lost its sound. The terrifying sound waves turned into a terrifying killing sound. The entire world produced ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. The sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Once the tiger's roar was released, many people in the distant sky immediately screamed and fell from the sky. They were caught in the crossfire. Those with high cultivation were also shocked and their souls were shaken. They hurriedly retreated far away. Wow! He Tian didn't expect that his opponent would actually display the sound-killing divine art. Although he didn't have a body of flesh and blood, that sound-killing divine art still gave him a great impact. It was as if he was ruthlessly rammed by an ancient divine mountain. He screamed miserably and flew out. The black clothes on his body were instantly shattered, turning into ashes that flew out of his yin-yang bone body. The soul fire in his skull was violently pulsating. He used the power of his soul to guide the yin and yang qi to protect his bone body. Even so, he still felt as if his entire body was being hacked by countless peerless divine weapons, almost falling apart. The people who saw He Tian's true body were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. The older cultivators even stared blankly. Undead creature, it was actually an undead creature. Since when could an undead creature walk openly on the Tinglong continent? No one wasn't shocked, and no one wasn't moved. Undead creatures were a taboo existence in the Tinglong continent. This kind of undead creature that came back from death feared sunlight and could only live in the darkness. Only a small number of powerful undead creatures could walk out of the darkness without any scruples. Undead creatures were evil because wherever they went, death would envelop them. They wanted to devour the blood of all living beings to reverse life and death and resurrect themselves. There's no aura of death. My goodness, this undead creature has already refined the aura of death and has a trace of hope for resurrection. How did he do it? Some old monsters in the Dragon Emperor city muttered. A person with unparalleled cultivation base could move mountains and rivers with a single roar. However, this Hu Zhan almost killed an immortal-level undead creature with a single roar. Under Hu Zhan's tiger roar, He Tian was directly sent flying out of the Dragon Emperor city. He rolled and rolled in the air for over 10 li before barely stabilizing his body. This guy, He Tian, was startled and furious. Caught off guard, he suffered a great loss. Whoosh! Before He Tian could recover his composure, Hu Zhan's incomparably powerful figure had already appeared in front of him. His monstrous killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Without any words, Hu Zhan directly punched out. His entire right fist turned into a ball of dazzling divine light, as if the ferocious star of a white tiger had been drawn into his hand. As the fist moved, countless roars of ferocious tigers seemed to resound in the air. The terrifying power shook the air, causing the air near the fist to collapse. Hu Zhan didn't care who He Tian was. He directly rushed over. Anyone who dared to look down on the 100 clans of the southern wilderness must be taught a lesson. Hu Zhan didn't hesitate and killed decisively. Roar! He Tian roared furiously. The yin-yang energy on his body weaved into a yin-yang diagram. The diagram appeared and blocked Hu Zhan's fist. Puff! When Hu Zhan's fist hit the yin-yang diagram, it was like hitting a ball of cotton. He didn't feel any force at all. Then, his fist strangely reversed and actually struck towards his own head. Reversed attack. Hu Zhan rapidly retreated and escaped from the envelopment of the yin-yang diagram. His fist that was striking towards his own head was stopped by him. Although He Tian had reversed Hu Zhan's punch, he was still struck by the force of the punch and was sent flying thousands of feet away. Undead creature, die! Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from Dragon Emperor City. Then, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 li was instantly attracted. A huge golden hand appeared in the sky, emitting endless terrifying chi as it directly grabbed towards He Tian. A peerless figure in the city had made a move. Roar! I don't need others to interfere in my business. Hu Zhan roared furiously. That person in the city actually interfered in his business. This made him extremely furious. Want to gang up on me? He Tian sneered. Then, a white jade platform rushed out of his head and floated above his head. Divine light blossomed like a lotus, instantly wrapping him up. Shit! At the sight of this, Hu Zhan couldn't help but be startled. He directly revealed his white tiger form and fiercely pounced towards He Tian. The terrifying killing intent was so vast that it made people's hearts palpitate. However, no matter if it was the huge hand descending from the sky or Hu Zhan's attack, they were all a bit slower. Just a bit slower, and they couldn't stop He Tian. Whoosh! Chapter 787. A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the mountains 150 miles away from Dragon Emperor City. The terrifying aura made all the birds and beasts within hundreds of miles quiver. Roar! An enraged roar echoed out, shaking the mountains and causing the clouds to scatter. High up in the sky, countless clouds began to disperse as a mountain-sized turtle descended from the sky. Black Tortoise real body. I didn't expect him to succeed. Gue Ting is indeed the second most powerful warrior in the southern wilderness. He has completely awakened the Black Tortoise bloodline in his body. How terrifying! In the distant sky, there were quite a few silhouettes. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. That mountain-sized tortoise in the sky was actually the legendary Black Tortoise. Ha, good. Now it's interesting. Below the mountain-like Black Tortoise, a figure with a strong will to fight was looking up, completely ignoring the ferocious Gue Ting. He directly saw through the Black Tortoise's form and saw Gue Ting, who was similar to the Black Tortoise. The mighty Black Tortoise's divine power in the sky and the aura of a Black Tortoise wasn't a real ancient Black Tortoise. It was just a phantom image, a terrifying image that was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Within the image, there was a terrifying figure wrapped in it. Roar! Gu Fei, go to hell. Gu Ting merged with the black tortoise's form and turned into the black tortoise's real body. This was already his strongest battle strength. With a roar, the huge black tortoise stretched out its claw and slapped down. Boom! The space under the black tortoise's claw collapsed and collapsed. The destructive power formed by the collapse of the void surged towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and soared into the sky to meet the attack. He waved his fist, gathering the power of extreme yang on his right hand and releasing endless divine light. The terrifying energy surged and shook the earth. A sun seemed to appear in the sky, making the real sun in the sky dim. Bang! Gu Fei smashed the mountain-sized black tortoise's claw with a single punch. Then, with another punch, the mountain-sized black tortoise was sent flying by him. This, in the distant sky, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The black tortoise, which was as large as a mountain, was sent flying. How is this possible? Could he be a celestial being? The divine power is monstrous. This is the terrifying power that comes from cultivating the martial path to the highest realm. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A few old monsters saw through the essence of Gu Fei's power. There was no fluctuation of magical power, and he didn't display any divine abilities. It was a perfect release of power. He is a martial immortal. A martial immortal who is said to be unparalleled among those of the same cultivation and capable of surmounting cultivation to fight immortal kings. The old monsters knew a lot of the ancient era's secrets. To these old monsters, martial immortal was not a legend. In the ancient era, martial immortal was a synonym for power. Invincible among his peers. On a mountain peak in the distance stood a tall figure. This was a middle-aged man in green with eyes like cold stars and an expressionless face. Draconic energy swirled around his body. No one wanted to get close to him. Those who knew his background all stayed away from him. The Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan was a dragon born for war. He was invincible in the southern wasteland. Even the mysterious transformation immortal king would have a headache when facing this dragon. Anyone would have to retreat in front of such a dragon. Azure Dragon's fighting spirit soared. He couldn't help but want to join hands with Gu Ting to fight Gu Fei. He had the pride of an invincible southern wasteland expert. Like Azure Dragon, there were many southern wasteland prodigies who wanted to compete with Gu Fei. In the clouds high up in the sky, a raging flame divine phoenix stood still. Half of the sky was burned red, and the power of the fire element was vast. The southern wasteland's 100 tribes really do have a shocking foundation. In another direction, Yan Wuliang of the Great Yan murmured as he waved his fan. Humph. Otherwise, my Zhou clan would have dominated the cultivation world of the southern wasteland long ago. Zhou Haoyang said in a strange tone. Although the Zhou clan of the ancients had made a strong comeback, there were still existences in the mortal world that could contend against the primordial era. Although immortals had disappeared from the mortal world for millions of years, with the arrival of the great changes, some old fogies began to show their power in front of the world. Yan Wuliang glanced at Zhou Haoyang, disdain and disgust flashing in the depths of his eyes. He only wanted to befriend this ignorant and incompetent guy because he wanted to befriend his elder brother. That person was known as the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Befriending such a person would definitely be beneficial to Yan Wuliang. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion came from ahead. Amidst a furious roar, the mountainous black tortoise crumbled into pieces. Bang! Like a reincarnated god of war, Gu Fei stomped his foot on Gu Ting's chest. The violent force continuously shattered Gu Ting's black tortoise avatar and even caused his chest to cave in. The sound of bones breaking was bone-chilling. Gu Ting immediately fainted. His Xian Wu avatar had been shattered by Gu Fei, and his divine soul had suffered a great blow. Furthermore, his body had been severely injured by Gu Fei. Anxious, angry, and unwilling, he had fallen into a coma. Have mercy! Just as Gu Fei was about to trample Gui Ting down from the sky, a figure rushed out from the mountain and caught Gui Ting, who was falling down like a meteorite. It was a white-haired, hunchbacked old man. The shadow of a black tortoise was faintly discernible on the old man's body. It was obvious that this old man was an expert from the previous generation of the Black Tortoise clan. Humph! Gu Fei stomped his foot, causing the whole world to tremble. Boundless power gathered under his foot, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. If you want to save Gui Ting, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Gu Fei had always acted according to his heart. He did whatever he wanted without the slightest hesitation. When he said he would take action, he did so. This made the old man frown. Bam! The old man stretched out his palm and collided with Gu Fei's palm. Visible ripples appeared in the void, but there was no earth-shattering noise or surging energy. However, the whole world was shaken. Gu Fei felt a great force coming from under his foot. The old man's palm actually pushed him back hundreds of meters. His feet felt numb. This old man. Gu Fei was secretly startled. His current body was comparable to an almighty expert. His power was enough to shake a divine tool refined by an almighty expert. But now, he was pushed back by an old man's pure strength. This was unprecedented. Could it be that this old man's body was even stronger than his own? Chapter 788. The 100 tribes of the southern wasteland, and even every great sect in the world of cultivation, would send out their experts to secretly protect their most outstanding successors. Because these people were the future of the great sects and sects, they were the successors of their sects and sections. No one was willing to see their most outstanding successors die in the hands of others. The amount of effort required to nurture such a successor was unimaginable. This kind of phenomenon had become an unspoken rule in the world of cultivation. The experts of the older generation could not easily make a move against the younger generation. Otherwise, as long as a celestial being jumped out, perhaps everyone present today would be annihilated. Gu Fei defeated Gui Ting. 300 years ago, Gui Ting was not Gu Fei's opponent, and 300 years later, Gui Ting was still not Gu Fei's opponent. Gu Fei's strength made all the experts of the southern wasteland dread him. Among the newly grown experts, none of them could be stronger than Gui Ting. Of course, there was one exception. Gui Ting's defeat could only be blamed for his lack of skill. However, if Gu Fei really wanted to kill Gui Ting, the older generation experts of the Black Tortoise clan who were guarding Gui Ting would not sit idly by. Is that an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm, or a celestial being? The old man carried Gui Ting and disappeared into the distance in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. Gu Fei was secretly surprised. He couldn't see through the old man's depth. He was actually able to fight head-on against me with just his physical strength. He was very strong. Gu Fei came back to his senses. Standing high in the sky, he glanced around and said, "Who else wants to come out and fight?" He was incomparably domineering, the power of yin and yang surged violently, and there were divine rainbows revolving around his body. He was like an ancient god, shaking the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the surrounding experts of the southern wasteland were shocked, and no one dared to speak up. Humph! Is there no one else in the southern wasteland? At this moment, Shaoqing and Balan were also watching the battle from afar. Seeing that Gu Fei had awed all the southern wasteland heroes present, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. At this moment, a few extremely powerful auras suddenly came from different directions. Then, a few terrifying figures walked out from afar. Boom! At the same time, raging flames burned the sky, and endless clouds dissipated in the void like ice and snow. A flaming divine phoenix broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. The fire elemental power was vast. The divine phoenix spread its wings and arrived nearby in an instant. A powerful pressure spread out from the divine phoenix, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This was not a true divine phoenix, but a fire phoenix formed by divine flames. In the middle of the fire phoenix stood a figure wreathed in raging flames. "He's mine." Suddenly, a voice came from the mountains. A stream of dragon chi rushed out from one of the mountains. Roar! The dragon chi took form, and a green divine dragon roared towards the sky, exuding an unparalleled might. Azure Dragon. This guy, the southern wasteland experts who were about to take action immediately changed their expressions. Two of them immediately retreated. The little princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, Feng Shiwu, also hesitated. "Is that person finally going to take action?" asked Xiaoqing. He possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, so he had an inexplicable connection with the Azure Dragon from the Azure Dragon clan. Gu Fei has met his match. When Balan saw the Azure Dragon, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As a divine beast, he also had an inexplicable connection with the Azure Dragon. He felt his blood boil, as if he wanted to fight someone. Wisps of divine flame seeped out of his body, and the figure of a fire Qilin vaguely appeared on his body. The Azure Dragon directly walked up from the mountain, step by step. He seemed to have become one with the world. With every step, the power of the world surged forward. In Gu Fei's eyes, it seemed like the world was crushing towards him. The Azure Dragon steps possessed a certain rhythm, as if the laws of the world were flowing. He was using the power of the world to crush Gu Fei. Azure Dragon. Gu Fei could not help but become stern. This was a powerful opponent, much more powerful than Gue Ting, who he had just defeated. Gu Fei. The Azure Dragon was extremely forceful. He strode through the air, and with a single step, the entire space trembled beneath his feet. The powerful dragon's might was enough to make people shiver. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Feng Shiwu backed away rather reluctantly. The Azure Dragon was just too forceful. In the southern wasteland, no one was willing to provoke him. Swish! At this moment, the void in the distance suddenly shattered. A figure fell out from the shattered void. There was a white jade platform floating above this person's head. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they took a closer look, their jaws all fell to the ground in shock. Their eyes widened. How was that a person? It was a skeleton. Oh well, hey. Xiaoqing could not help but be taken aback as soon as he saw who it was. The person who had fallen out of the space with the white jade pedestal above his head was He Tian. Seeing how He Tian had actually revealed his true form, even Balan, who had always been unfathomable, was shocked. Just what had happened? He had actually reduced He Tian to such a sorry state. It's an undead creature. Swish! 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 The experts who had been forced back by the Azure Dragon immediately rushed over and surrounded He Tian. They were furious against the Azure Dragon, but they dared not say anything. It was perfect for them to vent their anger on this undead creature. What do you want? Humph. Do you want to gang up on me? Xiaoqing and Balan were shocked when they saw that He Tian was surrounded, and those people seemed to be about to attack. They released their powerful aura and pressed forward. Undead creatures, everyone has the right to kill them. Are you his accomplices? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar stared at Xiaoqing and Balan and said in a deep voice. Bullsh *T. He Tian was furious. These guys did not put him in their eyes at all. Boom! After a violent tremor, the white jade pedestal hovering above He Tian's head emitted a bright divine light. A powerful divine force was released, and the three experts from the southern wilderness were all blown away. The expressions of the three immortal realm experts who were sent flying changed. The white jade pedestal flickered with light. Inscriptions vaguely appeared and the aura of ways flowed through it. Those were the ancient divine glyphs that had been engraved on the pedestal. The white jade pedestal had already been refined into an arcane treasure by Hei Tian. It was engraved with various divine glyphs. The divine glyphs were not fixed. They could move freely on the white jade pedestal, assembling into various formations. The same divine glyphs could be assembled into various formations with different combinations and layouts. Don't act recklessly, Feng Shiwu said. She had not done anything earlier. She could sense the divine beast bloodlines on Shaoqing and Balan. Bam! At this moment, there was a muffled rumble. The entire world shook violently. Terrifying ripples of energy appeared afterwards. Everyone paled in fright, gazing in the direction of the sound in a hurry. Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon clashed. This was a battle that had come 3 centuries late. Gu Fei's fist collided with the Azure Dragon's hand. It was basically like the collision of 2 primordial divine mountains, trying to make the sky collapse. Everyone's gazes were drawn over. The strongest among the younger generation of the southern wilderness was up against Gu Fei, who had defeated all the prodigies of the southern wilderness 3 centuries ago. This battle was destined to attract a lot of attention. Chapter 789. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with Azure Dragon's palm. The heavens and earth shook and the void shattered. Even the barrier of the heavens and earth could not withstand the terrifying power. From the point where their fists and palms collided, the void shattered like porcelain. Hundreds of voids turned into nothingness. It was terrifying to the extreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures rushed out of the shattered void and moved quickly in the sky. It was almost impossible to see their figures with the naked eye. Boom! Bang! Bang! Shocking sounds of collision resounded. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were like 2 terrifying ancient beasts colliding savagely. Every time they collided, the whole heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying pressure radiated from the 2 figures. The spectators nearby were all incomparably nervous. A battle of this level wasn't something that could be seen at any time. Good! Gu Fei shouted and punched for the 7th time. He wanted to use the strength of his body to fight against Azure Dragon. He wanted to use the immortal martial body to suppress his opponent. Humph! You're not bad either, Azure Dragon said in a deep voice. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and punched forward for the 7th time. Endless dragon chi gathered on his palm and the shadow of a dragon circled around his arm. Bang! Another dull sound of collision resounded. Gu Fei's fist and Azure Dragon's palm collided for the 7th time. The terrifying power swept in all directions. The destructive energy storm shattered the heavens and earth. At this time, the heavens and void were like a thin piece of paper in front of them. They could easily tear it apart with a wave of their hands. This kind of power had exceeded the endurance of the heavens and earth. If the heavens and earth did not change, the heavens would have sent down the immortal tribulation. However, since the heavens and earth changed, the immortals and mortals were separated. Even if someone in the mortal world cultivated to become an immortal, the heavens would not send down the immortal tribulation. Peerless figures who cultivated to become an immortal could no longer break the void and ascend to the heavenly realm. Gu Fei and Azure Dragon were like 2 ancient gods fighting. They even penetrated the heavens and earth. Their powerful divine bodies kept colliding. This was the most direct contest of power. His physical body is so strong. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon had clashed over 100 times. From the sky to the ground, the forest collapsed, and several mountains collapsed. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop their footsteps. Damn it! I have already cultivated the azure dragon true body, yet I still find it hard to suppress him. Is the 100-tempered martial body really undefeatable? The azure dragon was also secretly astonished. Roar! Take another punch from me. Azure Dragon let out a furious roar. His body left behind an afterimage as he instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. He directly punched out. At the instant his fist punched out, a dragon's roar seemed to resound in the sky. Azure Dragon's fist was like a huge dragon, moving forward with indomitable will, shattering everything, including the void. An extremely powerful force surged out from his fist, almost causing the heavens and the earth to collapse. The earth was collapsing, it was extremely terrifying. Humph! Gu Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked with a punch. Boom! The two strikes were like a sudden explosion of heavenly thunder from the ninth heaven. The deafening sound pierced through the sky, the mountains trembled, and the powerful energy waves forced some people to retreat far away. The azure dragon borrows the power of heaven. The azure dragon's long hair danced wildly. He was as wild as a ferocious beast, as fierce as an evil dragon. In the midst of his roar, he finally used the secret technique of the Azure Dragon clan. His figure was as fast as lightning, and each of his punches and kicks stirred up the power of heaven and earth. He was borrowing the power of heaven and earth. He was like a celestial being, driving the power of heaven and earth to press down on Gu Fei. This was stealing the power of heaven and earth to kill the enemy. The Azure Dragon displayed this secret technique. All the spectators were shocked. He was already in an invincible position. Who could fight against heaven and earth? Rumble, large cracks continued to appear on the ground. The Azure Dragon's cultivation was too terrifying. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Every step he took would cause tremors in all directions. He was the wildest and most ferocious opponent Gu Fei had ever encountered. The spectators nearby were all shocked. This Azure Dragon was indeed worthy of being the strongest character in the southern wasteland. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth to become invincible. Boom! Qinglong's punches were too powerful. Every punch would draw on the power of the heavens and earth from all directions. It was as terrifying as an indestructible storm of destruction. Every time he moved, it was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the Azure Dragon was exceptionally powerful and ferocious. Gu Fei displayed the 8 steps extreme speed and soared into the sky. Then, he stomped down from the sky. Every step he took was as heavy as 10,000 caddies, ruthlessly stomping down on the Azure Dragon below. This was the ancient martial arts battle skill, the 8 killing steps. 8 steps 8 killing steps was the supreme offensive battle skill of the 8 desolate steps. When cultivated to the extreme, one step could shatter mountains and rivers. Gu Fei's first step caused the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. With his second step, a spatial crack appeared in the void. With his third step, the space had already distorted and collapsed. Although there were still hundreds of feet between the ground and the ground, the earth continued to crumble. The nearby mountain peaks also collapsed. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountains. Gu Fei wanted to use his absolute strength to break the Azure Dragon's power of heaven and earth. He strode forward in the void and continuously dissolved the Azure Dragon's 3 punches. The power of heaven and earth couldn't stop his steps. He was like a saint god of war, extremely powerful, causing everyone to be tongue-tied. With his 4th step, Gu Fei's feet stirred up waves of wind and thunder. Waves of fierce wind blew in the sky. Thunder rumbled. An indescribable pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. As Gu Fei's foot landed, the void that had already been shattered, actually transformed into the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. Roar! The Azure Dragon was like an ancient divine beast that had returned. He was incomparably wild. He actually raised his fist and directly bombarded Gu Fei's right foot. The fist was as heavy as a mountain. It carried the power of heaven and earth, causing the space to distort violently. After that, it instantly collapsed. The aura of destruction was vast between heaven and earth. The extremely ferocious fist ruthlessly collided with Gu Fei's right foot. Gu Fei's eyes were like blades. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. Similarly, he raised his strength to the extreme. He didn't retreat at all. He pressed forward courageously. The path of martial arts was the path of battle. The stronger he met, the stronger he would become. He would sublimate in battle and transform in battle. A true martial artist was a doer who lived for battle. As Gu Fei's right foot endured the violent power that fused with the power of heaven and earth, his left foot had already stepped out. The fifth step was still firmly stomping down on the Azure Dragon's head. The Azure Dragon had cultivated the Azure Dragon true body. He had awakened the Azure Dragon bloodline in his body. He had also cultivated the secret technique, Azure Dragon borrowing heaven's power. He was filled with great confidence in himself. He still raised his fist to resist, fiercely clashing with it. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The ground split open, forming many bottomless cracks. The mountains crumbled, the valleys collapsed. The entire region looked like it was being crushed by a huge mountain, collapsing continuously. Chapter 790. Gu Fei continued to use the 8 kill steps, causing the space to tremble and the power of heaven and earth to disperse. Azure Dragon pressed forward with an indomitable will, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. His fists collided with Gu Fei's, resisting the 8 kill steps with all his might as he retreated continuously. In the end, both of his legs sank into the cracked ground, and half of his body was smashed into the soil by Gu Fei. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared, causing the earth to shake. An endless amount of earth energy began to seep out from the ground. It was hazy as if the earth was shrouded in a layer of black mist. In the next moment, an endless amount of earth energy surged and quickly condensed. Huge dragon shadows began to appear. The earth chi of the earth was drawn by the Azure Dragon, and the earth chi transformed into a dragon. The endless earth chi finally formed into 18 gigantic dragons the size of mountain ridges. The gigantic dragons soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation as they pounced towards Gu Fei. This was the terror of the Azure Dragon borrowing the power of heaven and earth. It could borrow all the power of heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon stepped on the ground and attracted the earth energy. It was simply an earth dragon, terrifying to the extreme. The Azure Dragon shattered the earth and soared into the sky. 18 great dragons defied the heavens and soared into the sky, shattering the void. The entire mountain range trembled. This was a shocking scene. This Azure Dragon, it's too scary. He actually learned the legendary divine incantation. I'm afraid no one at the same level can be his opponent. The heroes of the southern wasteland who were watching from afar were all shocked by the frightening divine incantation. This kind of incantation could borrow the power of heaven and earth, putting him in an invincible position. This was the supreme divine incantation of the Azure Dragon clan. Legend has it that when cultivated to the extreme level, one could become the embodiment of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, he could attract the power of heaven and earth, making him invincible. The southern wasteland's 100 clans were led by the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. They were known as the 4 sacred clans. They inherited the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts and had an incomparably deep foundation. Each clan had their own heaven-defying secret incantations. The southern wasteland's 100 clans were able to contend against the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity because of the existence of the 4 sacred clans. Good. Gu Fei let out a loud shout, His entire body emitted a yin-yang divine radiance. The terrifying yin-yang divine force was boundless. He didn't hesitate, he decisively took the sixth step. 8 desolate steps, 8 kills in 8 steps. This was the first time he had taken the sixth step. There had never been an opponent who could force him to take the sixth step. Even when he had fought against Dongfang Qin, he had not taken the sixth step. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura rose to its peak. This sixth step was the sum of the power of the previous 5 steps. This power had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei himself could barely control this power. The 8 desolation steps was an ancient battle skill. Not only did it have the speed of 8 steps, it also had the ability to kill in 8 steps. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could only take 6 steps. Boom! It was as if 100,000 volcanoes had erupted at the same time, and the entire world had collapsed. The sixth step could be described as apocalyptic. The mountains were collapsing, the earth was cracking, and a bottomless canyon extended outwards. The earth was collapsing, and the ground was violently undulating like waves. Under Gu Fei's feet, everything was crushed, everything was obliterated. Even the world's momentum condensed by the Azure Dragon couldn't withstand this stomp. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The vast and terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. The spectators quickly retreated far away to avoid being affected by the waves. With just one stomp, the 18 soaring dragons collapsed. The earth's chi was scattered. The Azure Dragon suffered a great impact and fell from the sky like a meteorite. What world's momentum! In front of absolute power, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Bang! The earth trembled and dust soared into the sky. Gu Fei stomped down with an unstoppable force. Not only did he shatter the 18 mountain-sized dragons formed by the earth chi, he even created a bottomless pit on the ground. Azure Dragon, the spectators couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that someone as powerful as Azure Dragon wasn't Gu Fei's opponent? How was this possible? Azure Dragon was the first person to grow up in the southern wasteland in the past 300 years. Humph. Boss is invincible in the same realm. He Tian was incomparably pleased with himself when he saw this scene. These southern wasteland guys were really asking for a beating. They actually dared to challenge Boss. Roar! At this time, a tiger's roar suddenly came from afar. When He Tian heard this tiger's roar, he was instantly enraged. That tiger had come. He Tian clenched his teeth. He suffered a great loss in that person's hands and had no choice but to run. White Tiger Clan's Hujan. That malefic star has come. When the southern wasteland's heroes heard the tiger's roar, they were both surprised and delighted. But even Azure Dragon wasn't this guy's opponent. What use was Hujan? Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heavens. A white tiger the size of a mountain appeared in the distant mountain forest. It faced the sky and roared. The terrifying sound waves scattered the clouds on the horizon. Many people with weaker cultivations even directly fell from the sky. Gu Fei, it's really you. A vast voice rang out, reverberating between heaven and earth. Within the voice, an unparalleled domineering aura seeped out. Hujan. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, a divine rainbow revolving around his body. It was as if a divine king had descended. His powerful aura was simply like a primordial giant beast, causing people's hearts to palpitate. He suppressed Azure Dragon, intimidating the southern wasteland's heroes. Whoosh! Astral winds suddenly rose. That white tiger in the distant mountain forest soared into the sky, flying towards Gu Fei. A bitter baleful aura surged between heaven and earth. Roar! Right at this time, from that bottomless pit on the ground, a furious roar transmitted out. Following that, the entire ground started trembling. A powerful aura erupted under the ground. Boom! The ground crumbled. Endless dust soared up to the sky, forming a dragon claw the size of a small mountain. It directly grabbed towards the white tiger that was charging over. Bang! The tiger's claws slapped out, and the violent power shattered the dragon claw formed from dust. However, the white tiger was also blocked. That was not a real white tiger, but a virtual image that was almost condensed into a substance. Within the virtual image, a terrifying figure stood. Azure Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Within the white tiger's virtual image, Hu Zhan's long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was full of anger. He glared at a figure that was slowly rising from the ground and shouted. I said, he's mine. Azure Dragon's clothes were torn, and he was in a sorry state. However, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. His aura was still strong. The dragon energy on his body was strong, and there were 9 dragon shadows faintly appearing around him. Chapter 791. Azure Dragon rose from the bottomless pit with unparalleled might. Azure Dragon, what is the meaning of this? Hu Zhan wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by Azure Dragon. Hu Zhan couldn't help but be furious. Azure Dragon's rudeness made him very unhappy. The image of a white tiger faintly appeared on his body. A bitter baleful aura soared into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to change. I said, he is mine. Didn't you hear? Azure Dragon said in a deep voice, not giving Hu Zhan any face. You. Hu Zhan was enraged, even his voice was trembling. As one of the 4 sacred clans of the southern desolate region, you, Azure Dragon, don't give me any face. Hu Zhan almost went berserk. In front of so many people, Hu Zhan only felt his face burning. What? Do you need me to say it again? At this time, Azure Dragon's body surged with a cold murderous aura. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a blade as they swept over Hu Zhan. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, calmly watching this scene. Even if Azure Dragon and Hu Zhan joined hands, he wouldn't be afraid. In fact, he couldn't ask for more. On the path of martial arts, using battle to nurture battle. The stronger one meets, the stronger one becomes. Azure Dragon and Hu Zhan joining hands might be able to force Gu Fei to go all out and fight to his heart's content. The crowd of cultivators watching the battle nearby was also indescribably shocked when they saw this scene. This Azure Dragon was really too domineering and incomparably arrogant. He disdained to join hands with others. Ha! Good, good, good. Hu Zhan growled in a low voice. Although he was seething with anger, he still endured it in the end. He took a deep look at Azure Dragon and Gu Fei, then retreated. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. Azure Dragon was indeed worthy of being the number 1 in the 4 sacred clans in the past 300 years. Even someone like Hu Zhan had no choice but to retreat. Azure Dragon forced Hu Zhan back and came in front of Gu Fei. You are very strong. Azure Dragon stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. 300 years ago, it was my regret that I couldn't fight with you. Azure Dragon's eyes flickered. He already saw Gu Fei as the strongest opponent in his life. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit was still surging. He looked straight at Gu Fei, 9 dragon images faintly discernible on his body. You are very strong too. Gu Fei said calmly. This Azure Dragon was the strongest immortal he had ever met. If he hadn't met me, he would have been invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, he met me. Is this his misfortune or my luck? Gu Fei thought. Having such an opponent was a great joy in one's life. Let's continue. Azure Dragon said. In terms of temperament, he was very similar to Gu Fei. They were both people who killed decisively. They would act on their thoughts without any misgivings or hesitation. Okay, Gu Fei said. The Azure Dragon said. The two of them were unwilling to say too much. As they spoke, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged out from the Azure Dragon's body. Boom! In the next moment, Azure Dragon's body erupted with an extremely fierce baleful aura. This baleful aura was terrifying to the extreme, causing people's bodies and souls to tremble involuntarily. Inside the Azure Dragon's body, there seemed to be a terrifying primordial beast that broke free from its seal and came to this world. Endless killing intent swept high into the sky, causing the wind and clouds to change. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. The terrifying aura caused everyone's heart to palpitate, causing everyone to feel a sense of danger. It was as if they were being stared at by a primordial beast. In the next moment, they would be torn to shreds by this primordial beast. It was too frightening. Gu Fei looked at the Azure Dragon in front of him, his expression couldn't help but become solemn. At this moment, a pitch-black weapon appeared in the Azure Dragon's hand. It was ghastly and frightening. This horrifying aura was emitted from this weapon. Great Dragon Halberd. Many of the weaker cultivators turned pale and almost knelt on the ground. Even the experts who could fly couldn't help but take a few steps back. Some of the old monsters of the southern wasteland recognized this weapon made of black metal. This weapon seemed to have a life of its own. Its baleful aura soared into the sky, causing people's hair to stand on end. It had a terrifying might that made people shudder. It's not an extreme holy weapon. Although this weapon was terrifying, it couldn't be compared to an extreme path sacred weapon. Gu Fei immediately identified the weapon's grade. This was not an extreme saint artifact refined by an extreme powerhouse. It should be a divine weapon of some supreme powerhouse. It really is the Great Dragon Halberd, the divine weapon of a legendary almighty being of the Azure Dragon race, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. That's right, it is indeed the Great Dragon Halberd. Endless slaughter, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. In the past, who knows how many peerless characters died under this divine halberd. The Great Dragon Halberd that even demons and gods tremble in fear has been born. 10,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor was invincible in the southern wasteland, conquering the world and never tasting defeat. The Great Dragon Halberd drank the blood of Buddhism, Taoism, humans, gods, and devils. The pitch-black weapon's baleful aura soared to the sky, intimidating people's souls. There was such a legend in the southern wasteland. 10,000 years ago, the heaven and earth changed. It was an incomparably dark era. The Azure Dragon Holy Emperor wielded the Great Dragon Halberd, slaughtering gods and devils. With his strength alone, he protected the inheritance of the 4 saint clans. In that dark era, countless ancient sects and families disappeared, but the southern wasteland's 4 saint clans survived, becoming existences that could contend against the ancient powers. The pitch-black Great Dragon Halberd flickered with a cold metallic luster, like a malevolent ancient beast, exuding an incomparably fierce aura. This was the Azure Dragon tribe's sacred weapon. Now, it appeared in the hands of the Azure Dragon tribe. This meant that this generation's Azure Dragon had the potential to become the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor. This Azure Dragon, even the retreating Hu Zhan was shocked. He had never imagined that this Azure Dragon would actually bring out the Azure Dragon tribe's sacred weapon. Azure Dragon's long hair fluttered in the wind, full of wildness. The Great Dragon Halberd in his hand emitted an overwhelming baleful aura. He strode forward in the void. Bang! The Great Dragon Halberd in Azure Dragon's hand shook, the void was almost crushed. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. The Great Dragon Halberd was as heavy as a mountain, giving people goosebumps. It was like a living primordial beast, instilling fear in people's hearts. Use your weapon, Azure Dragon said in a low voice. He did not want to take advantage. No worries. Just make your move. Gu Fei quietly stood in the void. He was otherworldly, unmoving like a mountain. He did not use the saint weapon in his body. Humph. Azure Dragon did not say anything and directly attacked. Boom. Azure Dragon's brows were vertical. His eyes emitted a cold light as he charged forward with the great dragon halberd in his hand. It was as if he was raising a black primordial divine mountain and chopping it down. The void between heaven and earth instantly shattered under the great dragon halberd. Rumble, terrifying shockwaves surged out in all directions like a vast ocean. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. Chapter 792. The great dragon halberd slashed down with a terrifying force, shattering heaven and earth, turning the chaotic void into a destructive force that shrouded all four directions. It was like a primordial divine mountain pressing down from the heavens, crushing everything, destroying everything. The great dragon halberd seemed to come alive in Azure Dragon's hand, displaying an unparalleled ferocity. Under the great dragon halberd, Gu Fei felt a sense of danger. The halberd's power locked down this part of the world, giving him a feeling that he couldn't evade. However, at this time, Gu Fei finally moved. He turned his body halfway, dodging the black halberd's blade, then raised his right arm, swinging his white fist at the great dragon halberd. Gu Fei's fist was brimming with the power of the purest yang. Dang! His fist and the great dragon halberd collided. The white fist collided with the black halberd, creating a deafening sound that made people's scalps go numb. He actually blocked the great dragon halberd with his bare hands. Watching this scene, no one could remain calm. Blocking the Azure Dragon tribe's holy artifact, the great dragon halberd with his bare hands, this was simply unbelievable. Boom! The great dragon halberd was like a ferocious dragon flipping its body, exuding an even more terrifying aura as it swept out, aiming to cleave Gu Fei into two. Swish! Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps, instantly shifting 100 zhang to the side, dodging the great dragon halberd's attack. He then soared into the sky, both hands forming seals. Bang! Boundless yin and yang energy condensed into a huge imprint, crushing down from the heavens, shattering the void and obliterating everything. Heaven and earth were pierced through. Gu Fei displayed his supreme battle skill, the yin-yang seal of life and death. Roar! Azure Dragon roared at the sky, stabbing out with the great dragon halberd. The pitch-black halberd blade pierced through heaven and earth, as if a black dragon had soared to the sky, clashing head-on with the yin-yang seal. Clang! Like two pieces of divine metal colliding, the ear-piercing sound sent chills down people's spines. The great dragon halberd pierced through the yin-yang seal, but it couldn't go any further. Azure Dragon's attack was also blocked. Again! Gu Fei shouted. His palm emitted a dazzling white divine light and slapped towards the Azure Dragon. This was the power of extreme yang. The whole world trembled under Gu Fei's palm. Humph! Azure Dragon snorted coldly, charging forward with the great dragon halberd in his hand. Gu Fei's palms continued to strike out, clashing with the great dragon halberd. The two of them seemed to be engaged in a life and death battle. In a battle of this level, there was no way they would hold back. The two of them went all out, causing resounding noises to ring out without end. They fought to the point divine light erupted and killing intent surged into the heavens. The great dragon halberd was too terrifying. Gu Fei clashed with it with his bare hands, but waves of pain came from his palms. If it were an ordinary divine artifact, it would have been smashed to pieces. However, this great dragon halberd was the divine weapon of the Azure Dragon clan's supreme expert, the Azure Dragon Saint Emperor. It was a divine weapon refined by an almighty being. Even the 100 refinements martial physique, comparable to a divine artifact, couldn't shatter the great dragon halberd. However, even so, Gu Fei's performance was already shocking enough, causing jaws to drop to the ground. There had never been anyone who dared to clash with the great dragon halberd with their bare hands. One had to admit that Gu Fei's immortal god martial physique was too powerful. This Gu Fei. Hu Zhan of the White Tiger clan was apprehensive watching this. Even if he used all his trump cards, he still wouldn't be this guy's opponent. The Azure Dragon himself was already very strong, the strongest in the southern wasteland. After using the great dragon halberd, even Hu Zhan would have to turn and flee. Up in the sky, Lu Yunhe and the Zhou clan's Zhou Haoyang, as well as the great Yan's prince Yan Wuliang, who personally planned all of this, were also dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Gu Fei would be so powerful to this extent. Beside Lu Yunhe stood a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man stared fixedly at the two people fighting in the sky, his expression extremely ugly. What a terrifying azure dragon, what a powerful ominous weapon. High up in the sky in another direction, little Qing mumbled to himself. He knew that he wasn't this azure dragon's opponent. Boss hasn't used his trump card yet. He Tian said. Gu Fei hadn't used the Saint Tool of Extreme Tao yet. Moreover, they could tell that Gu Fei wouldn't use the Saint Tool of Extreme Tao easily. Relying too much on the Saint Tool of Extreme Tao was not Gu Fei's intention. The path he walked was not the path of immortal God, but the path of martial Tao. His own body was the best weapon and magical treasure. At this time, Gu Fei and the Azure Dragon fought high up in the sky. The energy released from their battle dispersed the clouds in 100 li radius. Then, the battle fell from the sky to the mountains. The mountains quaked, birds and beasts scrambled to flee for their lives. Even some cultivators who were watching the battle from the top of the mountains had a change of expression, retreating in a hurry. Boom! Gu Fei struck out with his palm. The palm wind swept across half of the mountain peak, causing it to collapse. Dust flew everywhere, and rocks pierced through the sky. Bam! The great dragon halberd swept out horizontally as Gu Fei soared into the sky. 1,000 zhang tall mountain peak behind him snapped in half, broken in half. Azure Dragon borrowing heaven's power. The Azure Dragon roared. His body bloomed with endless divine light. At this moment, he seemed to have become a part of the world, the embodiment of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Swish! The grand Tao of heaven and earth was triggered. The great dragon halberd chopped out, carrying the power of heaven and earth, splitting the void. In an instant, the halberd chopped down on the top of Gu Fei's head. Borrowing the grand Tao of heaven and earth, the Azure Dragon's strength and speed suddenly rose to an unbelievable level. His strength doubled. Swish! Gu Fei was startled. He used the 8 desolation steps and used the 8 steps extreme speed. He moved horizontally as if he was teleporting. The black halberd blade slashed down beside him, cutting off a strand of his hair. Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had hesitated for even a split second, he would have been killed on the spot. It was too dangerous. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then, his body exuded a boundless divine light. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body. Even the void around him was unable to withstand this extremely ferocious power, and it immediately collapsed. It collapsed. This is, high up in the sky, Shao Qing, He Tian, and the others were shocked. Gu Fei was about to use that supreme secret technique. The Azure Dragon was about to suffer a tragedy. Gu Fei's aura and strength soared like the descent of a god king. Heaven and earth shook, and even some of the supreme characters of the previous generation were shocked. Is this his true strength? How is this possible? Too terrifying, this kind of strength has surpassed the immortal realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Fei's battle strength had surpassed the immortal realm. With this kind of strength, even if he encountered a mysterious transformation realm immortal king, he would be able to fight endlessly. Roar! Chapter 793. Rumble. The power of heaven and earth surged violently, creating spatial cracks that looked like black dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Roar. The azure dragon wielded the great dragon halberd and pierced forward. The halberd turned into a black dragon and charged forward. At the same time, the black dragons formed by the spatial cracks pounced at Gu Fei from all directions. The azure dragon could actually manipulate the spatial cracks to attack the enemy. It was unbelievable. A destructive aura filled the air. The azure dragon, borrowing power of the heavens' divine art, was truly worthy of being the supreme secret art of the azure dragon clan. It was too shocking. It could actually use the power of the heavens and earth to such an extent. The void continued to crumble and the spatial cracks turned into black dragons, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. It was like 10,000 dragons dancing in the air, giving Gu Fei a great deal of pressure. This was a shocking scene that left the spectators dumbfounded. The power of heaven and earth wasn't something that just anyone could resist. If it was an ordinary immortal, they would have already been killed by the azure dragon. Roar! Gu Fei threw his head back and roared. At this moment, his momentum finally reached its peak. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His strength increased 5-fold in an instant, and his entire body emitted a dazzling yin-yang divine radiance. The divine radiance pierced through the void, and the void where he stood was directly shattered by the unimaginably powerful strength that emanated from his body. He stood in the middle of the chaotic void with divine light revolving around him. Bam! His right palm pressed forward lightly, and the black dragon formed from the countless spatial cracks crumbled in an instant. Swish! Using the 8 desolate steps, he walked among the black dragons. Wherever he passed, the power of heaven and earth crumbled, and the black dragons crumbled one by one, dissipating into the void. Absolute power could suppress everything. No matter how peerless a divine art or how to borrow the power of heaven and earth, it couldn't stop Gu Fei's steps. He strode through the void towards the azure dragon. The power that could shatter the void couldn't stop Gu Fei. Boom! He punched out with his right fist, and boundless supreme yang energy gathered on his fist. His fist moved like a primordial divine mountain. Although Gu Fei's fist was advancing very slowly, it gave people a terrifying feeling of invincibility. It made people's hearts palpitate, and their souls tremble. Bam! The black dragon formed by the great dragon halberd was blocked by Gu Fei's fist, and the towering baleful qi dissipated. The malevolent dragon head was directly smashed into pieces, revealing the great dragon halberd's true form. Clang! The great dragon halberd vibrated like countless divine weapons. The black halberd blade collided with Gu Fei's fist over 1,000 times in an instant, piercing a hole in the sky. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. Even a divine weapon refined by a supreme existence wouldn't be able to injure Gu Fei. His fist was as heavy as 100,000 mountains, and the powerful force caused the great dragon halberd's shaft to bend. The webbing between Azure Dragon's thumb and index finger was torn, and he almost couldn't hold the great dragon halberd anymore. Each of Gu Fei's fists was powerful to the extreme, causing him to suffer a great impact. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Roar! Azure Dragon roared again and again, dragon qi surging from his body. He drew the power of heaven and earth from all directions, pouring it into the great dragon halberd, desperately pushing his strength to resist Gu Fei. 9 streams of dragon qi appeared around him, spiraling in the air like 9 divine dragons. At this moment, Azure Dragon didn't hold anything back, going all out. Pang! Azure Dragon's robes were torn to shreds, revealing his bronze-colored muscular body. Each of his muscles was trembling, as if they were cast from divine steel, brimming with power. So what if it's the momentum of heaven and earth, break for me? Gu Fei let out a loud roar. Extreme yang energy surged out from his fist. The power of his body was unleashed without any reservation. Rumble, the violent force directly sent the great dragon halberd flying. The entire heaven and earth was shaken by Gu Fei's fist, and the momentum of heaven and earth crumbled. Boom! The great dragon halberd flew several li away, smashing into a huge mountain. The entire mountain crumbled in an instant, sending dust and dirt soaring high into the sky. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but be shocked. After using the Heaven Ascension secret art, Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying, enough to contend against a profound transformation realm immortal king. The entire space crumbled under his fist. Azure Dragon suffered a great impact. The strength displayed by Gu Fei was too powerful. Even with the great dragon halberd in his hand, he couldn't contend against Gu Fei. In the midst of the terrifying energy storm, Azure Dragon vomited blood and was sent flying. Gu Fei's fist seemed to collapse the sky, shaking the earth, becoming the only thing between heaven and earth. Even the sun in the sky dimmed. The pure yang energy exploded on Gu Fei's fist. It was as if 10 suns were shining in the sky, bursting out with divine light. It was so dazzling that it hurt people's eyes, making it hard to look straight at it. Even immortal gods could not see Gu Fei's figure clearly at this time. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This is Gu Fei's true strength. Hu Zhan saw this scene and no longer had any fighting spirit. He knew that his strength was definitely not stronger than Azure Dragon. Even the number 1 Azure Dragon of the Southern Wasteland was defeated. How could he be Gu Fei's opponent? Hu Zhan was not the only one who had this kind of thought. In the distant sky, a petite figure bathed in divine flames was also blinded by the strong light that erupted in front of her. How is this Gu Fei so powerful? How despicable! Feng Shiwu originally wanted to fight Gu Fei and wash away the humiliation of losing to Gu Fei 3 centuries ago. However, looking at it this way, it would be difficult to wash away the humiliation of losing to Gu Fei 3 centuries ago. This left the young princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, Feng Shiwu, very gloomy. Who would have thought? In another direction in the sky, Lu Yunhe was stunned. Only then did he discover that Gu Fei had already surpassed him in terms of cultivation. Damn it! A middle-aged man standing beside Lu Yunhe ground his teeth. Gu Fei's strength made him very furious. If I can recruit this person, he'll be of great assistance to me, said the prince of the Yan dynasty, Yan Wushuang. He actually wanted to recruit Gu Fei. This person is powerful, but compared to my elder brother, he's still nothing. Zhou Haoyang snorted coldly in disdain. What? Everyone could not help but be surprised. The successor of the Zhou family of the ancients was actually even more powerful than Gu Fei. Wasn't that an immortal king? At this moment, another great rumble rang out from up ahead. The endless light receded, and everyone's vision was still a blur. Bam! Gu Fei took a step and directly appeared above the Azure Dragon that had been sent flying. Afterwards, he stomped down on the Azure Dragon's chest. The terrifying power directly shattered a region of space, obliterating everything. The Azure Dragon is about to lose. By now, even the prodigies of the Southern Wasteland no longer had high hopes for the Azure Dragon. Gu Fei was just too powerful. His battle prowess was on par with profound transformation immortal kings. Chapter 794. Bang! Without any suspense, Azure Dragon was directly stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei, smashing a huge pit in the ground. Roar! Azure Dragon roared crazily and rushed out of the pit in the ground. His hair was messy and he looked like he had gone mad. 9 dragon shadows appeared on his body. A violent and tragic aura exploded from Azure Dragon's body. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Azure Dragon's body, which seemed to be cast from divine iron, was already heavily injured. The muscles on Azure Dragon's chest had deeply caved in. It was a footprint. His sternum was broken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was like an injured primordial beast, making people's hearts palpitate. Humph! Gu Fei directly pressed down with his palm. Boom! Azure Dragon was directly smashed down from the sky. The mountains and rivers shook, the earth trembled, and the ground undulated violently like waves. Dust filled the air, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. It was bottomless, like a bottomless black hole. Everyone was shocked. This Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of the sacred battle emperor. His brute force was shocking. With a casual slap, he had slapped the #1 expert of the southern wilderness into the ground. Such a powerful attack, Azure Dragon was in danger. No one knew if Azure Dragon could survive under such an attack. Some people noticed that Azure Dragon's guardian did not appear. The result was already set. Unless a miracle happened, it would be absolutely difficult to reverse. Azure Dragon had lost, and the experts of the southern wilderness were not willing to face this reality. Rumble, the earth and sky shook. Gu Fei descended from the sky. The invincible martial body emitted a terrifying wave of power, directly shaking the earth and sky. He was like a sacred emperor, descending towards the bottomless pit in the shape of a palm print. Could it be? Does he still want to attack? He wants to kill Azure Dragon. Seeing this, the experts of the southern wilderness could not help but panic. Even Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were extremely nervous. If he really killed Azure Dragon, then it would pierce through the sky. The 4 sacred clans of the southern wasteland all possessed an unbelievably deep heritage, enough to lead the 100 races of the southern wasteland to fight against the Zhou clan of the ancients. If Gu Fei killed the Azure Dragon, there would be no place for Gu Fei in this world. The experts of the 100 races of the southern wasteland wouldn't let Gu Fei kill the Azure Dragon. Seeing that Gu Fei really didn't stop, they couldn't help but stand out. 7 powerful auras suddenly appeared. 7 powerful divine senses locked onto Gu Fei at the same time. These were 7 top-notch immortal gods. Among them, there was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair, a white-haired old man, and a fairy-like beauty. A phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A divine phoenix of raging flames broke through the layers of clouds and charged downwards. Roar! The roar of a tiger shook the heaven and earth, shattering several mountains. The murderous sound of a tiger's roar shook one's divine soul. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately knocked unconscious. A white tiger as large as a mountain rushed over from afar, emitting a fierce aura that soared to the heavens. The southern wasteland is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yan Wushuang's pupils shrank when he saw 9 immortal gods suddenly jump out. Swoosh! 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 Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan also rushed over. The powerful auras of immortals exploded from their bodies without any concealment. What? Do you want to gang up on me? Xiaoqing looked around and said in a deep voice. Dragon Qi surged from his body, and a huge dragon appeared behind him. Dragon Clan. Many people sensed the presence of a true dragon on Xiaoqing and could not help but change in expression. Only the imperial family of the Dragon Clan possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. The powerful presence of a 9th heavenly layer immortal that Balan gave off made Hu Zhan, Feng Shiwu, and the other immortals of the 100 races of the southern wasteland wary. The cultivation base of the 9th heaven of the immortal god realm was no joke. Such figures were all old monsters and antiques of the various sections. They were only a step away from breaking through the immortal god realm and becoming immortal kings of the mysterious transformation realm. Gu Fei completely ignored the 9 immortals of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. He continued to descend towards the bottomless hole in the ground. A weak aura came from the pitch-black bottomless pit. The Azure Dragon was not dead. Endless divine power surged through Gu Fei's body. At that moment, his body had reached its limit as well. The power unleashed by the Ascension secret technique was just too great. Even Gu Fei felt like his body was about to explode. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones trembled. His vital energy circulated 10 times faster than usual. If it were not for Gu Fei's extremely tough invincible martial body, he would have exploded from the power a long time ago. He would have been crushed to pieces a long time ago. Moreover, the Ascension secret technique had a time limit. If he could not finish off the enemy within 3 minutes, his strength would fall from his invincible state. Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands, and the endless power of yin and yang gathered towards his left and right hands madly. The power of yin and yang wove around his hands. Boom! The entire world suddenly shook violently, as if the world was about to be flipped upside down. A huge seal appeared between Gu Fei's hands. The power of yin and yang wove into a huge seal, the seal of yin and yang of life and death. Terrifying pulses of energy radiated from the simple seal. Everyone's expressions changed as the power of destruction surged. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was about to use the seal of yin and yang of life and death, the sound of a divine weapon suddenly rang from afar. An extremely fierce aura surged towards Gu Fei. Roar! A huge black dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long, with a mighty power that could destroy heaven and earth, pounced from afar and rushed to the front of Gu Fei in an instant. The huge dragon's head was like a mountain, and the dragon's body was like a winding mountain ridge. This was a ferocious and powerful ancient beast. It was ferocious and extremely hideous. The sudden change surprised Gu Fei. Without thinking, he formed a seal with both hands and slammed into the black dragon that was pouncing towards him. Bam! The seal of yin and yang of life and death exuded a monstrous amount of god force. The giant seal directly smashed the black dragon's head, and the giant seal also crumbled in the void. Gu Fei only felt a great force coming from the black dragon, and he was actually knocked back 1,000 zhang away. One could see how powerful the black dragon's attack was. A profound transformation realm immortal king made a move. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. He could already tell that the black dragon wasn't a real black dragon, but the shadow of a black dragon formed by the great dragon halberd. This shadow was incomparably lifelike, to the extent that it could be mistaken for the real one. Chapter 795. The old man had white hair and eyebrows, 18 dragons coiled around his body, like a supreme dragon emperor descending from the 9 heavens, exuding a domineering aura. Bubble and dragon chi soared to the sky, faint dragon roars could be heard in the void. The great dragon halberd in the old man's hand was even heavier than when it was in the azure dragon's hand. The black halberd flickered with black light, like a black dragon in the old man's hand, vibrating lightly, shaking people's hearts and souls. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king. Gu Fei was sent flying 1,000 zhang away, inwardly shocked. This old man should be the azure dragon's guardian. Young man, don't go overboard in everything. The old man looked at Gu Fei with an expressionless face and a calm tone. At this time, the time limit for Gu Fei's ascension secret art had not ended yet, his aura was also incomparably powerful. Bang! 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 He didn't say anything, walking in the void towards the old man. Each step covered 100 zhang, the entire heaven and earth shook along with his footsteps. There seemed to be a certain rhythm to Gu Fei's footsteps. This kind of rhythm could resonate with the heaven and earth, creating earth-shattering noises, shocking everyone. With every step he took, the cultivators watching from afar felt as if their hearts were being hammered by 1,000 caddies of heavy hammers. Those with weaker cultivations were already pale, their blood and chi were roiling in their bodies, and the arcane energy in their bodies seemed to be triggered by this rhythm, almost going out of control. Bang! 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 Gu Fei continued to move forward. In the distant sky, more and more people fell from the sky. Those with weaker cultivations were bleeding from the corner of their mouths, suffering from a great impact. Triggering the pulse of heaven and earth, you really have the qualifications to be arrogant. The old man's expression turned solemn, his eyes emitted a bright light as he stared at Gu Fei. Whose disciple was this? He was actually powerful to such an extent, invincible within the same realm. Even mysterious transformation realm immortal kings, demon kings, and devil kings couldn't take him down. The old man's thoughts spun rapidly. Such a character, if he matured, would become a great enemy of the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland. Should he kill him? This old man wanted to kill Gu Fei. When Hu Zhan, Feng Shiwu, and the other experts of the 100 races of the southern wasteland saw this scene, they were all stunned. They knew that the old man was an elder of the Azure Dragon clan. That old man was a famous figure in the southern wasteland. He had once been qualified to compete for the position of the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan. In every generation of the Azure Dragon clan, there would be a peerless expert known as the Azure Dragon. The name of the Azure Dragon was a supreme glory in the Azure Dragon clan. For thousands of years, those who were able to be called Azure Dragon were all extremely talented, their names were known throughout the entire southern wasteland, they were even the symbol of invincibility in the southern wasteland. This old man had nearly become the Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon clan's previous generation. One could imagine just how terrifying this old man's cultivation and strength was. Seeing that Gu Fei actually dared to attack this old man, the experts of the 100 clans of the southern wasteland were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Gu Fei was fearless. So what if his opponent was an immortal king at the profound transformation realm? It wasn't like he had never fought against an immortal king before. Facing the approaching Gu Fei, the old man's expression changed several times. In the end, he disappeared high up in the sky. When he reappeared, he was carrying a person in his arms. Seeing this, Gu Fei was astonished. Just now, he clearly sensed the killing intent from the old man, but he didn't expect the old man to not make a move. Swish! The old man used the great dragon halberd to shatter the void, directly teleporting away from this area. As if he had some misgivings, he didn't attack Gu Fei in the end. He left just like that. Gu Fei was greatly surprised. Initially, he wanted to compete with the old man before the Ascension Secret Arts time limit ended. The Azure Dragon lost. The surroundings were silent, no one said a word. The experts of the 100 clans of the southern wasteland had ugly expressions. The 9 great immortals that stood out didn't know whether to retreat or fight. What, didn't you all want to gang up on me? He Tian mocked. At this time, no one knew where he got a robe from, but it tightly wrapped around his yin-yang skeleton. Undying evil creature, everyone has the right to kill you. Someone shouted. That's right, kill him. Another person, fearing that the world would be in chaos, uttered provocative words. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. He Tian coldly declared. As he spoke, among the crowd on a distant hill, a cultivator screamed and fell to the ground. That cultivator struggled for a while, then stopped moving. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices, making him look extremely ferocious. The surrounding people's expressions changed, retreating in panic. You undying evil creature, you dare to commit murder in public. An old man among the 9 great immortals stepped forward and shouted at He Tian. The other immortals were also enraged. This undying evil creature dared to kill someone right in front of them. He was basically looking down on them. Who else wants to fight? At this time, Gu Fei had already flown over. His powerful presence that surpassed immortals made everyone's expressions change. However, his presence was rapidly weakening. The Ascension Secret Arts time limit was up, and he could no longer maintain his invincible state. Gu Fei, Hu Zhan and Feng Shiwu, the two experts of the four sacred clans, were filled with battle intent, but they didn't attack. The opponent had even defeated the Azure Dragon, so they weren't his opponent no matter what, unless they could break through to the profound transformation realm and become an immortal king. Hu Zhan, you want to fight? Gu Fei looked at Hu Zhan and said indifferently. His terrifying presence had already been completely withdrawn. However, apart from Shao Qing, He Tian, and Balan, no one knew about Gu Fei's secret. The 9 secrets of the immortal ways had already been lost in the ancient times. In the current world, the number of people who could recognize the 9 secrets of the immortal ways could probably be counted on one hand. Gu Fei demonstrated his invincible might, defeating the Azure Dragon and stunning the 100 races of the southern wilderness. Everyone feared him very much. No one was willing to fight him so easily. Swish! Hu Zhan said nothing, directly retreating. He knew he couldn't do it, so he retreated decisively. Boom! Flames erupted and scorching waves of heat swept out in all directions. A divine bird rushed into the sky. The vermilion bird spread its wings and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Feng Shiwu left too. Humph. At least you know what's good for you. He Tian swore, but he could not help but secretly admire their decisiveness and flexibility. None of the prodigies who had grown up in the southern wilderness were simple. 2 of the 9 immortals of the 100 races of the southern wilderness had left. The remaining 7 could not help but look at one another. In the end, they also chose to leave. Chapter 796. The man who had awed the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland and repelled the 9 immortals of the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland, Gu Fei was still as invincible as ever. Clap! 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 All of a sudden, applause came from the distance. Lu Yunhe, Zhou Haoyang, and the prince of the Great Yen, Yan Wushuang, flew toward Gu Fei and the others. The middle-aged man who was with Lu Yunhe was nowhere to be seen. Brother Gu, you are as brave as ever. Lu Yunhe said. In the past, Gu Fei was invincible among the younger generation of the southern wasteland, and he was still invincible in the southern wasteland. Lu Yunhe couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Back then, the difference in cultivation between Lu Yunhe and Gu Fei was not that enormous. However, Gu Fei was now an unparalleled martial immortal among those of the same cultivation, whereas Lu Yunhe was only a half-god-level cultivator. You are so annoying. Before Gu Fei could say anything, He Tian spoke in a displeased tone. Don't tell me you are thinking of using the 100 tribes of the southern wasteland to deal with my elder brother. Shao Qing didn't have a good impression of Lu Yunhe either. How could I? Lu Yunhe said quickly. These guys were not people he could afford to offend. Lu Yunhe was truly shocked. All the experts of the southern wasteland had been repelled by Gu Fei. Even if Lu Yunhe had eaten the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to Gu Fei. These two are. Gu Fei gave Lu Yunhe a look, then turned and rested his eyes on Zhou Haoyang and Yan Wuliang, the prince of Great Yen, who stood next to Lu Yunhe. Of these two, the man who looked like an idle rich young master was not worthy of Gu Fei's attention. But the young man who wore a purple gold dragon crown and a purple dragon robe, exuding a faint royal aura, made Gu Fei feel a little surprised. Such a man must be someone who occupied a high position in the imperial court, and most likely a member of the royal family. Hee. Allow me to introduce you. This is the descendant of the Zhou clan of the ancients, Zhou Haoyang. This is the prince of the Great Yen dynasty, Yan Wuliang. Lu Yunhe introduced to Gu Fei. I've long heard that Brother Gu is invincible in the same realm. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really is true. The Great Yan Prince Yan Wuliang said to Gu Fei. So it's the prince of the immortal empire. Gu Fei nodded without any surprise on his face. In the world of cultivation, there was no such thing as a prince or not. Everything was determined by strength. In the mortal world, the status of a prince was revered by countless subjects, but to cultivators, a prince was no different from an ordinary person. "You're Zhou Haoyang?" He Tian asked. He had no blood on his face. No one knew how he was feeling at this time. However, at this moment, Shao Qing and Balan looked at Zhou Haoyang strangely. "You know me. I didn't expect that even you guys know my name." Zhou Haoyang was somewhat proud of himself. He thought that Shao Qing and the others had heard of his name before. This guy, Gu Fei, couldn't help but shake his head. His disciple, Gu Zhong, was the one who beat him up outside of Dark Magus City. It was this Zhou Haoyang. This Zhou Haoyang was ignorant and incompetent. He only had a cultivation base of the 9th layer of the void-controlling realm. It could be said that he was the weakest among the younger generation of the 4 great families of the clan of the ancients. However, this guy was very lucky. He was born in the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients, and he had a powerful elder brother who was extremely protective of him. His elder brother was incredible. Some people said that the Zhou family had produced a young divine king, and that this young divine king was Zhou Haoyang's elder brother. Zhou Haoyang's elder brother was a heaven-defying monster. He had attained the Tao at a young age, and his cultivation base and strength were so strong that even the experts of the previous generation of the Zhou family would feel ashamed in front of him. "Ha! Your name is like thunder in our ears." He Tian was amused. This guy was very interesting. Zhou Haoyang was still feeling very good about himself, while Shao Qing and the carefree Balan were laughing. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile as well. Lu Yunhe and Yan Wuliang glanced at each other. They didn't know what Gu Fei's group was up to. After a brief conversation, He Tian and Zhou Haoyang seemed to be very close friends. They quickly became familiar with each other, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Under Zhou Haoyang's invitation, Gu Fei's group left the mountain range and headed for one of the Zhou family's divine palaces in the southern wasteland. One had to admit that the Zhou family of the ancients had an incomparably deep foundation. The Zhou family's divine palace in the southern wasteland was actually a palace that floated high in the sky. It was like a divine city from the 9 heavens, exuding an ancient and vicissitude aura. However, this was only one of the divine cities of the Zhou family in the southern wasteland. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. The powers of the ancient desolate were indeed frightening. This Zhou family was probably on par with the divine race. The divine city high in the sky was guarded by the Zhou family's immortal divinities. The city guards were all at the 1st and 2nd heavenly layers of void-controlling realm. Zhou Haoyang invited everyone into the divine city. Cultivators could be seen everywhere. The powers of the ancient desolate wanted to open the desolate world. The powers that had submitted to the Zhou family had selected their most outstanding descendants and sent them to the Zhou family. Gu Fei's group temporarily settled down in the divine city. They could walk around as they pleased, but the Zhou family had sealed off the central area of the divine city, not allowing anyone to enter. Gu Fei sensed at least 2 powerful auras surpassing the immortal divinity realm in the central area of the divine city. There were mysterious transformation realm immortal kings guarding the place. Zhou Haoyang and Lu Yunhe both had matters to attend to, but the great Yan's prince, Yan Wushuang, seemed to be deliberately interacting with Gu Fei's group. On this day, Yan Wushuang held a banquet in the only restaurant in the divine city, inviting Gu Fei to drink and chat merrily. He Tian and Balan didn't like this kind of scene, so they didn't come. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the brightly lit city. This restaurant had a total of 3 floors, and the top floor had been reserved by Yan Wushuang. This wasn't a restaurant in the secular world, but the property of the Zhou family. The fee wasn't gold or silver, but a type of spirit jade that contained spiritual energy. This type of spirit jade was the currency used by cultivators. The spiritual energy contained within could be refined and absorbed by cultivators to increase their cultivation. In order to reserve the entire floor, Yan Wushuang had spent a total of 500 kilograms of high-grade spirit jade. This wasn't a small sum. 500 kilograms of high-grade spirit jade was equivalent to the expenses of a middle-grade sect for 3 or 4 years. An immortal dynasty indeed had countless cultivation resources. 500 caddies of spirit jade was actually worth it, because this wasn't an ordinary banquet, but a real delicacy. Braised 1,000-year-old ground python roe, deep-fried multicolored peacock claws, steamed 500-year-old dragon sturgeon, and so on. Although the dishes weren't cooked with real dragon liver and phoenix gall, it still left one speechless. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Fei inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flashing past on the opposite street. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly rushed out of the restaurant, and with a sway of his body, he disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. This. Chapter 797. The lights in the city flickered, reflecting the stars in the sky. The divine city was high up in the sky and could not be seen from the ground. Inside the divine city, one would feel as if they were very close to the heavens. Gu Fei was traversing the streets of the city, following a slender figure in front of him. It was a woman dressed in a black dress. In the past few days, many cultivators had come to the divine city. These cultivators were the most outstanding descendants of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had returned to the southern wasteland and began to integrate the cultivation world of the southern wasteland. In the entire southern wasteland, more than half of the great sects had already surrendered to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity and became their peripheral forces. However, only a few of the direct disciples of the Zhou clan had appeared in the city. The black-clothed woman in front had a graceful figure. Her long hair was tied behind her head with a black hair, giving people a valiant and formidable-looking feeling. Could it be her? Gu Fei felt that the figure in front of him was very familiar. It seemed to be an old friend from the past. However, 300 years had passed, and Gu Fei found it hard to determine that this woman was the same person from the back. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the woman through the long streets. Then he turned left and right in the middle of the city and arrived in front of a courtyard in the south of the divine city. The woman didn't notice that someone was following her and walked straight into the courtyard. The divine city floating high in the sky wasn't very large, but it still covered a radius of a few dozen miles. There were thousands of large and small houses in the city. Traces of time could be seen everywhere in this ancient city. The courtyard wasn't very big. As Gu Fei approached the courtyard, he sensed an obscure aura. There was an expert overseeing the courtyard. Gu Fei didn't want to be discovered by the other party. With a thought, a vast amount of inner world energy came out from his dantian and enveloped his body, isolating all the aura on his body. Gu Fei, who was enveloped by the power of the inner world, seemed to have jumped out of the 3 realms at this moment. He was no longer within the 5 elements and had broken free from the shackles of the great heaven and earth. Unless it was an almighty being, no one would be able to sense his presence. Even the celestial being realm's celestial emperor and Shen King could not sense his presence. Gu Fei silently walked into the courtyard, came to the window, and stood there quietly. Inside the house, it was as bright as day, and there were people talking inside. Master. Among the top 10 sects in the southern wasteland, 6 of them have already entered the city. A melodious voice came from the room. This is, as soon as the voice entered his ears, Gu Fei was stunned. It really was her. He would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. It seems to be in the next few days. An old voice immediately sounded in the room. It was the voice of an old woman. Li Mengyao, the one inside, is her master. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was not afraid that his voice would be heard. The power of heaven and earth inside isolated the void, and even sound was completely isolated. Master, what is Zhou clan's intention in doing this? Li Mingyao's voice sounded in the room. No wonder that figure was so familiar. It turned out to be her, Guangqing immortal sex Li Mengyao. Gu Fei found it hard to keep his calm. The woman inside was the woman he had an affair with. Gu Fei couldn't help but recall the scene in the valley inside the virtual sky world. Now that he thought about it, his face was still hot, and his breathing became a bit rapid. To some extent, Li Mengyao was his first woman. How was she in these 300 years? Gu Fei's heart was fluttering. He never thought that he would meet Li Mengyao, the woman he had a physical relationship with, in the divine city of Zhou clan. He also never thought that after meeting Li Mengyao again, his emotions would be a bit out of control. What was going on? He couldn't understand it himself. Sending the outstanding descendants of each sect to that place. I'm afraid it's going to be a dangerous experience. The old voice sounded with a hint of worry. What kind of place is that? Li Mengyao asked in the room. Li Mingyao's master didn't answer immediately. She seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she said, "It's a lost world, a secret place that only opens once every 10,000 years. A lost world?" Li Mengyao was surprised. According to the oldest records, it's an ancient world of desolation, a world before the desolate antiquity. It has a great secret. Li Mingyao's master seemed to know something. This. Li Mengyao was startled by her master's words. Entering that ancient world of desolation, if you're lucky, you'll have a great opportunity. If not, I'm afraid you'll die inside, your body and soul will be destroyed. Li Mingyao's master's words kept coming from the room. Ancient world of desolation. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. The other party couldn't hear his voice, but he could. Gu Fei stood outside the window, quietly listening to the conversation in the room. From the conversation between Li Mengyao and her master, Gu Fei knew some things about the ancient world of desolation. It turned out that when this ancient world of desolation appeared, no one knew. Even the ancient powers didn't know how long this lost world had existed for. It wasn't until a supreme being discovered the existence of this world that the ancient desolate faction knew of the existence of such an ancient world. Li Mingyao's master didn't know much either. She only knew that all the ancient powers had a way to enter and exit the ancient world of desolation. Moreover, there wasn't only one entrance to the ancient world of desolation. Other ancient powers could enter the ancient world of desolation from other entrances. The Zhou clan's ancient divine city that floated high in the sky had an entrance to the untainted ancient world. It was also because of this that the Zhou clan had gathered the outstanding descendants of the various sects in the southern wasteland in the divine city. In the end, when Gu Fei realized that he couldn't get any more useful information from the conversation between Li Mengyao and her master, he quietly left. He didn't disturb Li Mengyao, nor did he want to meet her. His heart was empty, and he didn't know what to do at the moment. After returning to his residence, Gu Fei locked himself in his room, causing both Erebus and little Qing to feel baffled. They had no idea what was going on. 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the prince of the great Yan Wuliang, was still loitering around Gu Fei's residence. He hadn't given up on the idea of befriending Gu Fei and pulling Gu Fei under his command. However, Gu Fei didn't pay any attention to him. One morning, after inviting Gu Fei to the God City, Zhou Haoyang came to Gu Fei's residence. Chapter 798. In the endless territory of the southern wasteland, there were 10 great sects, the soaring celestial sect, the yin-yang sect, the solar sect, and so on. 6 of them had already submitted to the Zhou clan of the ancients and became their external forces. Whoosh! Although Zhou Haoyang's cultivation was weak, he was able to prosper in the cultivation world. No one dared to look down on him because of the existence of a super-powerful force behind him. As for the other 4 sects, the Imperial Beast Villa, the Yin Ghost sect, the Myriad Beasts Alliance, and the Yin Yang sect, they had submitted to the 100 races of the southern wasteland. The strength of the two great sects could be said to be equal. Both sides had incomparably deep foundations, and no one could unify the southern wasteland. Originally, the southern wasteland was the world of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. However, with the strong return of the Zhou clan of the ancients, half of the southern wasteland fell into the hands of the Zhou clan. At this time, in the divine city above the 100,000 mountains, there were already hundreds of cultivators from the 6 great sects of the southern wasteland. As time passed, an obscure power began to fluctuate in the center of the divine city. This fluctuation became more and more intense. On the evening of the 3rd day, a dazzling divine light shot up from the center of the divine city. It pierced through the sky and a huge pitch-black hole appeared in the sky above the divine city. Rumble, the entire divine city began to shake. Divine runes began to appear on the ancient divine city. Some supreme cultivator had carved formation runes on the divine city. Tao power flowed on the runes, attracting the spiritual qi from all directions. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles frantically gathered towards the divine city. The hundreds of cultivators in the divine city were all indescribably shocked. Has it begun? Gu Fei, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balan shot up into the sky and stood in the sky above the divine city. They looked up and felt an ancient aura that seemed to have come from the primordial era. It was coming from the expanding black hole in the sky. The divine light that shot out from the center of the divine city shattered the void and penetrated into the seemingly endless void, as if it was connected to the primordial era. The divine light that pierced through the heavens and the earth spread out from the center of the divine city. A huge pillar of light finally enveloped the entire divine city. Gu Fei and the others were also bathed in the divine light. Amidst the vast and auspicious energy, Gu Fei felt as though he was bathing in a spiritual spring that contained boundless spiritual energy. His entire body felt comfortable. Then, the divine city, which had gathered an endless amount of spiritual qi, began to move upwards. The huge black hole in the sky that enveloped the heavens and the earth produced a heaven-devouring force, causing the entire divine city to fly upwards. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was truly generous. Could it be that they actually moved the entire divine city into the great antiquity world? Cries of surprise rang out from the divine city below. Many people soared into the sky and stood there, looking up at the pitch-black tunnel above their heads. The ancient aura of the great desolation grew stronger and stronger. It was as if they were truly approaching the great desolation aristocratic family. Swoosh! Divine light flickered and the void distorted. The divine city, which was bathed in divine light, as well as the hundreds of cultivators within it, all rushed into the black hole in the sky. All the divine light disappeared into the black hole. The black hole gradually closed up, and the shattered void automatically repaired itself. Finally, the black hole completely disappeared into the void, and the divine city in the sky was gone. After the divine city disappeared, a few figures rushed out from the 100,000 mountains and looked up at the sky. Soon, these figures disappeared from the sky above the mountains. It felt like countless years, but it also felt like an instant. Suddenly, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up, and then he found himself in a different world. Beside him, He Tian, Xiao Qing, and Balan were all looking around blankly. Near them, there were also more than 10 figures looking around. These were the immortal level experts that had rushed into the sky above the divine city. Rumble, suddenly, the void trembled. Below them, the void distorted and then shattered. Divine runes rushed out from the shattered void. An ancient city broke through the void, flew out, and floated below them. Gu Fei found that there were many buildings on the ground that resonated with the divine city in the sky. Perhaps this was why the divine city could break through the void and enter this world. What a dense spiritual energy! Gu Fei found that the spiritual energy in this world was so dense that it was almost comparable to the divine land in his dantian. It was no wonder that in ancient times, all kinds of terrifying and powerful creatures were born. The people of the Avalon of 5 elements and the extreme true demons were all ultimate experts. Perhaps these ultimate experts had clashed with each other back then. After a great battle, the sky fell and the earth cracked, shattering the boundless vast primitive world. This world was filled with the aura of the primitive world. Towering trees and towering mountains could be seen, and terrifying roars of wild beasts could be heard from the distance. The sky here was very clear, and there were colorful clouds floating in the sky. There was no sun, but it was very bright. It was unknown where the light in this world came from. Could it be that this was a world without night, possessing eternal light? At this moment, a dark cloud suddenly rushed out from the mountain in the distance, and an extremely horrifying aura surged out. That is, after seeing it clearly, everyone was shocked. It wasn't a black cloud, it was a giant bird the size of a mountain. The huge bird soared through the sky, covering the entire sky. Its feathers were covered in a black luster, casting a huge shadow on the ground. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This giant bird was too big, it was actually half the size of a divine city. Caw! With a cry, the 9 heavens trembled. Its wings flapped, and even the clouds on the horizon were dispersed. Moreover, the giant bird's speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to the sky above the divine city. This was simply like a black cloud covering the sky. The entire divine city darkened. Everyone in the city lost their heads out of fear, and some people continuously fled. The soaring baleful aura caused the several hundred outstanding descendants of the southern wasteland's great sects to almost collapse. This was an extremely powerful bird king. Whoosh! Its claws as big as a small mountain directly swiped down from the sky, courting death. At this time, an angry roar came from the divine city. A dazzling divine light rushed out from the city, and a powerful magical power surged like a volcano suddenly erupting. Whoosh! The divine light pierced through the void and directly cut the giant bird in half. Blood and feathers flew everywhere, and the giant bird's corpse fell from the sky. It was as if the sky was raining blood. There was indeed a peerless character from the Zhou clan of the ancients in the city. He actually killed a bird king that was comparable to an immortal in one move. Just what kind of world was this? As soon as they entered this world from the southern wasteland, they were attacked by a giant bird with the strength of an immortal. Chapter 799. Now, all of you can go and explore this world of the primordial era. In this world, there are all sorts of ancient secrets. Whether you are fated or not will depend on your luck. Go! Here, every one of you will have the chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. An ancient voice resounded in the Zhou clan's divine city. Every word was clearly heard by everyone. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king was transmitting his voice. Just now, when the giant bird attacked, it should have been the immortal king who killed it. Only a peerless immortal king could kill such a ferocious beast in an instant. Fate. Ascend to the heavens in a single step. All the cultivators in the divine city fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened as they felt an incomparable pressure. Ascend to the heavens in a single step. What did this mean? Was this place connected to the legendary heavenly realm? Everyone was shocked. Breaking through the void and ascending to the heavens was the ultimate dream of every cultivator. However, ever since the great changes of the ancient era, immortals and mortals were separated. Even if someone cultivated to the immortal realm, the heavens and earth would no longer send down a heavenly tribulation. Even if you were extremely talented and invincible, it would be difficult to enter the legendary heavenly realm. You could only stay in the mortal world. After a brief silence, the entire divine city burst into an uproar. All the cultivators were excited. No one stayed still. Some people immediately rushed out of the divine city and into the world outside the city. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Erebus, and Balan also felt their blood boiling. To think that they would encounter fate in the great desolate primordial world. This was something that no one had expected. It was hard to believe that the primordial world forces had such a great secret. Over the years, countless people had searched for a way to enter the heavenly realm. Everywhere in the Tinglong continent had been visited. Some peerless figures who cultivated to the immortal realm did not hesitate to enter the primordial forbidden grounds of the Tinglong continent in search of the path to the heavens. Some of them even fell in those ancient wastelands and never came out again. After the great changes of the world, there was only one way to enter the heaven realm, and that was the legendary heaven tower left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor. The sky connecting platform was in the hands of the primordial Tao sect. The primordial Tao sect was the inheritance of the supreme Tao ancestor. The sky connecting platform was the place where the supreme Tao ancestor comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth. The heaven platform had all kinds of mysterious uses, but what made the cultivators in the world jealous was that this platform could connect to the heaven realm and transport people there. However, the sky connecting platform of the primordial Tao sect had long since disappeared. It was rumored that there had once been an almighty who had fought his way into the primordial Tao sect and snatched the sky connecting platform. Some said that the sky connecting platform had already been summoned back by the primordial Tao sect, while others said that the sky connecting platform had already been destroyed during the battle between the almighty and an ancestor of the primordial Tao sect. This was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. No one knew what had happened. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. That was, the only holy object that could communicate with the heavenly realm had never appeared again. In other words, the only passageway between the human realm and the heavenly realm no longer existed. No one from the primordial Tao sect came out to explain. However, ever since the Almighty had fought his way into the primordial Tao sect, the primordial world that opened once every 10,000 years had become more important to the primordial world than any other ancient powers. Some people guessed that the primordial Tao sect might have really lost the holy object that the supreme Tao ancestor had left behind. Boom! At this moment, a boundless wave of Dharma power was emitted from the divine city. A terrifying figure rushed out of the divine city and disappeared from the world in an instant. That's a mysterious transformation realm immortal king. Even a mysterious transformation realm immortal king has been mobilized. In the divine city of heaven, some people who had been hesitating could no longer hold back. They all walked out of the divine city and rushed into the outside world. "Boss, what should we do?" He Tian asked. Shaoqing and Balan calmed down and looked at the scene calmly. The primordial world was indeed worthy of its name. What they saw was simply a scene from the primordial world. The mountains here towered into the clouds. No one knew how long the trees here had been growing. Some of them were as tall as 200 or 300 jang. However, they had not developed intelligence and cultivated into tree demons. Huge vines even climbed from one mountain to another. In the distant forest, there were terrifying beasts roaming about. From time to time, loud beastly roars could be heard. The beasts here were not the ferocious beasts of the Tinglong continent. In the primordial world, most of the beasts that lived here were extremely powerful. The spiritual chi in the primordial world was abundant and could nurture powerful ancient beasts. Even though the beasts here were extremely powerful, they would not transform into human forms. These beasts were very terrifying. Even immortals would be in danger if they encountered them. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and said, "We will split into 2 groups. The 3 of you will go one way and I will go the other. Shaoqing has a boundary that I refined. If we encounter any danger, we can hide in the Hell Dao." When Gu Fei refined the Hell Dao's origin, he used the power of the Hell Dao's origin to create the 4 Paths world. Shaoqing had a boundary in her hand. "Boss, safety first. Can you lend me and the old Kirin some of your 2 Daos realm men?" Erebus asked. This guy was very jealous of the boundary in Xiao Qing's hand. This thing was a life-saving treasure. No matter how strong the enemy was, as long as they hid in the Hell Dao, they would be fine. The Hell Dao was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was originally meant to be the Azura Hell in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if someone knew the location of the Hell Dao, no one could break into it. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, even if he refined the source of the Hell Dao, he would not be able to take the Hell Dao into his body for the time being. The Hell Dao was comparable to a perfect world. Gu Fei was not strong enough to take a real world into his body. However, as the master of the Hell Dao, he could communicate with the source of the Hell Dao at any time and borrow its power. However, because he did not take the Hell Dao into his body, Gu Fei had to go through the boundary in order to enter the Hell Dao. Of the 4 boundaries, he had already given away 2. One was in Xiao Qing's hand and the other was in the old turtle's hand. He still had 2 more on him. Gu Fei thought for a moment and flipped his hand. A palm-sized stone tablet appeared in his hand. Alright, let's split up. Gu Fei threw the stone tablet to He Tian and said. At this time, most of the cultivators in the Divine City had already entered the ancient world of chaos. Thank you, boss. He Tian reached out and caught the stone tablet. He was overjoyed. With this stone tablet, he would have an extra layer of protection in the ancient world of chaos. Chapter 800. All the major powers of the ancient desolation had a way to enter the ancient desolation world. The number of people who entered the ancient desolation world was definitely not limited to just the few hundred cultivators from the southern desolation Zhou clan. The divine city floated high in the sky, and there were ancient buildings below it. There was an unfathomable power connecting the 2 sides. There seemed to be an ancient altar on the ground below, but Gu Fei didn't pay much attention to it. At this time, there were figures flashing everywhere outside the divine city. Gu Fei, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan separated and rushed into an endless mountain range. The ancient mountain range was filled with towering trees and old vines. Many places were emitting a fierce aura, and there were strange beasts roaming about. Just as Gu Fei entered the mountain range, a miserable scream of despair came from the front. Some cultivators had encountered the strange beasts in the mountain range and were killed. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He used the 8 desolate steps and sped up. After turning around a mountain peak, a lake dozens of acres wide appeared in front of him. Gu Fei just happened to see a huge figure disappearing into the lake. What is that? Gu Fei stopped. There was a strange beast hiding in the lake ahead, and there was a 5-colored lotus growing in the middle of the lake. A faint fragrance wafted from the front, making people feel relaxed and happy. However, there was a trace of blood lingering in the air. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. There were still traces of blood on the surface of the water near the 5-colored lotus that hadn't been washed away by the lake water. It was obvious that some cultivators had discovered the 5-colored celestial lotus in the lake and wanted to pluck it. However, they were killed by the strange beast lurking in the lake and became its food. The lotus had a 5-colored light lingering around it. It was very extraordinary. It was a rare spiritual plant in the world. Such a divine plant was not easy to pick. The strange beasts in the world would also be attracted by this spiritual plant and would guard it, not allowing other cultivators or fierce beasts to come close. The 5-colored lotus was definitely a rare divine plant for cultivators, especially those who were near the end of their lifespan or those who were seriously injured. However, to Gu Fei, this celestial lotus could only be regarded as an ordinary divine treasure. He even had the divine spring of life, which was much more precious than any divine treasure. Beside the divine spring of life, there was a peerless divine plant. Gu Fei's cultivation resources were probably even more valuable than those of the ancient desolation powers. However, since he had encountered it, it wouldn't be good to leave empty-handed. Gu Fei was about to enter the small lake in front of him and take away the 5-colored immortal lotus. Although he didn't know what kind of strange beast was lurking at the bottom of the lake, he didn't feel any danger. In other words, the strange beast in the lake didn't pose any threat to him. Just as Gu Fei was about to take action, an ear-piercing sound came from the distance. Gu Fei immediately stopped and flew down from the sky, landing in the forest beside the lake. Swish! A sword light descended from the sky. Amidst the flickering sword light, a figure like a fairy from the 9 heavens landed on a big rock beside the lake. 5-colored lotus. Seeing the 5-colored lotus in the lake, the person couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She was very happy, but she didn't directly rush forward to pick the lotus. Why is it her? Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest not far away, couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. It was a beautiful woman in black with her long hair tied behind her head. This woman was none other than Guangqing's junior sister, Li Mengyao. The Guangqing celestial sect had already submitted to the Zhou clan of the Desolation Antiquity. The Zhou clan had opened the ancient Desolation world and gathered the outstanding figures of the various sections. Li Mengyao was one of the outstanding figures sent by the Guangqing celestial sect. Gu Fei had seen Li Mengyao from afar in the Zhou clan's divine city. He knew that 3 acquaintances had come from the Guangqing celestial sect. One was Lu Yunhe, who had sent a flying sword message to invite him here. The other was Guangqing's eldest senior brother, Ren Wuming. The third was Li Mengyao, who he had a romantic relationship with. For this trip to the ancient Desolation world, the Zhou clan had not only sent peerless characters of the immortal king level, but even the various sects had sent old monsters. These people were all here to try their luck. There was no cultivator who didn't want to reach the heavens in a single step and enter a wider world to continue cultivating. The heavenly realm was that legendary world. Swish! At this time, another ray of light flew over from afar. Amidst the resplendent golden divine light, a thin figure was wrapped in it. That person landed on the other side of the lake and floated in the air. She stared at the 5-colored lotus in the lake with undisguised greed in her eyes. Little girl from the Guangqing celestial sect, if you know what's good for you, get lost. This divine lotus is mine. That person was a barefooted kid wearing a short green robe and a red tutu. He had a braid on his head. Although he was just a little kid, his tone was frightening. He actually told Li Mengyao to get lost as soon as he arrived, without giving her any leeway. Blissful boy, you're too much. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Li Mengyao, am not. Li Mengyao's body was filled with sword energy and sword light was flickering on her body. She knew the opponent's background, so she didn't dare to be careless. She quickly circulated the sword energy in her body and was on high alert, ready to attack at any time. This blissful boy was a ruthless character in the Yin-Yang sect. Although he looked like a kid, he was an old monster. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then I won't be polite. The blissful boy grinned and rushed over the surface of the lake. Wow! At this time, there was a sound of water splashing, and the originally calm lake suddenly burst out with a huge, malevolent beast head, its bloody mouth wide open. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards the blissful boy who was above the lake. Die, evil beast! The blissful boy did not panic. He shouted and 2 bronze rings, one black and one white, flew out from his hands. The power of yin and yang spread out from the yin and yang bronze rings. The bronze rings quickly enlarged and went towards the head of the strange beast that suddenly rushed out from the lake. Swish! The strange beast seemed to know the power of the yin and yang bronze rings. It dodged to the side and avoided the attack on its head. Then, its thick body directly hit the yin and yang bronze rings and wrapped around the blissful boy. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the forest beside the lake, saw clearly that the strange beast that rushed out from the lake was actually a flood dragon. This flood dragon was black with a layer of black light flowing on its scales. There were dragon horns on its head. If it had claws under its abdomen, it would simply be a black dragon. The yin and yang bronze rings hit the black flood dragon scales and made a clanging sound. It was like hitting a divine iron, and it couldn't hurt the flood dragon at all. The blissful boy was shocked. He withdrew the yin and yang bronze rings and wanted to retreat. This black flood dragon's body was extremely strong, and he couldn't let it get close to him. Chapter 801. Shwa. The flood dragon emerged from the water and soared 1,000 zhang into the air. A bitter baleful aura soared into the heavens, making one's heart palpitate. This was definitely a terrifying demonic beast. Who knew how many living beings it had slaughtered in order to form such a horrifying baleful aura? When Li Mengyao saw this, her expression couldn't help but change. She didn't think that there would be such a flood dragon hiding in the lake. This flood dragon had probably already matured and was about to transform into a dragon. Roar! The black flood dragon roared, the mountains shook, the lake water swept up high into the sky, and the entire lake surface raised a huge wave. The five-colored celestial lotus was already in the center of the lake, breathing in and out spiritual energy, unmoving like a mountain. Such a mystical celestial lotus made Li Mengyao's eyes light up. This kind of mystical celestial lotus, if refined into a godly pellet, it might be able to help her break through the shackles of her current training. Even the boy of bliss, who was invincible in the mortal realm, was sent soaring into the sky by the black flood dragon, dodging it. The black flood dragon that broke out of the lake was about 300 to 400 zhang long, and its body was covered in a layer of black light, exuding an intense baleful aura. Damn it! The boy of bliss roared in anger and attacked with the yin and yang copper rings once again. The yang rings emitted a brilliant white light and gathered the chi of heaven and earth, turning into a divine halo that spun and slashed at the black flood dragon. The yin bracelet was filled with yin power. It raised a monstrous black aura and smashed down on the black flood dragon. The boy of bliss was a 9th heavenly layer saint, a peerless expert in the mortal world. He was only a step away from transforming his mortal body and becoming a true immortal. His strength was not to be underestimated. In the Tinglong continent, ever since the forces of the remote antiquity returned and the immortals and gods returned to the mortal world, the cultivation world had gradually been divided into two different levels of cultivators. Below the immortal gods were the mortal realm cultivators, and above the immortal gods were the heaven realm immortals. This was the difference between mortals and immortals. Even if a mortal realm cultivator was invincible in the mortal realm, it would still be difficult for him to match a heaven realm immortal god. The blissful boy also wanted this five-colored celestial lotus. If he refined it into a divine pill, he might be able to become an immortal in one step. He was determined to obtain the five-colored celestial lotus. Boy Blissful attacked with all his might, the power of yin and yang shook the void. The yang ring split the heaven and earth like a supreme divine weapon, slashing the black dragon. The yin hoop, however, was as heavy as a mountain as it smashed down on the black flood dragon's head. The power of yin and yang was actually used by him in such a way, displaying a different kind of power. Who? Facing the blissful boy's attack, the black flood dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of cold air. Instantly, the cold wind howled and the blissful boy was frozen in an instant. The breath of cold air that the black flood dragon spat out caused the temperature of the world to plummet, and the surface of the lake instantly froze. Li Mengyao, who was standing on the big rock beside the lake, felt that the blood in her body was about to freeze. She couldn't help but be shocked. Without a second thought, she shot up into the sky and retreated into the distance. At that moment, the black flood dragon had already swung its tail and swept the yang ring away. The black flood dragon's scales were as hard as divine metal. This black flood dragon, Gu Fei, was also surprised to see this scene. This black flood dragon seemed to have developed its spiritual intelligence, and was even more cunning and vicious than a human. In the battle with the blissful boy, this black flood dragon had actually hidden its strength. Now that it spat out a mouthful of cold air, it actually froze the heaven and earth. The cold air spread out in all directions, and with the lake as the center, the area within a radius of several li was instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. This black flood dragon definitely had the strength of a heaven rank or above. No wonder the blissful boy was instantly frozen into a block of ice by the black flood dragon's cold air. Human rank and heaven rank were two insurmountable levels of cultivation, and they could not be compared at all. For thousands of years, no one had ever heard of a human rank cultivator being able to hunt down an immortal god in the sky. There were 5 realms in human rank and 5 realms in heaven rank. This black flood dragon should be a first or second heaven of immortal god realm demon. At the periphery of this ancient mountain range, they had already met a flood dragon of first or second heaven of immortal god realm. How many demons above the immortal god realm were there in this untainted primordial world? Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart as he thought about it. He felt uneasy. In this untainted primordial world, there might be some powerful demons of the demon clan. Roar! The black flood dragon that was leaping in the sky roared and swung its tail, smashing the blissful boy into pieces. The blissful boy who was trapped in the ice was instantly destroyed, his body and soul destroyed. Even the Yin ring in the blissful boy's hand was shattered. An invincible mortal rank expert was killed in just 2 moves. This was the difference between a mortal and an immortal. One was in the sky, while the other was on the ground. The black flood dragon roared in a low voice. After killing the blissful boy, it fixed its eyes on Li Mengyao, who had retreated to the sky. It was about to chase after Li Mengyao. At this moment, Li Mengyao saw how powerful the black flood dragon was. She felt a chill run down her spine, and she was sweating profusely. If she had tried to pluck the 5-colored lotus, she would have ended up like the blissful boy. However, just as the black WIRM was about to charge forward to kill Li Mengyao, a bright light shot out from the forest beside the lake. Swoosh! The divine light flashed and disappeared into the void. The black flood dragon's movement suddenly stopped, as if someone had cast a spell on it and fixed it in the sky. Then, the black flood dragon's ferocious head fell to the ground. The flood dragon's blood spurted out and fell from the sky. The flood dragon's corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the frozen lake, cracking the surface of the lake. Li Mengyao was stunned by the scene in front of her. She was about to run away, but something unbelievable happened. That ferocious and terrifying flood dragon had actually been beheaded. Did a heaven rank cultivator make a move? There were 5 cultivation realms in the heaven rank, and the immortal god realm was the lowest among the 5 realms. To kill this flood dragon in a second, only an expert in the immortal god realm could do it. Li Mengyao was speechless for a long time. She stood in the sky blankly for a long time before she came back to her senses. She looked around, but there was no one, and she could not sense any human cultivator's aura. Who is the senior who saved me? I am very grateful. Could you please come out and meet me? Li Mengyao said loudly. However, no one came out. There was only her own echo in the surroundings. Swoosh! She rode on the sword light and rushed back from the sky, landing on the lake. The 5-colored celestial lotus in the lake was still absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi. The lake around the celestial lotus was not frozen. Li Mengyao shouted a few times, but no one responded. Finally, she walked towards the 5-colored celestial lotus and carefully plucked it. Chapter 802. The ancient desolate world was vast and boundless. It was a scene of desolate antiquity. Rumble, a huge mountain suddenly collapsed, and as the earth cracked, a giant tortoise the size of a mountain crawled out of the collapsed mountain. Gu Fei hid on a small mountain far away. When he saw this shocking scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The ancient desolate beast in front of him was truly terrifying. That gigantic tortoise had been in slumber for who knew how long. Its body was covered in mud and rocks, and there were even towering ancient trees growing on it. Roar! Just at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of this region. The mountains trembled, and an extremely terrifying baleful aura surged out from the depths of the mountain range. The tortoise suddenly sped up and charged into the depths of the mountain range. Following that, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The ancient desolate tortoise and the other ancient desolate beast began to fight. The terrifying aura of the ancient desolate beast caused all living beings to tremble. Even Gu Fei felt danger. The entire mountain range shook violently. In the depths of the mountain range, more and more mountains crumbled, causing dust to rise high into the sky. This, Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Even the celestial realm immortal Shen King would be affected by this ancient desolate beast. He retreated, not daring to go any deeper. If he went any deeper, even with the protection of the extreme Dao Saint Tool, he would still be in danger. Only after retreating for 1,000 miles did Gu Fei no longer feel the terrifying aura of the two ancient desolate beasts. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Gu Fei stopped on a cliff. Only now did he realize that he had made a grave mistake. He didn't have a map of the ancient desolate world. The ancient desolate powers would open the ancient desolate world once every 10,000 years. They would enter this ancient world in search of fate, hoping to reach the heavens in a single step. Over the countless years, the ancient desolate world had opened no less than 10 times. The various ancient desolate powers definitely had a map of the ancient desolate world. After hundreds of thousands of years, even though the various ancient desolate clans had yet to fully understand the ancient desolate world, they had still explored many places. Although the various factions of the ancient desolate era had incomplete maps, it was still better than wandering blindly in this world. Damn Lu Yunhe, damn Zhou Haoyang. Gu Fei cursed in his heart. These two bastards definitely did it on purpose. Gu Fei recalled Lu Yunhe and Zhou Haoyang's sinister intentions. Right at that moment, an extremely faint smell of blood wafted into Gu Fei's nose. Gu Fei was already an immortal-level martial immortal. Thus, his senses were incredibly sensitive. On the path of martial arts, one's body was the foundation. Cultivating one's blood, qi, and fate, unearthing the source of one's body. Every time one broke through a cultivation realm, Gu Fei's hearing, vision, smell, strength, all the abilities related to the martial body would improve. The smell of blood in the air was too faint. If it was an ordinary immortal, they probably wouldn't be able to smell it. However, Gu Fei could. The smell of blood came from the bottom of the cliff. Soon, Gu Fei identified the source of the smell of blood. Without hesitation, he directly jumped off the cliff. The cliff was thousands of feet high. Gu Fei was like a meteorite, falling from the sky. The ground rapidly approached Gu Fei, and the sound of wind whistled in his ears. Bam! Dust flew everywhere. The ground within a radius of thousands of feet exploded. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and the earth shook. Gu Fei directly withstood the powerful force of falling from thousands of feet high with his body. With his current martial body, it was enough to withstand a sacred weapon refined by an almighty. This degree of impact could no longer cause any impact to Gu Fei. He walked out of the pit and saw that the bottom of the cliff was filled with rocks and old vines. The smell of blood was even stronger. That is, at the bottom of the cliff, Gu Fei found a cave. The smell of blood came from the cave. The entrance of the cave was thousands of feet high and tens of feet wide. Countless vines were scattered around the cave entrance. Those vines seemed to have been cut by a sharp weapon. Each vine was less than 3 feet long and scattered on the ground. Clearly, the cave entrance was originally blocked by countless vines, but it was still discovered by someone. Furthermore, the vines at the cave entrance were cleared away, and they entered the cave. Gu Fei came to the cave entrance and looked inside. It was pitch black inside. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he couldn't see the end. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He used his inner heavenly energy to isolate all the aura on his body. Then, he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Only then did he enter the cave. The shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared around him. It could be said that this was already Gu Fei's strongest defense. Even if the celestial being realm immortal Shen King suddenly attacked him, he would be able to block the opponent's full strength. Walking in this ancient cave, although it was pitch black all around, Gu Fei's vision could see through the darkness. Everything around him was clear. As he walked deeper, Gu Fei gradually sensed an aura coming from the depths of the ancient cave. The smell of blood was so strong that it was pungent. The ancient cave was very dry. Apart from the outer several hundred feet, further in, there were traces of man-made excavation. Gu Fei discovered that the ancient cave extended underground. He estimated that he had already entered thousands of feet deep into the ground. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there was a figure lying on the ground in front of him. The pungent smell of blood came from that person's body. When Gu Fei came closer, he discovered that it was a broken corpse. The surroundings of the corpse were splattered with bright red blood. The surrounding blood seemed to have not completely solidified. This person had definitely died less than 24 hours ago. There was danger in the cave. Gu Fei immediately swept his gaze towards the depths of the dark ancient cave. Vaguely, he seemed to see something flash and disappear. There really is something in the cave. Gu Fei sensed a very heavy aura of death quickly disappearing. This caused his heart to shiver. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, Gu Fei carefully looked at the broken corpse on the ground. He saw that the corpse's face was already covered in blood, and it was impossible to distinguish its appearance. Moreover, the top of the corpse's skull was split open. It seemed that something had forcibly lifted the top of the skull and sucked out the cultivator's brain. The corpse's clothes were tattered, but one could still vaguely see that it was a Daoist robe. This was because the clothes were soaked in blood, and there was a broken Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. In this cultivator's hand, there was still a broken sword. The sword light flickered, and the sword chi was sharp. There was no trace of blood on the sword. It was a divine weapon that killed without spilling blood. Chapter 803. Swoosh. 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 3 divine rainbows flew over from the horizon, streaked across the void, and directly landed at the bottom of a cliff in the middle of the mountain. The vast sword chi was boundless between heaven and earth. 3 figures in Taoist robes descended from the sky and landed in front of a pitch-black cave under the cliff. The dazzling sword light quickly faded away. The leader was a white-haired old Taoist with fluttering sleeves. Behind him was a middle-aged Taoist with a black beard and a young Taoist with delicate features. Is this the place? The old man's eyes flashed and his body was surrounded by a faint divine light. He looked at the cave entrance and said in a hoarse voice. Yes, Grand Master. The middle-aged Taoist answered respectfully. This is the place where junior brother Yuqing sent the distress signal. The young Taoist said. Let's go in and take a look. The old man said and walked into the cave ahead. The middle-aged Taoist and the young Taoist followed closely behind. Mysterious Transformation Realm Immortal King. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was in the cave, sensed 3 powerful auras appearing outside the cave. One of the auras even made him feel a great pressure. Only the auras of immortal kings and deity kings could make Gu Fei feel pressured. If the celestial realm immortal Shen King came, Gu Fei would have no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei could fight against mysterious transformation realm immortal kings and deity kings, but if the celestial realm immortal Shen King came, then there was no need for him to do anything. A celestial realm immortal could attract the power of heaven and earth and was like the embodiment of heaven and earth. Facing a celestial realm immortal was like facing the heaven and earth. Against such an existence, Gu Fei had no chance of winning. Even if he used the extreme path's sacred weapon, it could be forcibly taken away by the other party's supreme power. At this time, the people outside the cave had already entered and were quickly moving towards the depths of the cave. Gu Fei decisively rushed into the depths of the cave. He did not want to face the two immortal gods and the immortal king outside, so he had to find a place to hide. Gu Fei had the power of the inner world to seal his body. It was as if he had jumped out of the three realms and was no longer part of the five elements. It was as if he was no longer a person of this world. No one could sense his existence. Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the depths of Dong Shui, a bright light shone from behind. A cold sword qi appeared in the middle of the cave, and a powerful aura surged in from the outside. Three figures with dazzling sword lights all over their bodies quickly walked in from outside. This is the old man, the middle-aged Taoist priest, and the young Taoist priest noticed the broken corpse on the ground and listened beside the corpse. It's junior apprentice brother Yuqing, his sword. The young Taoist priest said in shock. He recognized the corpse on the ground. Preposterous. You actually dared to kill the people of my archaic Tao sect. You deserve to die. The old man said in a low voice. Archaic Tao sect. In the depths of the cave, Gu Fei was hidden in the darkness. When he heard the old Taoist priest's words, he could not help but be shocked. The people who had come were from the archaic Tao sect. The archaic Tao sect was like the Zhou clan of the ancients. They were both primordial powers that had existed for countless years. Moreover, the archaic Tao sect's history was even longer than the four great clans of the ancients. The archaic Tao sect was said to be the orthodoxy passed down by the invincible supreme Taoist ancestor of the primordial era. It was the most orthodox sect in the world. The old Taoist priest and the two immortal gods from the archaic Tao sect did not stay for long. The old man waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze blew past. The broken corpse on the ground turned to dust and disappeared into the void. Whoosh! 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 The old man and the two immortal gods released sword lights to cover their bodies and flew into the depths of Dong Shui without any concealment. The horrifying sword qi surged in the middle of the cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a ghost-like shadow that flashed and disappeared, as if it had been scared away. A mysterious transformation realm immortal king naturally had the arrogance of an immortal king. He had no scruples. The deeper Dong Shui went, the more spacious it became. After 3 sword lights flew past, he walked out of a dark corner and followed behind the people from the archaic Tao sect. He would not take the lead for those guys. It was better to let the immortal king and his 2 subordinates take the lead. Along the way, Gu Fei found no less than a dozen corpses that had died miserably. Some of the corpses were only left with a pool of blood. Some people seemed to have been dead for several days, and their corpses were smelly. Some people seemed to have been killed recently, and the blood on their corpses had yet to coagulate. Gu Fei realized that the people from the archaic Tao sect were not the only ones who had found this place. It seemed that there were others who had found this place as well. However, all of them had died without exception. They had been killed by some unknown ferocious creature. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little uneasy when he saw this scene. Then, white bones began to appear in the Dong Shui. At first, there were only a few, but later on, the ground was covered with white bones. Could it be that this Dong Shui leads to the core of the great desolation ancient world? Gu Fei was very shocked. The tragic aura coming from the front was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that countless creatures had entered this place before, but they had all died, and their bodies had all turned into white bones. Boom! He did not know how far underground he had gone. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the front. Then, an extremely tragic and murderous aura came from the front. It was as if a terrifying demon had been startled. Rumble, the entire underground world shook. Resplendent sword lights exploded from the front. An angry roar could be heard. The immortal king from the archaic Tao sect was fighting with something. The Dong Shui that was deep underground was extremely vast. It was a huge space. Moreover, the ground of this space was covered with white bones. Countless creatures had fallen here. There was definitely something extremely ferocious here. Otherwise, all the creatures that had intruded into this place wouldn't have been reduced to a ghastly pile of white bones. Gu Fei moved forward stealthily. Soon, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the immortal king from the archaic Tao sect was fighting with a monster that was more than 3 feet tall and covered with green skin. Not far away, there were 2 bloody corpses on the ground. Among the 3 of them, only the old Taoist was fighting with the monster. The young Taoist retreated to the side and watched the battle nervously. The middle-aged Taoist had disappeared. Needless to say, the 2 corpses on the ground were the middle-aged Taoist. The celestial king of the primordial Tao sect spat out a celestial king's sword and slashed at the green monster. Sword Chi soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sword light cut through the void as if it was indestructible. Swoosh! One of the green monster's arms was swept by the sword light of the celestial king's sword and immediately fell off. It had been cut off by the celestial king's sword. A dark green liquid gushed out from the monster's severed arm. The dark green liquid dripped on the ground, causing sizzling sounds. Black smoke rose up, and the ground was corroded by the black liquid. Although the green monster's murderous aura was strong and its strength was comparable to that of an immortal king, it was still a ferocious creature. How could it be a match for the immortal king from the archaic Tao sect? There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Chapter 804. Schwa. Wherever the sword light passed, the green monster's head fell off. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse fell to the ground with a dull thud. The profound transformation realm immortal king from the primeval Tao sect killed the ferocious creature that was comparable to an immortal king with ease. The sword light returned to the old Daoist's body, and the old Daoist's body also emitted a dazzling sword light. He and the sword became one, and the old Daoist seemed to have turned into a human-shaped sword. The sword light on the old Daoist's body illuminated the entire cave. It was unknown how long this ancient cave had existed. The inside of the cave was pure white, and it was unknown how many creatures had died here. The evil monster, which was comparable to an immortal king, should not have been able to kill all the creatures that entered the cave. There were other terrifying existences in the cave. Gu Fei carefully hid behind a pile of white bones that was several feet high. He used the power of the inner world to seal his body. Even an immortal king of the profound transformation realm would not be able to detect his presence. It's a heavenly gate. How is this possible? On the ancient stone door on the wall ahead, there were 2 ancient words. The immortal king from the archaic Tao sect exclaimed. Even though he had lived for countless years, he could not help but be excited and could not calm down. All the powers of the ancient desolate era were desperately trying to enter the ancient desolate world. Why? Wasn't it to find a way to enter the heavenly realm? Grand Master, is this true? Did we encounter fate? The young cultivator was also shocked. He could not believe what he had just heard. I don't know. The old Daoist quickly calmed down. As an existence of his level, what had he not seen? Even though there was an ancient heavenly gate in front of him, the old Daoist quickly regained his composure. After the old Daoist killed the evil green monster, a trace of black gas appeared in the huge cave. The temperature in the cave gradually dropped. What's going on? Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. The surrounding dark gray fog was seeping out from the ground. Strand by strand, like silk threads, it unexpectedly condensed in the void and did not dissipate. The inner world energy kept the black silk-like mist away from Gu Fei's body, not allowing the evil silks to get close to him. Those evil threads quietly wrapped around the young Taoist priest's right arm. The young Taoist priest, who was still in a daze, was completely unaware of it. Those evil threads seemed to have a life of their own as they silently entangled the old Taoist and the young Taoist who were standing in front of the stone gate. Be careful. As expected of an immortal king of the mysterious transformation realm, the old Taoist instantly sensed the abnormality in his surroundings. Rays of divine light rushed out of his body and destroyed all the black threads that were entangling him. However, it was already too late. The young Taoist priest's cultivation couldn't be compared to the old Taoist priest's. Those evil threads directly penetrated the young Taoist priest's protective sword light and wrapped around his arm. Ah! A mournful scream resounded in the air. The young Taoist priest's right arm that was entangled by the black threads fell to the ground. The black threads instantly severed his arm from the shoulder. No blood splashed out from the wound. Instead, it seemed to be scorched and emitted black smoke. The black smoke directly drilled into the young Taoist priest's body. Master Ancestor, save me. The young Taoist priest was scared out of his wits. He endured the pain of losing his arm and staggered towards the old Taoist priest. In the blink of an eye, the young Taoist priest's face was shrouded by a layer of black qi. Those black threads seemed to have the evil power to devour the blood of cultivators. Even though he was far away, Gu Fei could already sense that the young Taoist priest's aura was rapidly weakening. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be aghast. Moreover, he also discovered that the young Taoist priest's severed arm that fell to the ground was shrinking and shriveling. In the end, even the skin on the arm had melted away. The severed arm had turned into a skeleton. Seeing this scene, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. This was simply an ominous place. The evil threads seemed to have a life of their own as they entangled the young Taoist priest. Buzz! The immortal king's sword vibrated and a resplendent sword light flashed. The old Taoist priest made his move. He separated a sword light and wrapped it around the young Taoist priest. He couldn't just watch the young Taoist priest die like this. The attack of an immortal king was extraordinary. Countless evil threads shattered. The evil threads within 100 zhang radius were all blocked by the sword light and couldn't get close to the young Taoist priest. Master Ancestor, the young Taoist priest fell to the ground and uttered only 2 words. Then, the skin on his body dissipated in the void like ice and snow, and turned into white bones in an instant. Roar! The old Taoist priest roared towards the sky. The entire cave shook. He had underestimated the evil threads in the cave. These evil threads could even kill an immortal god in an instant. Gu Fei hid in the distance and couldn't help but be frightened when he saw this scene. He used the power of the inner world to seal the void around him, not daring to let a single evil thread approach him. The unlucky young Taoist priest only had one arm cut off by the evil threads. However, the evil power of the evil threads had turned him into a skeleton. At this time, Gu Fei finally understood why there were so many white bones in the cave, but not a single bloody body could be preserved. The evil power here could actually corrode the blood of living beings. Even the blood of an immortal god could be corroded in an instant. Those who could find this place were definitely not ordinary people. The white bones on the ground were mostly sparkling like divine jade. They were not ordinary bones, but the bones of gods. One could imagine that all the immortals who entered here had fallen. Gu Fei realized that the evil threads that were everywhere in the cave seemed to be able to sense the aura of cultivators. They only gathered towards the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect and didn't fly towards him. Perhaps it was because the power of the inner world had isolated his aura, so the evil threads couldn't sense his existence. Gu Fei's thoughts raced. When he thought of this, he didn't dare to act rashly. There was definitely a vicious creature hiding in the cave. He didn't dare to be careless. The vicious creature hiding in the cave seemed to be able to control the black evil threads that were everywhere in the cave. The Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect seemed to have noticed this as well. He immediately made his move and slashed the ground with his celestial king sword. Shwa! The countless white bones on the ground instantly turned to dust under the sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, a crack that was hundreds of feet long appeared on the ground. The entire cave was shaken by the mighty sword chi of the celestial king's sword. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. Roar! 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 Several terrifying roars sounded from the ground. Then, a grayish-black evil aura surged out from the ground and 3 terrifying figures appeared in the cave. This is... Gu Fei looked at this scene in shock. He was shocked to find that the 3 terrifying figures didn't have any aura of life, nor did they have any physical bodies. They were faint and illusory shadows. There were also no soul fluctuations. They weren't even spirits or malicious ghosts. What are these things? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This was an unknown type of terrifying evil creature. A bitter killing intent emanated from the illusory figures, causing one's heart to palpitate. Countless black evil threads rushed out from the 3 illusory figures and entangled the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect. The 3 evil creatures didn't seem to sense Gu Fei's existence and didn't attack Gu Fei. Demons. When the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect saw the 3 figures, he couldn't help but be shocked. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect was afraid of these 3 evil creatures. What kind of existences were they? Swoosh! The old Taoist priest directly attacked. The celestial king's sword swept out hundreds of feet, breaking through the layers of evil threads and slashing towards the 3 terrifying figures shrouded in black mist. The 3 figures floated forward silently, ignoring the old Taoist priest's celestial king's sword and surrounding him. Swoosh! The sword light cut through the void and directly slashed the 3 illusory figures, splitting them into 6 pieces in an instant. However, the old Taoist priest wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became even more serious. The celestial king's sword danced and the old Taoist priest smashed the 3 figures coming towards him into pieces. Then, he spat out a mouthful of divine fire of the immortal path, burning the black threads into green smoke that dissipated into the void. Did you destroy those things? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was some powerful evil creatures, but it seemed like they couldn't even withstand a single blow. The old Taoist priest from the archaic Tao sect was extremely powerful. He was definitely an expert among the Taoist priests. When he made a move, he unexpectedly dispersed the evil threads that were everywhere in the cave. The old Taoist priest seemed a little nervous. After refining countless black threads with a mouthful of immortal flame, he immediately walked to the stone door in front of the stone wall. Bang! He directly pushed his palm forward, and an endless amount of magic power surged forward, colliding with the ancient stone door on the stone wall. A shocking scene appeared. When the vast Dharma power hit the ancient stone door on the stone wall, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was continuously swallowed by the stone door. The palm of the Taoist priest was enough to turn a mountain into ashes, but now it couldn't even shake the stone door. It was really shocking. Was this really a heavenly door that couldn't be opened? The old Taoist priest repeatedly urged his Dharma power and pressed it against the stone door. He wanted to open the stone door on the stone wall and enter the legendary heaven realm. Of course, no one knew whether the heaven realm was behind the stone door. At this time, traces of gray and black evil chi silently floated out of the cracks on the ground. Three illusory and terrifying figures that emitted soaring evil chi appeared in the evil fog again and silently floated towards the old Taoist priest in front of the stone wall. Chapter 805. Inside the cave, the three illusory figures that had been killed by the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect reappeared and silently floated towards the old immortal king. There were no soul fluctuations, not even energy fluctuations. There was only a towering killing intent. These three terrifying figures seemed to be condensed from endless killing intent. The three Yin demons were only in human form, but they were blurry. It was impossible to distinguish their facial features. It was as if they could be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. Damn it! The old immortal king's hand was about to press on the ancient stone door on the stone wall, but he had no choice but to pull it back. These three so-called Yin demons caused the old immortal king to be a little afraid. Swoosh! A sword light broke through the air. The immortal king's sword rushed out of the old immortal king's body like a golden dragon. It soared forward and killed the three floating figures. The entire cave was illuminated by the sword light, and the sword chi was vast. The cave shook and dust fell down. However, this time, the old immortal king's unparalleled sword light could not destroy the three figures. Even if the three figures were cut in half, they would instantly recover. These three evil beings were like demons. They had no consciousness, but they were extremely terrifying. They could instinctively float towards cultivators. As long as they were possessed by the Yin demons, even an immortal god would be instantly devoured and turned into a skeleton. The Yin demons could instinctively devour and absorb energy. Swoosh! The sword light was like a dragon. It circled and danced, destroying the three Yin demons. However, the next moment, the black fog surged and the evil aura surged. Three terrifying figures once again appeared from the black fog. The three Yin demons silently pounced towards the old immortal king. Above their illusory figures, there were evil threads that were difficult to see with the naked eye. They entangled the old immortal king. This was an instinctive attack. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect couldn't help but frown. These things were too difficult to deal with, but he didn't want to retreat. After all, this place might be a place that leads to the heavens. All the ancient desolate forces entered this primordial world for the sake of finding the path to the heavens. Gu Fei hid behind a mountain of bones in the distance, watching the scene quietly. He couldn't calm down. Even an immortal king couldn't kill those three Yin devils. If he had to face them, he would definitely be in danger. He sealed his body with the power of heaven and earth, not daring to let even a hint of his aura leak out. The three Yin demons were like demonic mist. It was unknown how many times they had been slashed apart by the old celestial king's divine sword. However, they would condense again every time. It would be destroyed as soon as it was cut, but it would be reborn as soon as it was destroyed. The three Yin demons had already forced the old immortal king to retreat from the stone wall. The old immortal king's divine sword shook the void and split the heaven and earth. The three Yin demons could not get close. However, the three Yin demons didn't know what fear was. Without any scruples, they continued to float towards the old immortal king. As long as they pounced on him, even the old immortal king would not be able to escape. His entire body's essence, chi, and soul would be devoured. These Yin demons formed from endless demonic chi, although they had no consciousness and only moved by instinct, seemed to be able to devour all energy. The old immortal king's sword light gradually dimmed. The power of the sword energy was being sucked away and then integrated into the black mist. The power of the Yin demons was increasing, but the power of the old immortal king was gradually declining. Even the old immortal king felt that it was gradually difficult to resist. The sword energy of his true body was constantly being sucked out and dissipated in the void. An hour passed. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect used all kinds of methods. He even wanted to use his own pure yang sword energy to refine the 3 yin demons. However, no matter what method the old immortal king used, even if he didn't hesitate to release the pure yang true fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea, the result was the same. The 3 yin demons were indestructible and could not be refined. Good. I'll go borrow a pure yang treasure and then refine these things that simply cannot exist in this world. In the end, the old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect wanted to leave. He used the sword light to protect his body and turned into a dazzling divine rainbow. He shot up into the sky and flew back the way he came. The 3 experts of the archaic Tao sect, the middle-aged Taoist and the young Taoist, had all fallen in the cave and turned into white bones. Only the old immortal king could contend against the yin demons. However, at this time, even the old immortal king had no choice but to retreat. However, just as the old immortal king rode the sword light to destroy the endless evil threads and wanted to rush out, a black gust of wind appeared out of nowhere in the cave. The black wind swept up countless skeletons and swept towards the old immortal king. It was as if there were tens of thousands of black dragons flying, shaking the entire cave. Without thinking, Gu Fei directly rushed out from the darkness because he couldn't stay any longer. The ancient black wind had filled the entire cave, and within it, there was an unfathomable evil power. He felt that the power of heaven and earth that enveloped his body had been affected. The evil power contained in the black wind seemed to be able to disturb the power of heaven and earth. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. He felt great danger, and all the pores on his body were about to explode. If he didn't leave now, his life might be in danger. Swoosh! He used the 8 desolate steps, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the entrance of the cave. His current position was not far from the entrance of the cave. It was a black storm that could even make a celestial realm peerless immortal emperor turn pale. The old immortal king of the archaic Tao sect had never thought that there would be someone hiding nearby. Seeing Gu Fei rush out, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the next moment, the black wind swallowed the old immortal king. Roar! The old immortal king roared again and again, and the entire cave seemed like it was about to collapse. Even the ancient stone door on the stone wall trembled slightly, and there was a Tao rhyme lingering on the stone door. The black storm seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Gu Fei escaped from the cave, and he was shocked to feel that terrifying destructive aura. If not for the power of heaven and earth isolating everything and blocking the black wind outside, even his immortal god martial body would have been torn apart. The wind howled angrily, and the 3 yin devils were swallowed by the storm. Gu Fei didn't go far, because the storm didn't blow out of the cave. It was only wreaking havoc inside the cave. He looked inside from the entrance of the cave and saw a terrifying scene. Inside the black wind, there seemed to be countless figures faintly discernible, and there were also countless divine weapons and magic treasures attacking. Anything that stood in the way of the storm was destroyed. Inside the black storm, the old immortal king screamed in fear. He seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and he was desperately trying to break out of the black storm. However, very quickly, the old immortal king's voice weakened, and in the end, the golden sword light collapsed in the black storm. An immortal king had fallen. That's Chapter 806. This ancient cave is definitely an extremely dangerous place. It can even give birth to yin demons that can kill immortals and gods, as well as terrifying existences that can kill mysterious transformation realm immortal kings. The cave that went deep into the ground was very large, with a radius of several miles. White bones covered the ground, and yin qi filled the air. It was an ominous place. On the opposite stone wall, there was an ancient stone door. The stone door was not big, only about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Even if the stone door was wide open, it could barely allow 2 people to walk in side by side. The stone door was very ordinary, but it was very old. The patterns on it were something that Gu Fei had never seen before. There were two ancient divine characters on the stone door. Gu Fei had never seen these divine characters before. Even the oldest books on the Tinglong continent did not have these divine characters. This was a language used by the people of the Antiquity Age, and it had long disappeared in the ruthless passage of time. However, the old immortal king of the archaic Dao sect recognized the two ancient divine characters on the door. Perhaps only the super antiques of the Antiquity Age could recognize these incomparably ancient divine characters. Heavenly Gate, these were two words that could make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. And in such an ancient cave, there was actually a heavenly gate. The heavenly gate was the path to heaven. There was an ancient legend among the Antiquity Age that by opening the heavenly gate, one could ascend to heaven in one step. It was a supreme treasure that was refined by the extreme experts of the Antiquity Age in order to connect the two realms of heaven and man. Now that immortals and mortals were separated forever, the only way to enter the heavenly realm was to find the legendary heavenly gate, open it, and ascend to heaven in one step. Heavenly gate, heavenly realm. Gu Fei stood at the entrance of the cave, quietly looking at the stone door on the stone wall several miles away. He also had an incomparable yearning for the world of the strong. The black storm that was raging in the cave calmed down. The old immortal king of the archaic Dao sect had fallen. This caused Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. That was an immortal king, yet he actually died here. Gu Fei truly didn't dare to believe it. Gu Fei sensed the presence of an evil energy in the cave. The broken ground was repairing itself. Everything in the cave that had been destroyed was quickly restored to its original state. The only difference was that there were now 3 sets of bones on the ground. An unfathomable power had sealed this cave, and even an immortal king would find it hard to cause any damage to it. All of this was too strange, and it caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. An immortal king perished, his soul scattered, all of his blood and flesh devoured. Even his soul was treated as a snack by that terrifying unknown existence. The evil creatures in the cave could devour all kinds of energy. If it wasn't for the heaven and earth energy in Gu Fei's body isolating his aura, he would have no choice but to hide in the hell realm. In the end, Gu Fei felt that he couldn't take the risk. He thought of a way. He wanted to reveal the existence of the ancient cave to the world. Isn't the Zhou clan, the Guangqing immortal sect, and even all the ancient desolation factions looking for the destiny of heaven? Humph. As Gu Fei thought of this, he directly retreated the way he came. He wanted to borrow the hands of others to open the heaven gate. He finally knew why the corpse in the cave was so broken. The green monster that was killed by the old immortal king of the archaic Dao sect was not to be trifled with. Soon, Gu Fei rushed out of the ancient cave at the bottom of the cliff. A few days later, a piece of news that caused countless people to go crazy quietly spread in the ancient desolation world. Whoosh! A white-haired old man directly broke through the void and appeared above the cliff where the ancient cave was located. Then, with a flash, he rushed down and disappeared at the entrance of the ancient cave. Roar! Very soon, a muffled roar came from the ground. Not long after, the old man who had rushed into the ancient cave rushed out in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! The old man rushed up into the sky. Half of his white hair seemed to have been burned off. His clothes were in tatters, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was a shocking sight to see. Rumble, a huge, pitch-black hand reached out from the ancient cave and shrouded the old man high in the sky, trying to grab the old man. The big hand emitted an unprecedentedly powerful killing intent. The cliff above the ancient cave was instantly shaken by the vast power of the big hand, and the dust floated in the void. The entrance of the ancient cave was completely exposed. It was a pitch-black cave diagonally downward. Humph! The old man sneered. He was extremely powerful, and the magic power in his hands was vast. He directly tore through the void and entered the void. Bang! The pitch-black hand smashed into the void, shattering the space. However, the old man had already disappeared. A figure stood on a mountain peak in the distance. He had seen everything that had happened. Even a celestial was defeated. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak, extremely shocked. He knew that the old man who just entered the ancient cave was a super expert. In the past few days, Gu Fei had revealed the matter of the ancient cave and the heavenly sect. As expected, all the major ancient powers went crazy. These powers kept sending experts to investigate the ancient cave. Before the old man, 3 groups of people had entered the ancient cave. However, there was no news of those who entered the ancient cave, and they never came out again. It was obvious that those who entered the ancient cave had become one of the countless skeletons in the underground cave. That old man was the only one who managed to escape in the past 2 days. He was a celestial, and he had supreme magic power and magic power. Even an existence like the celestial being was forced into such a sorry state that he had no choice but to retreat. One could only imagine how terrifying the ferocious creature in the underground cave was. In the next few days, Gu Fei appeared around the ancient cave. Gradually, other figures appeared in the area around the ancient cave. Rumble, one evening, a golden chariot appeared in the sky. It was like an ancient mountain crushing down from the void. Its powerful aura was not concealed at all. Terrifying waves spread out from the golden chariot. It arrived above the mountains, and the powerful pressure caused everything within a few hundred miles to quieten down. It was like a peerless Shin King patrolling the sky. Countless birds and beasts were shocked. On top of the golden chariot, one could vaguely see a terrifying figure. A real expert had appeared. All the cultivators in the mountains were indescribably shocked. On top of the chariot was a huge flag with a Jiang embroidered on it, fluttering in the wind. It's an expert from the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. The golden chariot emitted a golden light. The person on top of the chariot was definitely a terrifying celestial. Roar. Chapter 807. The area where the Heavenly Gate's underground cave was located was just a corner of the land. In this part of the untainted antiquity world, it was just a drop in the ocean. After the news spread, all the forces that entered the untainted antiquity world were alarmed. No one could remain calm when the legendary Heavenly Gate had appeared. All the cultivators who heard the news rushed to the area where the underground cave was located. At this moment, the one who was most displeased was Jiang Fan, a celestial from the Jiang clan of the ancients. Both the Holy Land and the clan of the ancients had appeared. He knew that it would be difficult for the Jiang clan to monopolize the Heavenly Gate. The golden chariot of the Jiang clan rolled through the sky like a huge mountain. Its powerful aura was like that of a peerless Shin King inspecting his territory, causing the sky to tremble. Of course, the news of the Heavenly Gate had been deliberately leaked by Gu Fei. This area was actually the territory of the Jiang clan in the untainted antiquity world. He found someone from the Jiang clan and sold the news to them at the price of a 10,000-year-old divine tree. As a result, there was no need for Gu Fei to worry about what would happen next. Moreover, it was not something he could control. The old man who had rushed into the cave and survived was none other than one of the Devis of the Jiang clan. After receiving confirmation, the Jiang clan began to gather people and rushed to the cave. The golden chariot stopped in the sky, suppressing all directions. However, in another direction, a middle-aged man who looked like a wild beast was madly rushing through the void. Guangzhou, what is the meaning of this? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Jiang clan? Are you trying to start a war between the Jiang clan and the Zhou clan? A loud shout came from the golden chariot. The entire world trembled along with this shout. This was the might of a celestial. With a wave of his hand, he could summon the power of heaven and earth. Humph! The middle-aged man approached and sneered. He stopped in the sky and confronted the person in the golden chariot. Jiang Fan, others might be afraid of you, but I, Kuang Zhou, am not. The news of the Heavenly Gate's appearance cannot be concealed. Your Jiang clan wants to monopolize it. That won't do. The middle-aged man's voice was like a great bell, shaking the mountains. Swoosh! At this moment, the void above suddenly shattered, and a door appeared high up in the sky. Then, a dozen figures walked out from the door. Domain door. Jiang Fan, who was on the golden chariot, and Zhou Kuang, who was standing in the air, frowned. Someone from the ancient desolate had arrived. More than a dozen people walked out of the domain door. They were all wearing Taoist robes. Their clothes were very old, and each of them was surrounded by immortal qi. They were standing on auspicious clouds, as if they were true immortals who had descended from the 9 heavens. Someone from the archaic Tao sect. Jiang Fan and Zhou Kuang couldn't help but be moved. Now that the people from the archaic Tao sect had arrived, it would be impossible for the Jiang clan to monopolize the Heavenly Gate. Rumble, at that instant, more than 10 bronze chariots appeared from behind Jiang Fan. Each chariot had a powerful figure standing on it. Let's join forces and quickly break open the Heavenly Gate and open the path to immortality. What do you think? A middle-aged Taoist from the archaic Tao sect came to Jiang Fan and Zhou Kuang and said calmly. The archaic Tao sect had directly opened the domain door to come here. The disappearance of the Heavenly Gate had quickly reached the ears of the ancient desolate powers, but no one had expected it. Bang! At this time, the blue dome of heaven shook and the void suddenly collapsed. A dozen ethereal and elegant women walked out from the collapsed void. Each one of them was beautiful and out of this world, simply like fairies descending to the mortal world. The fairies from the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground have also arrived. How troublesome. The experts in the sky couldn't help but frown. Now that the 3 clans had become 4, none of the ancient desolate powers could monopolize the Heavenly Gate. Soon, the people of the 4 ancient desolate clans came to an agreement and set up a sky-ceiling formation within 100 miles of the cave. Rumble, 9 stone pillars shot out from the ground in all directions. The stone pillars were engraved with ancient runes, and at the center of the 9 stone pillars was where the cave was located. The sky-ceiling formation began to operate. The 9 stone pillars drew upon the power of heaven and earth, moving mountains and draining seas, and isolating the void. The area within a 100-mile radius was practically locked out of the ancient desolate world. All other cultivators within a 100-mile radius were expelled. Only those from the archaic Tao sect, the Jiang clan, the Zhou clan, and the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground could enter. The Jiang clan, the archaic Tao sect, the Zhou clan, and the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground were the first to receive the news. The other powers received the news later. By the time they arrived, they were blocked outside by the sky-ceiling formation, unable to enter. Soon, the Zhao clan and the Li clan arrived as well. The Zhao clan and the Li clan were both ancient desolate clans. A celestial from the Zhao clan directly moved to break the sky-ceiling formation. However, the sky-ceiling formation was a peerless formation jointly set up by 4 celestials from the Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, the archaic Tao sect, and the Yao Tai ancient sacred ground. Once it was activated, it could connect with heaven and earth, drawing in endless power. Perhaps only an almighty expert could break it. Damn it! This is too much. How can this be? The various ancient desolate powers arrived one after another. Seeing the scene unfolding before them, they couldn't help but feel shocked and angry. Some of them couldn't help but roar. Go ask an almighty expert to come and uphold justice. Someone shouted. Others immediately turned and left to invite experts. To be able to pass down their legacies for so many years, each ancient desolate power had endless resources. Some ancient desolate powers were said to be guarded by almighty experts. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak. Soon, he noticed He Tian, Little Qing, and Balan. Gu Fei transmitted a message to Little Qing and the others, who immediately rushed over to meet up with Gu Fei. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from within the sky ceiling formation, shaking the earth. At that moment, the ground caved in, indicating that a celestial was making a move. A divine pagoda made of 5-colored divine essence descended from the sky, releasing dazzling rays of light. The boundless divine light directly broke through the earth, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Something's wrong. Outside the sky ceiling formation, a dozen disciples from the Zhao clan of the ancients had strange expressions on their faces. Could it be that the people inside have started? How despicable. They actually want to monopolize the sky ceiling formation. At that moment, within the sky ceiling formation, four almighty experts from the Jiang clan, the Zhou clan, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaotai ancient sacred ground stood high up in the sky. Jiang Fan, a celestial from the Jiang clan, activated the 5-colored divine pagoda and broke through the earth. Soon, a huge cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was about 10,000 feet deep into the ground, and there was an endless amount of evil energy lingering around it. Roar! A roar echoed out without any warning. The cave had been opened, and the evil existence lurking in the cave was alerted. The mountains shook, and the entire heaven-sealing grand spell formation trembled. Everyone's expressions changed. The grayish-black evil fog rose up from the ground, enveloping the entire cave. Within the fog, there were some invisible evil silks, following the evil beasts in all directions. Chapter 808. Rumble, the 5-colored divine pagoda above the cave emitted a heaven-devouring power. It wanted to suck the evil mist into the divine pagoda and refine it with the 5-elemental divine fire. This divine pagoda was refined by Jiang Fan using the 5-colored divine jade. It was his celestial weapon and could collapse mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. It was extremely powerful. The evil mist that was constantly leaking out of the cave was attracted by the divine pagoda's heaven-devouring power. Then, it converged on the divine pagoda in the sky and entered it. Jiang Fan descended from the sky and landed on the top of the divine pagoda. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his divine power to refine the dark gray evil mist that had entered the divine pagoda. The celestials of the other 3 factions watched this scene nervously. No one made a move. It really is the heavenly door. The legendary heavenly door has appeared. Heavenly realm. Our roots are there. The primordial Dao sect, Yaotai ancient sacred land, and Zhou clan's Zhou Kuang looked through the void and the evil mist. Soon, they found the ancient stone door on the cave's wall. The stone door was simple and unadorned. It was engraved with ancient patterns. It was impossible to tell how long it had existed. Some people couldn't help but want to rush forward, but they were stopped by the celestial realm immortal Shen King. Even a celestial realm immortal emperor felt danger, let alone the other cultivators. A mysterious aura emanated from the cave, and a powerful evil energy was slowly condensing. A grayish-black fog rushed up to the sky, and spread out in all directions. Not good, there's something strange under the ground. Those from the primordial Dao sect, the Yaotai ancient holy land, the desolate Jiang family, and the desolate Zhou family all had shocked expressions on their faces. All of them could feel that the evil energy was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, it surged like an ocean. At this time, the people guarding outside the sky ceiling grand formation also felt the change. Their faces changed and they shouted, "You bastards, open the formation and let us in." The people inside the heaven-sealing grand formation already knew that the situation was bad. A few people who were infected by the evil mist suddenly shrank and turned into white bones in an instant, falling from the sky. Those people's energy, spirit, and even their blood were instantly devoured. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even understand what was going on. Swish! 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 Everyone quickly retreated. Their bodies turned into divine rainbows as they retreated into the distance. Without a sound, 3 blurry figures floated out of the black mist and flew toward the 3 celestial beings in the sky. There was no fluctuation of energy, no trace of soul aura, only a sky-piercing murderous aura. Those 3 figures were very strange, but also incomparably terrifying. "Een demon, it's a Een demon!" cried the diviner from the primeval Tao sect. Legend had it that these things were evil objects formed from the evil thoughts of countless living beings that had fallen. They weren't demons, but they were even more terrifying. Een demons could devour the energy of living beings to strengthen themselves, and they had unlimited space to grow. It could be said that if the Een demon devoured enough energy and fully matured, even an extreme expert would have to retreat. "Let's go!" The 3 devas rushed out of the evil mist, and even Jiang Fan used the 5-colored divine pagoda to fly up into the sky and back away. However, at this time, Jiang Fan was shocked to find that the evil mist that had been devoured by the 5-colored divine pagoda was difficult to refine. Within the evil mist were countless threads that were corroding the 5-colored divine pagoda. The divine light of the pagoda began to dim. Black fiend threads. Jiang Fan was shocked. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. There were black fiend threads hidden within the evil mist. These black fiend threads came from the Een demon, and were condensed from the evil power of the Een demon. They didn't have a physical body, and anyone who was entangled by these black fiend threads would be instantly devoured by the evil power of the black fiend threads. Even their blood would be sucked dry. These black fiend threads could corrode anything in the world. Only a few pure yang treasures in the world could dispel these black fiend threads. Divine weapons refined by diviners would find it difficult to erase these black fiend threads. After the appearance of the Een demon, the evil mist quickly spread out, covering the sky and covering the earth. A few cultivators who hadn't been able to escape in time immediately disappeared into the evil mist. Boom! At this moment, there was a huge tremor that shook heaven and earth. Terrifying waves of magic power erupted like 100,000 volcanoes at the same time. The sky and earth were on the verge of collapsing. High up in the sky, 6 balls of fiery divine light appeared, as if 6 suns had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the purest yang was vast, and the evil mist that had been rising from the ground immediately dissipated like snow under the illumination of the 6 balls of divine light. A pure yang treasure, the divine fire mirror of 6 yang. Jiang Fan almost exclaimed when he saw this. The 6 balls of pure yang flames were fixed in the sky, and endless heat poured down, melting the rocks on the ground. Even though they had retreated far away, everyone still felt like their bodies were enveloped in flames, as if they were about to burn. Zhou Kuang of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity stared at the 6 balls of divine fire in the sky and murmured, "A pure yang treasure refined by a supreme being." The leader of the Yao Tai ancient sacred lands divine maiden exclaimed, "The heaven terminus of the archaic Tao sect actually brought this treasure here." A supreme treasure refined by a supreme being was known as a half-saint artifact. It was the most powerful magic treasure below the extreme saint artifact, and possessed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. High up in the sky, a middle-aged Taoist held an ancient bronze mirror in his hand and shone it down at the cave below. 6 balls of divine fire rushed out of the mirror and fixed themselves in the sky. The endless evil mist dissipated one after another. Even the Een demons within the evil mist seemed to be afraid of the pure yang aura descending from the sky, and actually retreated back into the cave. How could there be such an impossible thing here? Everyone's faces were ashen and extremely unsightly. It was hard to believe that there was such a terrifying evil being near the heavenly gate. They hadn't even gotten close to the heavenly gate, but they had already lost a few cultivators. This was not a good sign. Rumble, the heaven terminus of the archaic Tao sect, circulated his magic power and activated the divine fire mirror of 6 yang in his hand. 6 balls of divine light that were as dazzling as the sun emitted endless pure yang energy, pressing down from the sky. Finally, the 6 balls of pure yang energy condensed into a divine light above the cave, suppressing the evil aura within. After that, the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity, the Jiang clan of the Zhou clan, the archaic Dao sect, the Yaotai ancient sacred land, and the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity discussed for a while and decided to join forces to open the heavenly gate first. The sky's ceiling formation could stop celestials, but it couldn't stop supreme beings. If they were too late and supreme beings arrived, then they wouldn't be able to enter the heaven realm before the other ancient powers. We must open the heavenly gate first. Chapter 809. The power of the ancient barons was so deep that no one could imagine it. A power that could survive in the far ancient era was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that some of the ancient sacred lands and clan of the ancient barons were overseeing things. The sky's ceiling formation set up by the 4 celestials of the 4 ancient desolate factions could only block celestial being celestial emperor and celestial emperor, but it couldn't block almighty being stronger than celestial emperors and celestial emperors. Tianji of the far ancient Daoist sect used the divine fire mirror of 6 yang to suppress the yin energy in the cave. Then, the people of the ancient barons made their move. Whoosh! 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 All kinds of magical treasures and divine weapons radiated brilliance, bombarding the heaven gate on the stone wall below, causing violent energy waves to erupt. However, to everyone's surprise, the stone door on the wall did not budge at all. Furthermore, the ancient patterns on the stone door gradually became brighter. The patterns are wriggling. Jiang Fan, who was in the celestial realm, noticed the subtle changes on the stone door. At that moment, all the cultivators were shocked. The stone door that was under attack started to change. The ancient patterns on the stone door started to move, and new patterns started to appear on the closed stone door. Bang! A huge golden hand reached down from the sky, and directly pushed towards the stone door on the cave wall. Boundless magic power dispelled the evil qi, and the vast energy rippled out, causing the entire cave to shake. Jiang Fan made his move. He was at the peak of the Deva realm, and yet, the stone door didn't budge at all. Jiang Fan was at the peak of the Deva being realm, and yet, the stone door didn't budge. The ancient patterns on the stone door began to flow with the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were densely packed and covered the entire stone door, as if they were engraved with unknown runes. It seemed mysterious. Its absorbing power. Jiang Fan watched as the golden hand he had conjured with his supreme dermic powers dimmed rapidly. Jiang Fan was incomparably shocked, and the other Devas were dumbfounded. Even Devas couldn't open the stone door. Did they really have to ask for help from almighty experts? The people of the archaic Dao sect, the Zhou clan of the primordial era, and the goddess of the Yaotai ancient sacred land tried to break the stone door several times, but they all failed. Moreover, the stone gate was devouring everyone's magic power. The ancient patterns on the stone gate began to shoot out rays of divine light from time to time, piercing through the void. The unlucky ones couldn't dodge in time and were pierced by the divine light that shot out from the stone gate. The Jiang family of the desolate antiquity lost 2 of their ancient bronze chariots. A few disciples of the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had fallen. The fairies of the Jadistage ancient holy land also lost their colors at this time. Although the people from the archaic Dao sect were in a sorry state, none of them had died. The ancient patterns on the stone door possessed a strange and unfathomable power. After absorbing everyone's magic power, they became even more extraordinary. Ancient patterns appeared on the stone door. There were birds and beasts in the pictures, and there were even scenes of humans from the primordial era fighting against powerful creatures. Scenes of the desolate antiquity world appeared on the stone door. Divine phoenixes soared in the 9 heavens, and true dragons soared between the heaven and earth. It was like a primordial painting was being presented. An ancient aura that seemed to come from the primordial era spread out from the stone door. We have to ask for almighty experts. We can't open the heavenly door on our own. We can only wait for the almighty experts to come. But we don't know how many almighty experts will come when the time comes. The divine fire mirror of 6 yang was still fixed in the sky, suppressing the surging yin energy in the cave. The 4 devas were talking in low voices. In the middle of the yin energy in the cave, 3 blurry figures could be seen. 3 yin demons were pacing back and forth in the cave, as if they could rush out at any time. The experts of the 4 desolate factions stood high up in the sky, their expressions ugly. The heaven gate was actually so evil, they could only wait for reinforcements to arrive. Tian Ji of the archaic Dao sect, Jiang Fan of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity, Shou Kuang of the Zhou family, and Li Shuaiyu of the Yaotai ancient holy land all used secret techniques to send the news back. Everyone was moved by the appearance of the heavenly door. Even the almighty experts would go crazy. It was easy to imagine that after receiving the news, the experts of the 4 ancient powers would definitely come out. Swish! 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 Outside the heavenly ceiling formation, the sound of air being torn could be heard. Divine rainbows kept appearing in the sky. After the news was leaked, more cultivators arrived one after another. However, when these people saw the heavenly ceiling formation in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Someone had actually set up a heavenly ceiling formation to block countless cultivators outside. Some people couldn't help but curse. The people of the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity, the Zhou family, the archaic Dao sect, and the Yaotai ancient holy land were too much. They actually wanted to monopolize the heavenly door. Some of the people of the Jiang family arrived, but they were immediately chased away by people who recognized them. The people of the 4 ancient powers inside the heavenly ceiling formation had become the target of public criticism. It should be known that the people who were blocked outside the heavenly ceiling formation included the experts of the various ancient powers. Even the celestials were blocked outside. The people of the archaic Dao sect, the Yaotai ancient holy land, the Zhou family, and the Jiang family of the desolate antiquity were all chased away. The people of the other ancient powers vented their anger on the people of the 4 ancient powers. It could be said that these people were unlucky. Gu Fei had been watching the scene from the top of the mountain in the distance. Rumble, suddenly, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the mountains in the distance. The mountains were collapsing, and the void was trembling. Someone was fighting. Boss, is the heavenly door inside the formation really a heavenly door? He Tian asked. There was no cultivator on the heavenly path who wouldn't be nervous, and He Tian was no exception. There is indeed a stone door inside, but who knows where it leads to? Gu Fei said. Perhaps it was a stone door that couldn't be opened. The heavenly path. Is there really a heavenly path in this world? The heavenly realm was only a legend. For millions of years, no one had been able to break through the void and enter the heavenly realm. Whether it's true or not, we can only wait and see for now. Gu Fei said. He could sense that there were already no less than 3 celestials gathered outside the heavenly ceiling formation. This was a battle between powerful people, and it wasn't something they could interfere with. Just at this time, the clouds in the sky rumbled, and a figure stepped on a 5-colored light, walking over step by step. This person's every movement was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. He didn't have a powerful aura, nor did he have a terrifying pressure. He was just like an ordinary person. However, ordinary people couldn't fly, and they didn't have the 5-colored light to cover their bodies. Chapter 8:10. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei turned around and left. The arrival of an almighty was not just an ordinary almighty. Gu Fei decisively retreated. The figure did not emit monstrous dermic power fluctuations, nor did he release a powerful aura. However, he stepped on a five-colored radiance as he approached from afar. Everyone outside the heaven-sealing grand spell formation was awed. Even the high and mighty celestials had to lower their proud heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people quietly retreated like Gu Fei. However, the majority of the people stayed. Every time the figure took a step, a five-colored radiance appeared under his feet. However, this person looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing dazzling about him. Soon, the figure arrived outside the heavenly seal formation. When he saw that someone had set up an ancient heavenly seal formation to block everyone outside, he could not help but frown. The person who came was a very ordinary middle-aged man. He wore clothes that had been washed so many times that they had turned white. His hair was simply tied up with a rag and he wore a pair of gray cloth shoes. Even if he walked on the street, no one would give him a second glance. But now, this ordinary person had become the only one in the world. He stood high in the sky and casually waved his sleeves. A stone pillar in front of him that exuded the aura of the great Tao and had countless ancient runes on it silently turned into dust. Instantly, an opening appeared in the ancient heaven-sealing array. In the void, countless runic inscriptions collapsed and disappeared. The entire ancient heaven-sealing array was almost destroyed just like that. Swoosh! The middle-aged man strode through the air and entered the sky-sealing great formation. Then, the entire sky-sealing great formation collapsed. The remaining 8 stone pillars on the ground turned into dust and drifted away. The heavenly seal formation had been broken. The ancient heavenly seal formation could stop celestial beings like the celestial emperor and Shen King. However, in front of an almighty, it could not withstand a single blow. Under an almighty, everyone was an ant. After the heavenly seal formation was broken by the middle-aged man, an evil aura immediately spread out from the heavenly seal formation. Rumble, in the distance, there were 6 divine flames that looked like 6 suns. They were fixed high up in the sky, and the boundless pure yang energy was pouring down, causing the entire world to tremble. At this time, the people from the other ancient desolate forces that were blocked by the sky-sealing formation immediately rushed over. Under the 6 balls of divine light, endless black evil energy surged. One could see a pitch-black cave on the ground. A sky-piercing evil power burst out from the cave, within which 3 faint silhouettes emerged soundlessly. Gu Fei, Little Qing, and the others had already retreated 100 li away. They were just people invited by the Zhou clan's peripheral forces, so no one would put them in their eyes. Even if a powerhouse were to kill them, the Zhou clan of the ancients would never stand up for them. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Everything was illusory. Only power was the most real. Gu Fei and the others stopped in a valley. Powerful energy ripples came from the direction of the heaven gate. Heaven and earth energy was being drawn. The heaven and earth energy was extremely dense. Boss, why should we retreat? We can blend in with those people. Arabis said with a hint of regret in his voice. Humph. The Zhou clan of the ancients and the Guangqing immortal sect have bad intentions. I don't want to be used by them. Gu Fei said. The Zhou clan and the Guangqing immortal sect wanted them to fend for themselves in the ancient desolate world. Moreover, Gu Fei had many enemies. He had offended Zhao Wuji, the descendant of the Zhao clan of the ancients, outside the Dragon Valley. He didn't want to meet the people of the Zhao clan. Let's wait and see. This is no longer something we can interfere in. Little Qing said. He could also see the danger. They were not qualified to go near the cave where the heavenly gate was located. If the master was here, we might have a chance. Balan said in a deep voice. The master he mentioned was the old tortoise. The old tortoise was a super ruffian. Back in the western Buddhist lands, he wanted to take advantage of the battle between the great earth demonic lord Ing Tian and the unscrupulous monk to teach them a lesson. no one knew whether he succeeded or not. However, the old tortoise never returned and was separated from Gu Fei and the others. The old tortoise was an almighty demon that had lived for countless years. He wouldn't die so easily. He might be having fun somewhere. Swoosh! 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 At this time, a few divine rainbow-like lights flew over from afar. In an instant, they arrived above the valley where Gu Fei and the others were. Ha! Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He saw through the lights and saw the cultivators flying in the sky. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and suddenly made a move. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the sky. A violent force shook the void and shattered the heaven and earth. Bang! The three streaks of light that flew above the valley began to tremble violently, and shouts of shock and anger rang out in the sky. The ancient martial path was based on strength. Gu Fei's palm pressed forward. There was no fluctuation of magic power, no phenomenon of supernatural power, only pure strength. He directly used the divine power of the martial path to shake the void. The three lights above the valley were scattered, forcing the people in the sky to descend from the sky. Gu Fei, it's you. A cry of surprise came from the sky. A beautiful woman descended from the sky and revealed a surprised expression. Then, a cold murderous aura emitted from the woman's body. The woman in white opened her mouth and spat out a divine light as bright as a star. It smashed towards Gu Fei. It was as if a huge star fell from the sky. The vast force directly shook the earth, causing it to crack. Where did this little girl come from? You're courting death. He Tian couldn't help but be furious. His soul powers suddenly erupted. A faint and illusory figure rushed out from his head and faced the falling, big star. Boom! The illusory figure punched out with a punch. Boundless soul energy burst forth from his fist as a resplendent soul god light lit up the entire world. Bang! The endless soul power collided with the big star and issued a dull sound. The big star was blown away by the illusory figure that rushed out from He Tian's body. The illusory figure also disappeared into the void. Chapter 8:11. How dare you attack our Zhao clan's honored guest? Don't tell me that you want to become enemies with my Zhao clan. Two young men with extraordinary bearing came together with Beitang Yu. _bubble and one of the young men shouted. Zhao clan. Primordial Zhao clan. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He didn't expect to run into people from the Zhao clan again. You dare to look at my Zhao clan. The other young man saw Gu Fei's disdainful expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows while his eyes flickered. At this time, He Tian and Beitang Yu collided head-on. The big star that Beitang Yu spat out was sent flying high into the sky by He Tian. The power of the stars surged violently. That big star seemed to be a real star of the ninth heaven, giving people an incomparably strong sense of oppression. Hee hee. So what if I want to see you? Even Zhao Wuji was defeated by my big brother. What do you think you are? Yes, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, leave your life behind. I haven't fought in a long time. My hands are a bit itchy. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Instead, He Tian, Little Qing, and Balan came forward. Their powerful aura spread throughout the valley, causing the nearby wild beasts to retreat. What? This? How is this possible? The two young men were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't believe that Zhao Wuji was able to defeat Zhao Wuji. One must know that Zhao Wuji was the most outstanding descendant of the Zhao clan. The elders of the Zhao clan had already regarded him as the best candidate to become the next Zhao clan patriarch. Gu Fei, I didn't expect to meet you here. I don't know if you're unlucky or if I'm lucky. The big star above Beitang Yu's head descended from the sky. Boundless stellar energy, vast and mighty, it was as though a real star had descended from the 9 heavens, suppressing the world in all directions. Rumble, the entire mountain valley shook. Beitang Yu was in control of such a treasure, it really surprised Gu Fei. The big star, floating above Beitang Yu's head, was unexpectedly able to release such an astonishing star power fluctuation. Perhaps it really was a secret treasure refined from a star. Catching the stars and grabbing the moon, this was the means of a supreme expert. Perhaps the supreme celestial being realm immortal emperor or Shen King could also do it, but without a doubt, Beitang Yu had a supreme treasure. Humph. I should be the one saying this. Gu Fei sneered. 300 years had passed, but this Beitang Yu was still the same. She had not changed at all. However, this Beitang Yu had also cultivated to the immortal god realm. Furthermore, she was in control of a treasure. Thus, she was truly qualified to be arrogant. Unfortunately, she met me. Gu Fei thought. The grudge between him and the Beitang family had reached a point where only one side was annihilated. Could it be resolved? It would be best if Beitang Ao was still alive. Dongfang Chen was dead, and the Dongfang family would absolutely not let this matter rest. However, the eastern region Devil Cave's unusual movements had temporarily prevented the Dongfang family from dealing with Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not mind becoming enemies with 2 great cultivation families at the same time. Courting death. Beitang Yu let out a loud shout and directly urged the big star above her head. A sonorous sound suddenly resounded and a terrifying power of the stars burst out from the big star with a loud bang. The big star shook again and again, drawing the power of the world in all directions. Above the sky, countless stars appeared. In the depths of the endless sky, a starry sky emerged. This was the starry sky of the untainted world. The big star above Beitang Yu's head not only drew the power of the world, but it also seemed to communicate with the starry sky of this untainted world, wanting to borrow the power of the stars of this world. Swish! 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 Rays of starlight condensed into swords of stars, and with sonorous sounds, they pierced through the void, splitting the world, and slashed towards Gu Fei, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan below. The endless star power condensed into swords of stars, incomparably resplendent. Each sword light was thousands of zhang long, and the vast amount of starlight that could destroy everything, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked Gu Fei and the others. The void was pierced by the unparalleled sword light, and the void was riddled with holes. The 2 young men of the Zhao family had already retreated far away. These 2 fellows seemed to be Beitang Yu's pursuers. They did not leave, but stood in the distant sky, watching this scene nervously. Playing with swords with me. A disdainful look appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then, a powerful force erupted from his body. At the same time, Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan soared into the sky, rushing towards the 2 young men of the Zhao family. Reverse refining yin-yang into the 5 elements swords appear. Gu Fei shouted, and a 5-colored divine light rushed out of his body. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly, as if countless divine weapons were vibrating inside his body. Swish! 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 The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, was mobilized, turning into a 5-colored divine sword that soared into the sky to meet the countless swords of stars descending from the sky. The 5 elements' divine swords and the swords of stars formed a sea of swords that instantly collided with each other. Countless sword lights shattered, and sword chi soared into the sky. The entire valley was turned into ruins, trees were crushed, rocks were cut, and even cliffs were cut into countless pieces. Little Qing and the others had no choice but to retreat to the distance. Beitang Yu, give me your life. Gu Fei let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, charging towards Beitang Yu. Boundless blood and chi gushed out from his body, and boundless divine power surged within his body. The formidable immortal divine martial body contained a vast amount of blood and chi, and his divine power was inexhaustible. The current Gu Fei was simply like the reincarnation of the sacred battle emperor. The vast power emanating from his body directly shook the world. Wherever he passed, countless starlight swords crumbled. Countless five elements divine swords danced around him, cutting everything in their path as they rushed towards Beitang Yu. Beitang Yu's expression changed when she saw this. She realized that she had made a grave mistake. Her opponent was a martial immortal that had not appeared in millions of years. His battle prowess could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Thinking of this, Beitang Yu had the intention to retreat. Even if she had a supreme treasure, she was not sure that she could defeat Gu Fei. Beitang Yu still did not know that Dong Fangqin had been killed by Gu Fei. If she knew, she would have turned around and fled as soon as she saw Gu Fei. Rumble, the big star above Beitang Yu's head descended and directly suppressed Gu Fei. The power of the stars surged violently, and the starlight shone brightly. Chapter 8:12. Rumble, the star descended, suppressing heaven and earth. The entire void trembled as if it was about to collapse. The resplendent big star became the only thing between heaven and earth. Swish! 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 The five elements' magical swords soared into the sky, piercing through the big star that was descending from the sky. The power of the five elements was overwhelming, and the divine sword pierced through the air with extreme sharpness. The clanging sound resounded throughout heaven and earth, like the sound of thousands of divine weapons, causing people's hearts to palpitate. This was the power of martial arts, and even heaven and earth seemed to lose their brilliance. Gu Fei raised the power of the divine sword condensed from the power of the five elements to the limit. Thousands of five-colored sword lights slashed through the void, destroying everything. However, the big star that descended from the sky was worthy of being called a supreme treasure. It possessed great power, as if it could crush heaven and earth. Moreover, under Beitang Yu's full power, the big star actually triggered the ancient starry sky above the sky. Specks of starlight sprinkled down from the ancient starry sky above the sky, then merged with the big star in the sky, causing it to shine with boundless radiance. The bright starlight made everyone unable to open their eyes, and the power of the stars fluctuated with unprecedented intensity. The five-colored sword lights collapsed under the starlight of the big star, and the power of the five elements was suppressed by the power of the stars. This, Little Qing and the others originally wanted to teach the two fellows of the Zhao family a lesson, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but stop. The vast star power radiating from the great star caused their hearts to palpitate. Big brother. Little Qing couldn't help but feel nervous. The big star that descended from the sky was very frightening, and it attracted the power of the ancient starry sky, which could obliterate everything. Under the starlight, Gu Fei was like a sacred battle emperor, walking in the void, and with each step, the whole world shook. Endless pressure came down from the sky, and the power of the stars suppressed the world, but it couldn't stop Gu Fei's pace. He was still walking towards Beitang Yu. Bang! Gu Fei waved his fist and punched at the huge star that was descending from the sky. There was no ripple of magic power, no strange phenomenon of supernatural powers, only the purest power between heaven and earth. He struck out with the power of the origin of martial arts. This kind of power directly shattered a part of the void, shaking the great star that was suppressing down. The blood energy in Gu Fei's body surged to the skies, as though there were blood dragons circling the skies. His godly strength was boundless as he punched out again and again, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the void to shatter. As long as the source energy of martial Tao was strong enough, it could break through all kinds of magical powers and spells. Although Gu Fei had not reached this level, he could still shake a supreme treasure refined by a supreme being. One could imagine how tough his body was. How is this possible? He's a monster. Beitang Yu was incomparably shocked. The great star was actually shaken by Gu Fei. One had to know that this great star was a semi-sage tool refined by an ancestor of the Beitang clan, and it possessed great power. With this semi-sage tool in hand, Beitang Yu thought that no one in the same realm could be his opponent. Once the great star came out, any immortal god would have to retreat. Even immortal kings and god kings of the mysterious transformation realm would have a headache after Beitang Yu used this semi-sage tool. It could be said that ever since Beitang Yu obtained this semi-sage tool, he had never tasted defeat. Bang! 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 Gu Fei's godly strength was inexhaustible, as if it could not be used up. Each punch was heavier than the last, causing the great star in the sky to shake again and again, even showing signs of falling. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's actions. No one thought that Gu Fei would use his own flesh and blood to contend against a semi-sage tool. Moreover, not only could he contend against a semi-sage tool, but he could also shake it. Roar! I will obliterate you! Beitang Yu roared, her long hair draped over her shoulders. She directly sat cross-legged on the great star and operated her mysterious technique, using all her strength to drive the great star. Ancient divine runes began to appear on the great star. Then, the ancient starry sky above the blue dome of heaven shone with an endless amount of starlight. Bang! The great star shook violently, releasing an even more powerful force of stars. The void shattered, the heaven and earth collapsed, the earth crumbled, and the entire valley was completely destroyed. The mighty force of the stars from the sky caused the ground to violently undulate like a boulder, turning a radius of a dozen li into a sandy land. Only this much. Then you can go die. Gu Fei shouted loudly. The endless power of the stars came crashing down, the destructive force almost caused his body to collapse. However, he became stronger the stronger he was. His godly strength was endless, a single punch destroyed the myriad of starlight, causing the great star in the sky to shake again and again. Want to kill me? Maybe in your next life. Beitang Yu's body emitted a flame-like divine radiance. She didn't hesitate to burn her origin power to drive this semi-sage tool. Even so, it was difficult for her to release the full power of this semi-sage tool. However, although she couldn't suppress Gu Fei to death, Gu Fei wanting to kill her was like a dream. She was very confident in this semi-sage tool. Is that so? Gu Fei sneered. This level of power was indeed difficult to kill Beitang Yu, but he still had a trump card. Ascend to the heavens. Gu Fei shouted. The godly power inside his body immediately followed a mysterious path, and then a powerful aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate spread out from his body. Boss is ruthless. He Tian saw this and knew that Gu Fei was finally going to use that secret technique. That little girl is dead for sure. Little Qing said. The Ascension secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, could instantly increase Gu Fei's strength by 5 or even 6 times. Even a profound transformation realm immortal king would be affected by it. Ha! Gu Fei roared, his battle prowess increased 5-fold, and the endless godly power hidden in his body was activated by the Ascension secret technique. He still punched upward. The violent power directly pierced through the world, and his entire right fist bloomed with endless divine light, enough to compete with the great star in the sky. High up in the sky, 2 stars seemed to appear, and the 2 stars quickly collided together. At that moment, the world suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone could not hear any sound. The world was silent. Then, a weak sound rang out, gradually becoming louder and louder. In the end, it became a world-shaking noise. The mountains really were collapsing. Rumble, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. When the two stars collided, the sky shattered, the earth cracked, and the destructive power spread out in all directions. Mountains crumbled, and dust rose high into the sky. Everything within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a desert. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan immediately rushed into the sky to avoid the terrible energy storm. As for the two fellows from the Zhao family, they were stunned and sent flying by the energy storm. Bang! With a muffled sound, the great star in the sky dimmed, and Gu Fei sent it flying. Beitang Yu coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew thousands of meters away. Killing you is actually that simple. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly caught up with Beitang Yu, then stomped down. Bang! Beitang Yu's body was immediately torn apart, and she didn't even have time to scream before her body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 8:13. Using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art, Gu Fei's battle prowess instantly increased by 5 times. His every move shook the entire world. Bubble. At this moment, even a mysterious transformation immortal king would have a headache facing Gu Fei. Even if Beitang Yu had a supreme treasure left behind by an almighty, she wasn't a match for Gu Fei. If Beitang Yu could fully unleash the power of an almighty treasure, she might be able to turn defeat into victory and reverse the situation. One had to know that treasures refined by an almighty were called quasi-sage treasures. If they were to unleash their full power, they could absolutely unleash a terrifying power equivalent to an all-out attack from an almighty. Unfortunately, Beitang Yu didn't have the ability to fully unleash the power of an almighty treasure. One had to admit that Beitang Yu was a peerless fairy, but Gu Fei didn't show any mercy and mercilessly killed her. The fairy fell and her body collapsed. Her immortal spirit's blood rained down from the sky. Each drop emitted a deep crimson light. This was no longer mortal blood. Only a mortal body could be reborn to become an immortal spirit. This was a pure body. Each drop of blood, each strand of hair contained immortal energy. An immortal spirit's hair could slay a peak man-rank powerhouse. The two weren't even on the same level. You guys, the 2 young cultivators of the Zhao clan were dumbfounded when they saw Gu Fei kill Beitang Yu in such a ruthless manner. That was a rarely seen fairy in the world, but she actually died. The 2 Heaven Realm cultivators of the Zhao family found it hard to accept what they saw. They were Beitang Yu's followers. Seeing the fairy fall in front of their eyes, they couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. Swish! After killing Beitang Yu, Gu Fei walked towards the 2 Zhao clan cultivators step by step. He didn't want to let these 2 go, he wanted to kill them all. Hee. Boss, this treasure belongs to me now. Erebus soared into the sky and rushed towards the big star that was bobbing up and down in the sky, its light dimming. Bam! A huge yin-yang hand appeared high up in the sky. The yin-yang energy was vast, and it formed a yin-yang diagram at the center of the palm. It gave off the power of the heavens and earth, and it sucked in the great star, trying to take it away. After Beitang Yu fell, that great star was still floating high in the sky and did not fall. It was extremely miraculous. It was a spirit-connected ancient treasure. Just as He Tian was putting away the almighty treasure, the 2 members of the Zhao family finally recovered from the shock. What do you want? Seeing Gu Fei approach step by step, his killing intent surging like a god of slaughter from ancient times, the 2 people from the Zhao clan couldn't help trembling in fear. What else can I do? Of course, I'm going to send you to reunite with your sweethearts. Gu Fei's eyes flashed, and he said expressionlessly. When the 2 people from the Zhao family saw that little Qing, Balan, and Gu Fei had surrounded them, their faces paled. The aura exuded by Gu Fei was too powerful, and it caused the entire world to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was crushing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. How dare you? We're from the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. one of the young men shouted. It should be known that the powers of the desolate antiquity were the true masters of the world. Whether it was in the past or now, the Zhao family, as one of the 4 great clans of the desolate antiquity, had the strength to rule over a region. No one dared to look down on the Zhao family, but Gu Fei was an exception. He had already formed enmity with the Dongfang family and the Beitang family, so he didn't care about the addition of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He didn't say anything, but the disdain on his face made it clear that he didn't care about the 2 people in front of him at all. He didn't even care about the Zhao family behind them. Don't act rashly. Let's talk this out. At this time, the 2 young men from the Zhao family panicked. The god of slaughter in front of them really dared to do anything. He even dared to kill a beautiful fairy like Beitang Yu. Thinking of this, the 2 young men from the Zhao family couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly pressed his palm forward. The powerful force immediately collapsed the void, and a pitch-black palm-shaped spatial crack appeared in the void. The pitch-black palm was completely formed from the collapsed void. It pressed forward, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed. The power of destruction was overwhelming. Roar! The 2 young men from the Zhao family roared. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a bronze bell. The sound of the bell resounded throughout the world, and the void really cracked. Visible ripples spread out in all directions with the bronze bell as the center, shattering everything. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed. A dragon shadow rushed out of the other young man's body. It was a dragon saber, and its murderous aura soared to the sky. It looked like an evil dragon as it slashed towards Gu Fei. Little Qing and Balon didn't make a move. They just wanted to prevent the 2 unlucky guys from the Zhao family from escaping. Clang! The pitch-black handprint landed on the bronze bell, and the bronze bell immediately caved in. Dense cracks spread from the handprint. Ah! The Zhao family's expert suffered a great impact, and he vomited blood as he retreated. Gu Fei took a step forward and punched again. Boom! The void suddenly trembled, emitting an extremely shocking sound like the beating of a heavenly drum. The fist directly blasted the dragon-shaped broadsword that was slashing down, causing the dragon-shaped broadsword to shatter in the void. Countless fragments flew back. Clang! The bell rang, and a visible ripple spread out. All the fragments of the dragon-shaped saber that flew back fell from the sky. The bronze bell was already on the verge of collapsing, but it was still able to unleash such a powerful might, which surprised Gu Fei. However, the 2 young men from the Zhao family were even more shocked. That was a divine treasure refined by Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm. How could it be possible that Gu Fei could shatter it with one punch? How could his body be so strong? It was unheard of to see a divine treasure refined by Shen King, who was in the celestial being realm. The 2 young men from the Zhao family were shocked and could not calm down. Their opponent was too terrifying. You can go to hell. Gu Fei's cold voice sounded. He soared into the sky and directly used the 8 kill steps. The whole void trembled under his feet. When his foot fell, the world seemed to collapse, and endless power surged under his feet. Clang! With a loud sound, the bronze bell was shattered by Gu Fei's foot. The endless power of destruction, wrapped in countless fragments of the bell, swept down from the sky, and swallowed the 2 young men from the Zhao family. Bang! Bang! Chapter 8:14. Roar! Just as Gu Fei killed the 2 unlucky fellows of the Zhao family, a furious roar came from the direction of the heavenly gate, and a powerful aura surged over in an earth-shattering manner. Let's go! Gu Fei's expression immediately changed. He tossed out a white formation platform and rushed up. There was a terrifying figure rushing over at high speed. The fight here had alarmed quite a number of people, but no one had stepped forward to intervene. It was all because the heavenly gate had appeared, and everyone had rushed to the heavenly gate. However, when Gu Fei killed the two guys from the Zhao family, it had alarmed a terrifying figure, who had no choice but to come and check it out. At this time, He Tian had just collected the big star in the sky. No one competed with him, so the process was relatively smooth. Swish! 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 Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan also rushed up to the white formation platform. Then, Gu Fei activated the formation platform, and countless formation patterns appeared on it, distorting the void. The next moment, Gu Fei and the others disappeared into the void. Just as Gu Fei and the others crossed the void, a figure rushed over from the direction of the heavenly gate, and a powerful aura spread between heaven and earth. It was a middle-aged man in a gray robe. This middle-aged man was furious. He stood high in the sky, glancing in all directions, and his powerful aura made heaven and earth tremble. The ground within a radius of dozens of miles had been destroyed by the battle between Gu Fei and Beitangyu. It had turned into a desert, and nothing was left. However, when the middle-aged man found the copper bell and the fragments of the dragon saber on the ground, the blue veins on his forehead throbbed. Roar! He roared again and again, and his terrible roar shook the whole world. Who dares to kill the children of the Zhao family? The middle-aged man's voice resounded through the sky and earth, and even the practitioners who passed by hundreds of miles away looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. However, no one dared to go over to see what was going on. The pressure emitted by the middle-aged man was too strong. This was a celestial being, and no one wanted to provoke an enraged celestial being. That was simply courting death, and no one wanted to court death. Swoosh! The middle-aged man didn't stay for long. He turned around and left. At this moment, a thunderous sound came from the direction of Heaven's Gate. The great earth was shaking, and the heavens were trembling. There was a powerful being taking action, trying to open up the heavenly gate. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven gate. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky from all directions, heading towards the heaven gate. At this moment, no one cared about anything else. Everything else had to be put aside for the time being. Opening the door to the heaven realm was the top priority for all the ancient desolate powers. Immortals and mortals were separated forever. The powers of the ancient desolate era had been trapped in this world for countless years. All these years, all the powers of the ancient desolate era had been searching for a path to the heavens. The ancient desolate world, which opened once every 10,000 years, was their hope. This was also the reason why the powers of the ancient desolate era would only return to the earth once every 10,000 years. Then, they would gather all the cultivation forces on the earth and enter the ancient desolate world to search for the legendary destiny. No one knew if the ancient stone gate would really allow them to enter the heaven realm after opening it. However, it was still a hope after all. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire ancient desolate world shook. It was as if an ancient giant was shaking this part of the world. Everything in the world was trembling. This was the power of a powerful being. It could shake an ancient world and shatter a part of the world. It was the most powerful existence in the world besides the extreme experts. Swoosh! 1,000 miles away, the void suddenly distorted, and a white formation platform rushed out of the distorted void. There were 4 figures standing on the platform. What's going on? Gu Fei was very surprised. This white formation platform was personally refined by He Tian. It could cross the void for 10,000 miles. However, Gu Fei could still feel the aura of a powerful being. It was really surprising that it only crossed 1,000 miles. The primeval heaven and earth have primeval laws. Erebus said. Gu Fei also found that this ancient desolate world was very stable. It was even more stable than the Hell Tao that was refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Even a powerful being could only shake it, but it was difficult to destroy this ancient world. It was really hard to imagine how such a world had collapsed in the past. Could it be that the extreme experts were so powerful that they could destroy the ancient desolate world? "Boss, what should we do next?" He Tian asked. He found that after crossing the void, they had arrived in the sky above a wild ancient forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines coiled around. There were also wild beasts walking in the forest. "Everyone has been attracted by the heavenly gate, so we can go explore," Gu Fei said. He had obtained a map of the ancient desolate world from the two unlucky fellows of the Zhao family. Gu Fei killed the two, but he did not forget to take what he needed from them. Little Qing, He Tian, and Balan had also obtained maps of the ancient desolate world from other people. Of course, the places recorded on these maps were only a small part of the ancient desolate world. The ancient desolate world was too vast. For millions of years, all the powers of the ancient desolate world had explored less than 1/10 of the area. Moreover, in the ancient desolate world, some ancient ruins hid great dangers. Even if immortals entered, they would die. It was regarded as a dangerous place, and people rarely went there. There were some places that even the powerful beings were unwilling to set foot in. "Explore. I like it." "Ha!" He Tian said excitedly. In this ancient world, there were many ancient ruins. Perhaps there might be some unimaginable gains. Therefore, Gu Fei and the others began to move. It had to be said that He Tian was really amazing. In addition to his amazing attainments in formations, he actually knew how to find dragons, observe mountains, rivers, and seas, and search for dragon veins. Finally, they arrived at the place recorded on the map where the phoenix died and the dragon died. It's really the place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were all shocked and amazed. On the ground, there was a mountain range that stretched into the depths of this world. One could not see the end of it at a glance. It was like a huge dragon lying on the ground, but there were several large valleys that cut the dragon into several pieces. Beside the mountain ridge, there was a scarlet valley, where there was an endless amount of heat emitting from the valley. Blood mist lingered around, as though it was a blood mist that could not be dispelled. Looking down from the sky, the valley looked like a divine phoenix that had fallen to the ground. The phoenix fell to the ground, and the dragon's body was broken. This was indeed a place where the phoenix died and the dragon died. Such a terrain was definitely a dangerous place. Chapter 8:15. Even the entire Tinglong continent had never seen a place like this before. Due to the changes in the world, this kind of terrain had long disappeared. However, during the Great Desolation era, all kinds of terrains appeared. Countless divine beings were born, and those who could awaken their intelligence were called innate gods. Phoenixes and dragons died young. This kind of terrain was an extremely dangerous place. Even powerful beings would not be willing to set foot in it. This area was the territory of the Leaf family of the clan of the Ancients. When this Great Desolation era was first discovered, it was a world without a master. The various powers of the clan of the Ancients began to divide the territory and occupy its resources. The Leaf family of the clan of the Ancients was rumored to have a great background. The Supreme Tao ancestor was surnamed Li, and the Leaf family and the Supreme Tao ancestor were inextricably linked. The territory of the Leaf family spanned thousands of miles. This was only the area that had been explored. The unknown area was still incomparably vast. Should we go in or not? Gu Fei pondered. Although this dangerous place could not compare to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, it was not insignificant either. Otherwise, the 2 things born from this place would have been taken by the Leaf family long ago. How could they get a chance? Ha! As long as I get those 2 things, I can be reborn. He Tian was very excited. He would never retreat. Big brother. What do you think? Little Qing asked. Although they were standing in the distance and did not approach the danger zone, the terrifying aura coming from the danger zone was enough to make them shudder with fear. Old He, are you confident? Gu Fei looked at He Tian and asked. If he was not confident, he would turn around and leave. He did not want to play around with his life. This kind of naturally formed dangerous place was not something that could be resisted by humans. Countless years ago, a dragon and a phoenix were born here. However, the dragon and the phoenix died prematurely before they were even born. Therefore, the evil aura here was overwhelming. The resentment of the death of the dragon and phoenix would give birth to something terrifying. Boss, this is neither difficult nor easy. However, with your help and my mastery in the art of formations, I have a 50% chance of obtaining the item inside, Erebus said. It was no coincidence that this fellow lured Gu Fei here. Do those two legendary things really exist here? Gu Fei was a little skeptical about whether those two things really existed. Definitely. He Tian patted his chest and guaranteed. Since that's the case, you should prepare what you need to do. Gu Fei said. He was not familiar with the way of formation, so he could not help in this aspect. Old Black, if you get those two things, you can regenerate your flesh and blood, but we don't seem to get any benefits. Xiao Qing was a little unwilling. Brother Qing, you can't say that. Don't you want to condense the body of a true dragon? I don't need to say more. He Tian said. Xiao Qing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Alright, I don't want the things in the land of the fallen divine phoenix, but I want half of the things in the peerless dragon vein. Xiao Qing said. No problem. He Tian was very straightforward. The land of the fallen dragon vein was a peerless dragon vein. This dragon vein stretched across the land and extended into the depths of this ancient world. One could not see the end of it at a glance. This dragon vein was larger than any of the 9 dragon veins of the 9 dragons competing for the pearl in the purgatory path. It was a rare peerless dragon vein. Only such a dragon vein could give birth to a primordial celestial dragon that could contend against an innate deity. Dragon chi rose from where the dragon's severed body was. The dragon chi of the earth gushed out, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard in the void. In the next few days, He Tian carved formation patterns on the outside of the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein. The formation patterns were densely packed, far more than he had ever carved before. Gradually, as the number of formation patterns increased, Gu Fei and the others realized that the power of heaven and earth had been triggered. He Tian was using the formation patterns to trigger the power of heaven and earth. He Tian had no intention of stopping. He was using the formation patterns to deduce the path of life and death in this peerless ominous land. In such a peerless ominous land, one could not afford to take a wrong step. If one were to take a wrong step, there would only be one outcome, death in body and soul. A peerless ominous land evolved from heaven and earth would be dangerous even for mighty figures. One needed to be extremely careful and prudent when entering such a place. He Tian continued to carve formation patterns on the outside of the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein, deducing the power of heaven and earth. The power of the formation gradually changed, triggering the power of heaven and earth. It had to be said that He Tian's attainments in the art of formations were truly astonishing. It had reached a terrifying level that could change heaven and earth. He used formation patterns to trigger and even change the power of heaven and earth, weakening the power of the ominous land. This was definitely not an easy task. After more than 10 days, He Tian had triggered the power of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles. The power of heaven and earth was unfathomable. He Tian actually managed to deduce 3 paths of life in and out of the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein. The rest were all dead ends. Let's go. Without hesitation, He Tian took the lead while Gu Fei and the others followed behind. They carefully walked towards the ominous land. The moment they stepped into the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein, everyone seemed to hear the mournful cries of despair of the dragon and phoenix. They died before they were even born. This made the dragon and phoenix very unwilling. In the ominous land, the baleful aura soared into the sky. The undying resentment of the dragon and phoenix made people's hearts palpitate. After walking into this exceptionally ominous land, they could not even sense the aura of the powerhouses outside. After more than 10 days, the ancient heaven gates still did not seem to be opened. The powerhouses seemed to have encountered difficulties. The aura of the powerhouses spread throughout the ancient world. Gu Fei sensed that at least 3 powerhouses had appeared in the ancient world of chaos. However, Gu Fei and the others did not go and join in the fun. The powerhouses had already made their move. If they went, they would definitely not be able to interfere. Moreover, if some people found them to be an eyesore and invited the celestial realm Shen King to deal with them, it would be a tragedy. Gu Fei and the others had offended quite a lot of people. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Antiquity, the Dongfang clan, and the Beitang clan. Just a celestial being realm deity emperor from these 2 forces would be enough to make them flee. While everyone's attention was attracted by the ancient heaven gate, they came to collect the 2 legendary items. These 2 items had been nurtured in the land of the fallen phoenix and the fallen dragon vein for countless years. They were supreme treasures born from the ancient world. If they could obtain them, they would receive great benefits. Even Gu Fei was tempted by these 2 items. Kacha. Chapter 8:16. Mahakala had used the formation runes to trigger the grand momentum of the world, using the changes in the grand momentum of the world to calculate 3 paths to enter and exit the land of the phoenix perishing and dragon perishing, but Gu Fei and the others had only taken 1 path. This path led straight to the center of the land. It didn't lead to the depths of the land, nor did it lead to the belly of the peerless dragon vein. Mahakala wanted to suppress this forbidden land and weaken the power of this forbidden land infinitely. The land of death of the phoenix and the dragon vein spanned 1,000 miles, and the dragon vein was so vast that one couldn't even see the end of it. These 2 places that could give birth to a dragon and a phoenix had definitely given birth to a peerless treasure. Gu Fei's group was heading for that peerless treasure. This was a primordial treasure born from the primordial world. Even in the primordial world, it was probably one of a kind. Careful, don't go the wrong way. He Tian led the way. Each step was carefully chosen. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. One wrong step and the path of life would become a dead end. Along the way, more and more skeletons appeared on the ground. These were the people who had entered this land of death and fallen here, never to leave again. Gu Fei knew that countless cultivators had come to explore this land of death over the years. On the ground, one could occasionally see various rusted artifacts and swords. Time was merciless. As long as enough time passed, the power of time could erase everything. In the entire world, only an extreme path sacred weapon refined by an extreme path expert could exist eternally in the world and not be obliterated even after 10,000 years. After traveling for about 10 miles, Gu Fei's group realized that the skeletons on the ground were starting to change. Some of the skeletons were sparkling like divine jade. Although their clothes were still rotting and their weapons had lost their spirituality, the skeletons were still well preserved. Immortal god bones. Gu Fei's group couldn't help but be shocked. These were definitely the bones of peerless existences above the immortal king level. In this land of death, the bones of ordinary immortals would have already rotted away. Those who could find such a dangerous place were not simple. Those who dared to enter such a dangerous place definitely had great strength and confidence. Otherwise, no one would enter this place of danger, because no one would enter this place of danger even if they knew they would die. After entering 50 kilometers, Gu Fei and the others discovered that their surroundings were already filled with baleful auras. There were many lifeless creatures moving about in the mountain mist. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there was a tall figure standing on a mountain peak in front of him. That figure's death chi soared into the sky, as if he was a devil that had crawled out of hell. That is, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. This was an exceptional vicious land that could obliterate everything, yet that person was able to appear on the mountain peak. It was truly inconceivable. It was not a living person, but an ancient corpse. In this dangerous land, there were no living creatures, only dead spirits that appeared from time to time. They were the incarnations of peerless characters that fell in this dangerous land. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Gu Fei's group was startled to see an ancient corpse shrouded in death chi. It was currently absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The ancient corpse's clothes were very old, but they hadn't decayed. Instead, they were as white as new clothes with rays of light revolving around them. Divine Silkworm Treasure Robe. He Tian was very shocked. He recognized the ancient corpse's clothes that were untainted by even a speck of dust. It was a treasure robe woven from the silkworm's silk. This kind of robe was impervious to fire and water, and to a certain degree, it could even weaken the offensive power of magical arts and divine abilities. Roar! At this time, the ancient corpse on the mountain peak also discovered Gu Fei's group. The ancient corpse roared at the sky and jumped down from the mountain peak. Gu Fei's group hastily retreated. Boom! The earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The ancient corpse fell from the sky like a meteor, directly creating a large pit on the ground. That was an ancient corpse that wore a purple golden crown on its head, divine silkworm precious clothes on its body. Perhaps it was an ancient emperor from the archaic years that fell here. Its flesh didn't decay, but after endless years, it unexpectedly became a dead spirit. Bang! 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 The ancient corpse approached Gu Fei's group step by step. Each step caused the earth to tremble. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving. A powerful aura covered the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards Gu Fei's group. Everyone was shocked. This ancient corpse was definitely a great ruler when it was alive. Even if it wasn't a great existence, it was at least a celestial being realm Shen king. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful ancient king. Swoosh! Balan turned his hand, and the endless power of the divine flame instantly condensed into a divine spear. Then, Balan held the spear and pierced forward. Bang! The divine spear condensed from the divine flame collided with the ancient corpse's chest, creating a dull sound. The divine spear shattered, but the ancient corpse didn't stop and continued to press forward. No one would have thought that this ancient corpse's body would be so tough. An immortal-level great demon's attack couldn't even penetrate the ancient corpse's body. The divine silkworm treasure robe flickered and weakened the power of Baron's attack. Humph! He Tian sneered. The power of yin and yang emerged from his body. Yin and yang intertwined, and the divine diagram appeared. He merged with the diagram and flew forward. Swoosh! Wherever the yin-yang diagram passed, a crack appeared in the void. There was a trace of Tao lingering on the yin-yang diagram, mysterious and unpredictable. However, a shocking scene appeared. The yin-yang diagram slashed the ancient corpse's body. A clanging sound was heard, and the diagram was knocked away. No way! Shaoqing, Balan, and the others were dumbfounded. At this time, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched forward. The powerful force caused the void in front of him to collapse. Bang! A fist mark appeared on the ancient corpse's chest. It was forced back a few steps by Gu Fei's punch, then it stood still. The divine silkworm robe couldn't absorb much of the force. This treasure robe is mine. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky. Then, he stomped down on the ancient corpse's head with a mighty force. Boom! The ancient corpse raised its hand and attacked with a vast amount of death energy. However, its lower body was still sunk into the ground by Gu Fei's stomp. Although this ancient corpse's body was powerful, it seemed to be ignorant and didn't have much intelligence. It only attacked out of instinct. Perhaps Gu Fei's group had entered the ancient corpse's territory. Bang! Gu Fei stomped again. This time, the ancient corpse was directly stomped into the ground, leaving only its head above the ground. Clang! Chapter 8:17. Buzz! A purple light flickered and a divine sword surrounded by a purple mist floated in front of Gu Fei. It gently vibrated and emitted a joyful spiritual fluctuation. A chilling sword energy exuded from the ancient sword. It was not powerful, but it dispelled the murderous aura around it. This was a divine weapon with a soul. This type of divine weapon was the strongest divine weapon in the world, a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. This was a supreme sacred weapon created by a master of the extreme Tao. It was imbued with the power of the grand Tao. Even though the ancient corpse's body was powerful to an abnormal degree, it couldn't withstand the violet gold divine sword's attack. There weren't many things in this world that could withstand the slashes of this sacred sword. Gu Fei grabbed the hilt of the sword. The violet gold divine sword immediately calmed down and no longer vibrated. All of its aura converged and no longer leaked out. At this moment, no one knew that the violet gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was a sacred weapon that could drive all cultivators crazy. Gu Fei's sword didn't damage the ancient corpse's silkworm treasure robe. Instead, he peeled off the corpse's treasure robe. This ancient corpse was decapitated by Gu Fei's sword. Black blood gushed out from its chest. Even though it had been dead for countless years, the spirituality of this ancient corpse's blood still hadn't disappeared. However, when the blood splashed onto the silkworm treasure robe, it didn't stick to it. Instead, it rolled down and dripped onto the ground. The silkworm treasure robe was impervious to water and fire. It was forever new and couldn't be stained by any filthy thing. Even dust and blood couldn't touch it. It truly lived up to its reputation. Continue forward. Gu Fei put away the treasure robe and held the sacred sword in his hand. In this extremely dangerous place, he didn't dare to be careless. With the violet gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei was fearless. Even if an almighty being was in front of him, he would still dare to slash them. The group continued forward with He Tian still leading the way. Although they had already deduced the 3 paths of survival countless times and knew every foothold like the back of their minds, they were still incomparably nervous. This was a place where dragons and phoenixes soared. However, the dragons and phoenixes that were nurtured by heaven and earth died prematurely before they could even be born, causing this divine land to become a dangerous place. The deeper he went, the heavier the killing aura became. However, with the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, the killing aura of heaven and earth could not get close to him. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out in front of them, causing the mountains to tremble. An intense baleful aura surged over from the front, and a terrifying aura of death caused people's hearts to palpitate. What is that? They immediately stopped. At this time, they had already traveled several hundred miles into this dangerous place. Along the way, everything they saw along the way was lifeless. There were a lot of bones scattered everywhere. Gu Fei noticed that not all of the skeletons belonged to humans. There were skeletons of beasts as well. When they passed by a ravine filled with flowing black water, they saw a golden yellow skeleton of a savage beast that was as large as a hill. In the primordial world, there were incomparably powerful beasts. They were all primordial mutants that had long gone extinct in the outside world. Only in the primordial world could they be seen. Some people said that in the primordial world, there were the legendary true dragons and divine phoenixes. These were connate divine beasts that were born from heaven and earth. Even powerful existences would have to retreat and not dare to provoke them. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar rang out. An extremely powerful aura of death quickly surged over from the front. In front of them was a huge rift formed by the peerless dragon vein. Dragon chi rose from the rift, as if there was a true dragon entrenched there. However, it was also filled with killing aura and a vast aura of death. The roar came from the Great Rift Valley. This doesn't seem to be a dead dragon. Could it be that the true dragon born from the peerless dragon vein did not die? He Tian said in shock. It's more or less dead. Xiao Qing said in a deep voice. He could feel the restlessness of the true dragon chi in his body. His face turned ugly. If he could successfully obtain the origin energy of the peerless dragon vein, he might have a chance to grow into a celestial dragon. However, the dragon did not die, which added a lot of danger. Rumble, suddenly, the ground shook. Then, where the peerless dragon vein was severed, dragon chi soared into the sky. Huge dragon shadows rushed out from the ground and danced in the sky. It was a shocking scene. Tens of thousands of dragons roared and danced in the sky. It was extremely shocking. The wind and clouds changed color and the earth trembled. The ground cracked and the mountains crumbled. The entire land of the death of the phoenix and the death of the dragon was in chaos. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The sudden change had caused the geography of this place to change. Almost all of Erebus's calculations had been destroyed. The path of life turned into a dead end. The power of the ominous land began to destroy Gu Fei and the others from all directions. Even the void was collapsing. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The power of the ominous land was enough to destroy a powerful being, let alone an immortal-leveled heaven-ranked expert. Boom! An ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body and covered everyone inside. The aura of the mountain and river cauldron spread out. Rumble! The destructive power from the ominous land caused the mountain and river cauldron to shake. Everyone in the cauldron almost fell down. The powerful impact caused the blood in their bodies to rumble. Even Gu Fei's face turned pale. He was extremely shocked. A celestial artifact was indestructible. It could exist for a long time. Even the destructive power of the ominous land could not destroy it. The mountain and river cauldron had the power to suppress the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Under the stimulation of the ominous land, it automatically released a powerful force. Bang! The heaven and earth shook. The destructive power coming from all directions was immediately repelled by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The area within a few li gradually calmed down. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded again. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, they immediately became nervous again. A huge black figure rushed out from the Great Rift Valley in front of them. That black figure actually broke through the huge dragons and rushed towards Gu Fei and the others. Death Chi was vast and mighty. The terrifying energy ripples caused the area that had just calmed down to shake again. That is, when Gu Fei and the others saw that black figure the size of a small mountain, they were extremely shocked. It was actually a black barbaric dragon. More accurately speaking, it was a barbaric dragon that had died countless years ago and turned into a dead spirit. Its pitch-black scales were emitting a black deathly light. Its entire body was filled with death chi. No one knew what had happened in the Great Rift Valley. There was a terrifying bloody hole in the chest of this black barbaric dragon. Dragon blood was flowing out. Chapter 8:18. Boom! The prehistoric beast emperor flew above Gu Fei's group in an instant. Its huge claws came down from the sky, causing the sky to collapse. The terrifying power of death spread. The prehistoric beast emperor wanted to take the mountain and river cauldron away. Its huge claws shattered the void around the cauldron. Damn it! Although he was covered by the cauldron, Gu Fei still felt the impact. The cauldron shook violently. It was almost snatched away. Shaoqing, He Tian, and Balan were all pale. This prehistoric beast emperor was too powerful. It was definitely comparable to a celestial being. After being dead for so many years, it was still so powerful after turning into an evil spirit. When this prehistoric beast emperor was alive, even a great expert would be scared if they encountered it. This is an evil spirit that has developed intelligence. Gu Fei thought that this evil fiend was not comparable to the muddle-headed ancient corpse that had just awakened its intelligence. Gu Fei sat on the ground and activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook and let out a deafening sound. A visible ripple spread out from the cauldron. Bang! The huge claws on the mountain and river cauldron were immediately shaken off. The evil spirit that was the prehistoric beast emperor roared angrily. It seemed to be frightened and rushed up to the sky. The mountain and river cauldron had mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. There were countless prehistoric beast souls on the cauldron. Each of these prehistoric beast emperor was comparable to the dead prehistoric beast emperor. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The prehistoric beast souls appeared on the body of the cauldron. The evil spirit sensed danger from the huge beast's aura. With Gu Fei's current strength and cultivation, he could not fully utilize the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to enter this dangerous place. As long as the Saint artifact was activated, he would be able to break through this place of danger and obtain the two heaven-defying treasures that had been nurtured since the primordial world. Bam! A huge claw as large as a mountain grabbed down from the sky. The fiend could see that the mountain and river cauldron was extraordinary and wanted to snatch it away. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. The purple gold divine sword in his hand transformed into a beam of purple divine light. It rushed out and slashed at the giant claw that was coming down from the sky. Roar! The black dragon fiend roared, causing the mountains to tremble. Its giant claw retracted as fast as lightning, as if it was frightened. Swoosh! The purple sword light was like a dragon, but it still entangled the huge claw. The black dragon fiend's claw immediately fell off, and black dragon blood sprayed out like a fountain. This desolate ancient beast emperor was a terrifying existence comparable to Almighty when it was alive. Although it had fallen for countless years, the blood in its body still had spirituality and had not dried up. The black dragon evil spirit let out an earth-shattering roar and fled, disappearing into the depths of the forbidden land in an instant. The purple gold divine sword made a turn in the air and flew back. At this moment, the dragon aura was surging violently. In the sky above the land of the dragon graveyard, there seemed to be tens of thousands of giant dragons circling and dancing. A destructive force rose from the ground, destroying all life in the sky and on the ground. On the mountains, some ancient corpses that had awakened their spirituality walked out and breathed the dragon aura on the mountain peaks. The dragon aura of the peerless dragon vein nourished these ancient corpses, turning them into terrifying evil creatures. Only these evil creatures and fiends could exist in this forbidden land. Because these evil creatures and fiends had all awakened their spirituality by breathing the dragon aura in this forbidden land. To a certain extent, these evil creatures and fiends were already a part of this forbidden land. Therefore, these evil creatures and fiends were not affected by the power of this forbidden land. Ancient corpses that had awakened their spirituality were all peerless figures when they were alive. They were either lords or beast emperors. These ancient corpses were extremely terrifying. If ordinary immortals or gods entered this forbidden land, just these ancient corpses alone would be enough to kill them. On the surrounding mountains, more than a dozen lifeless figures appeared one after another. Some of these figures were even huge desolate beast emperors. It was hard to imagine that so many existences comparable to Almighty's had fallen here in the past millions of years. This place was simply a graveyard for experts. Rumble, the strange activity of the peerless dragon vein lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Gu Fei and the others didn't dare to make any moves. Gu Fei and the others weren't in any life-threatening danger under the cover of the mountain and river cauldron. However, ancient corpses would occasionally appear around the cauldron. The black dragon evil spirit that had one of its claws severed by Gu Fei's purple gold divine sword seemed to have learned its lesson, so it didn't appear again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land of the dragon damage gradually calmed down. The tens of thousands of dragon shadows in the sky had disappeared. After this huge change, the terrain of the land of the dragon damage had changed. Although it couldn't be said that it had completely changed, it was more than half of it. The path of survival that He Tian had calculated using the grand trend of the world had also changed. The path of survival had become a dead end, and they could no longer proceed according to their original plan. Therefore, after this forbidden land had completely calmed down, He Tian had no choice but to calculate the grand trend of the world again. How troublesome! Xiaoqing, Balan, and the others frowned. Did they have to calculate for another dozen days? They were trapped in the land of the dragon damage. Even at this time, Gu Fei's expression was still calm. He had the realm gate and could use it to enter the Hell Dao at any time. Therefore, there was no place in this world that could trap him. Although he had refined the origin source of the Hell Dao, he still didn't have the cultivation and strength to refine the Hell Dao into his body. However, he could use the realm gate to enter the Hell Dao. However, Gu Fei didn't want to return to the western region. If he entered the Hell Dao, he could only leave through the only exit that led to the outside world. This was not something that Gu Fei wanted to see. This time, the calculation didn't take up too much time. He Tian spent a total of 7 days carving countless formation patterns in the area covered by the mountain and river cauldron. Only then did he calculate a path of survival that led to the place where the dragon and phoenix met. The dragon and phoenix were like yin and yang. In the central area of the land of the dragon damage and phoenix damage, there was a treasured cave where the dragon and phoenix brought prosperity. Legend had it that as long as one died and was buried in that cave, they would be able to come back to life. As long as they could reach this place where the dragon and phoenix met, they would be able to isolate the power of the dragon and phoenix and break the structure of the world. Then, they would be able to reduce the power of this forbidden land to its lowest level and infinitely weaken the terrifying grand trend of the world formed in this area. Chapter 8:19. With the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the violet gold sword in his hand, Gu Fei was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. He led the way as the aura of the extreme Tao Saint artifact filled the air. The evil creatures and evil spirits that had fallen in this place didn't dare to approach and only lingered in the distance. Roar! A two-headed tiger king that seemed to be cast from gold roared as it charged out from the forest nearby, bringing with it a boundless baleful aura. Whoosh! A gale blew in the sky as a giant bird surging with a vast deathly aura flew over everyone's heads like a black cloud, blocking out the sky. These primordial mutants were incomparably powerful when they were alive, but they all fell in this dangerous place and turned into terrifying fiends. However, these fiends seemed to be afraid of the aura of the extreme Tao Saint artifact and didn't attack Gu Fei's group. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron lightly vibrated. Primordial chaos energy descended from above and enveloped everyone within, repelling the surrounding deathly aura. He Tian had calculated a path to the place where the dragon and phoenix met. However, it was still filled with danger. If they weren't careful, they would still be devoured by this place. Suddenly, Gu Fei stopped. What's wrong? Xiaoqing and the others behind Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Their nerves were stretched taut. If there was even the slightest movement, they would immediately be like vicious beasts about to attack. There's someone over there. He Tian's voice trembled as he pointed ahead. They saw a figure standing on top of a mountain a few miles away. His blood-red eyes emitted a terrifying evil light as he swept his gaze over them. Everyone discovered that this person was standing on the path that they had to pass. That person was blocking their path forward. Is he coming for us? Xiaoqing's expression changed. Everything here was too evil and couldn't be imagined with common sense. Who cares? If gods block us, we'll kill gods. If Buddhas block us, we'll destroy Buddhas. No one can block our path forward. He Tian said heroically. TCH. Then go and kill that guy. Xiaoqing said in disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei was here, the strange movement of the dragon vein would have taken everyone's lives. The land of death of the phoenix and death of the dragon was simply too frightening. The terrain could actually be changed. Even a formation grandmaster who was proficient in formations would only end up dead if he stepped into this land of death. This. He Tian immediately fell silent. He did not have the ability to do so. The person on the mountain peak in front of him was not someone he could deal with. That guy disappeared. Suddenly, Balan said aloud. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, the terrifying figure on the mountain peak had disappeared. Everyone couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. Go! Gu Fei said and then continued forward. Above his head was the mountain and river cauldron, and in his hand was the purple gold divine sword. At this time, he could go anywhere in the world. Xiaoqing, He Tian, and Balan carefully followed behind Gu Fei. Their nerves were tense and they were extremely nervous. In this place, no one could calm down. A large star flashed in He Tian's skull. That was the holy weapon of Beitang Yu that he had collected. That half-holy weapon was really refined from a star. Only the Almighties of ancient times could have the supreme divine ability to pluck the stars and capture the moon. They actually refined a star into a supreme treasure. The divine weapon refined by the Almighties was not ordinary. In terms of power, it was only second to the holy weapon of extreme path. It could be said to be the most powerful divine weapon in the world. The holy weapons of extreme path had existed for tens of thousands of years, but their numbers were very few. On the other hand, there were many half-holy weapons refined by the Almighties. Even if the ancient desolate factions did not have holy weapons of extreme path, they definitely had half-holy weapons refined by the Almighties. This was already a consensus in the cultivation world. One must know that every ancient desolate faction that had existed until now had Almighties. It was said that many ancient desolate factions still had Almighties presiding over them. How could these ancient desolate factions not have half-holy weapons refined by Almighties? Very soon, Gu Fei and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. This was already very close to the place where the dragon and phoenix intersected. The baleful aura here was so heavy that it made people's hearts palpitate. There were many bones scattered on the ground. Those who could make it here were definitely peerless characters with few opponents in the world. However, they all died here. This was a peerless place formed by heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the divine bones left behind by immortals would be destroyed. The terrifying existence they saw just now did not appear, but no one dared to be careless. That was definitely a terrifying existence. The Black Mountain was like an endless wall, blocking the way forward. Halfway up the mountain, there was an ancient cave, the inside of which was pitch black. There, a pair of golden eyes flashed, especially terrifying in the darkness. It was like a god from hell, filled with boundless killing intent. What is this? Gu Fei and the others were startled. They couldn't help but stop. They could feel danger. The killing intent surged like a tidal wave, drowning the group. In particular, the pair of eyes in the darkness was staring straight at Gu Fei. Boom! Boundless divine flames suddenly rushed out from the pitch-black cave, annihilating everything. Gu Fei and the others were instantly enveloped by the divine flames. A divine bird that looked like a fire phoenix walked out from the ancient cave. A divine phoenix. This time, everyone was stunned. It's not a divine phoenix. Gu Fei stared at the divine bird that walked out from the cave and said in a deep voice. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated vigorously. Primordial chaos chi poured down, blocking the divine flames from all directions. Crap, the demonic star is falling, destroying the heavens and earth. The martial progenitor remnant soul in Gu Fei's body turned pale. Not enough, I'm not strong enough. What should I do? The Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram hovered above his head. Boundless Yin and Yang energy poured down from above and rapidly modified Gu Fei's flesh, refining it with a tremendous divine force. However, it was far from enough. Power, power, I need power. The martial progenitor remnant soul screamed. The boundless divine force pouring down from the Yin and Yang diagram was absorbed into his body. Gu Fei's flesh continued to transform. His entire body emitted a Yin and Yang divine light. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were cleansed of all impurities as if they were divinized. It was as if his entire body was forged with godly metal. He was only one step away from achieving the supreme martial physique. The demonic blood star descended from the sky, emitting a boundless demonic light that dyed the heavens and earth red. Under the illumination of the demonic light, the life force of everything in the heavens and earth was rapidly drained, devoured by the terrifying demonic force. The heavens and earth trembled as the demonic aura surged. Everyone felt fear from the depths of their souls shrouding their hearts. As the demonic star shone in the sky, the countless demonic soldiers seemed to have been injected with boundless power, becoming even more frenzied, vicious, and brutal. Chapter 820. The Five-Colored Feathers of the Three-Legged Divine Bird. Arabe stretched out his hand and grabbed all the five-colored feathers that were shrouded in fiery aura that were falling from the sky. This is also a rare treasure in this world. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. This He Tian was really a reckless guy who wouldn't let go of any treasure. Humph. The five-colored feathers here are enough to refine a five-elements divine fire fan. He Tian was very happy. The three-legged divine fire bird was born from the phoenix chi. Although it was worlds apart from the divine phoenix, it was still a creature born from heaven and earth. The three-legged bird's feathers contained the essence of the five elements. The five elements divine flame fan refined from the three-legged bird's feathers was shockingly powerful. With each fan, a part of the world would turn into a sea of fire. The five elements divine fire fan was the nemesis of all yin and evil things in the world. It could be said that it had endless uses. He Tian put away the five-colored feathers of the three-legged divine fire fan and stared at the black mountain where the three-legged divine fire fan was. Old He, it's not good to be too greedy. Gu Fei said. This guy was eyeing the 9-heaven star iron again. This iron mountain was much more precious than the feathers of the three-legged divine fire fan. Even in ancient times, it was difficult to find a second mountain that was formed by the 9-heaven star iron. The 9-heaven star iron was a rare divine iron used to refine supreme sacred weapons. It could exist eternally between heaven and earth and would never decay. Ordinary weapons only needed a little bit of the 9-heaven star iron to become peerless divine weapons. Buzz! The mountain river cauldron vibrated. The cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head emitted a powerful suction force that sucked the entire mountain into the cauldron. Even a fist-sized piece of the 9-heaven star iron was as heavy as a mountain. In front of Gu Fei's group was an entire mountain made from the 9-heaven star iron. No one could move a mountain like this, unless it was an almighty or in existence like an extreme great powerhouse who took action and used supreme divine powers to take it away. The mountain river cauldron could not only suppress the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas of the earth, but it could also absorb the power of heaven and earth. The inside of the mountain river cauldron was a real world that could contain anything. Seeing that Gu Fei had taken away the mountain, He Tian did not have any objections even though he was extremely jealous. If it was not for Gu Fei, how could he have been able to enter such a dangerous place? After keeping the mountain, Gu Fei continued forward. Even the terrifying creature born from the place where the dragon and phoenix met wasn't a match for Gu Fei, causing everyone's confidence to soar. However, that three-legged bird wasn't killed by Gu Fei. Moreover, there was a terrifying existence spying on them from the shadows. This caused Gu Fei and the others to feel a trace of unease. The figure that disappeared on the mountain peak was probably even more powerful than the three-legged bird. No one dared to lower their guard just because they had extreme saint weapons. The mountain river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head and vibrated lightly. On top of the ancient cauldron, there was primordial chaos chi that descended, repelling the surrounding evil chi. The fact that the three-legged bird didn't die under his sword greatly exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. One should know that it was an extreme saint weapon. As long as it could display the power of the extreme grade, in this world, unless it was an extreme grade powerhouse, no one would be able to contend against it. The group continued forward and the terrain in front of them gradually rose. When they reached the top of a mountain, suddenly, a gust of spiritual chi hit them in the face. At the top of the mountain, there was actually a small lake. This is, He Tian observed the surrounding terrain and exclaimed repeatedly. They had finally reached their destination, but no one expected that the place where the dragon and phoenix's spiritual chi converged was actually a small lake. Spiritual chi lingered on the surface of the lake, and faint roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes could be heard. Spiritual mist floated in the air, sometimes in the shape of dragons and sometimes in the shape of phoenixes. It was as if a dragon and a phoenix were circling and dancing on the surface of the lake. The cries of dragons and phoenixes are too wonderful for words. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The dragon and phoenix's spiritual chi had converged here, causing the small lake to be filled with vitality and endless spiritual chi. The lakeside was verdant and lush with vegetation. There were a few stalks of godly medicine that had been growing by the lakeside for who knows how long. On top of each stalk of godly medicine hung over a dozen fruits. These fruits were very strange. Some of them were shaped like dragons, as if they were Shaoqing dragons crawling on the small tree, while others were like five-colored phoenixes soaring in the sky. The dragon phoenix fruit. He Tian could not help but exclaim when he saw the fruits on the small tree. The dragon's spiritual chi and the phoenix's spiritual chi have converged to give birth to this legendary godly medicine. Gu Fei was also extremely shocked. This was a legendary and peerless godly medicine. Regardless of whether it was in the Chaos era or the current era, it was extremely rare to see one. Although the other stalks of godly medicine could not compare to the dragon phoenix fruit, they were still rare godly medicines. If any of them were to be brought to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion or even bloodshed. A small lake like this was likely even more precious than the divine spring of life. The small lake was like the origin of life, where the dragon's spiritual chi and the phoenix's spiritual chi converged and interwove to form the great Tao. It was indescribably wonderful. They had originally thought that it would be a treasure cave, but it turned out to be a small lake instead. However, according to He Tian's calculations, there should be a treasure cave overflowing with dragon spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi at the center of the small lake. The treasure cave was connected to the place of death of the phoenix and the place of death of the dragon. As long as they could temporarily suppress the treasure cave, preventing the dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi from converging and interweaving to form the great Tao, the power of the entire place would be infinitely weakened. Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry to pluck the dragon phoenix fruit. As long as they could suppress the treasure cave, not only would they be able to obtain the dragon phoenix fruit, but they would also be able to obtain the place of death of the phoenix and the place of death of the dragon. Let's begin. Gu Fei said in a low voice. At this moment, he was also a little excited. He was about to obtain the legendary items. With those 2 items, not only would Erebus be able to regenerate his flesh and blood, but everyone present would also benefit greatly from it. The Peerless Dragon Vein, where the dragon's spiritual chi converged, was a place of extreme yin. The place of death of the 9 heavens divine phoenix was a place of extreme yang. The dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi interweaved with the great Tao of yin and yang. This was a perfect and flawless location between the heavens and earth. It could have nurtured the phoenix and the true dragon, but unfortunately, something had happened in the end. The dragon and the phoenix could not be born and had died prematurely. Although the small lake in front of them was calm, things would always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. There must be a great danger, so Gu Fei and the others did not dare to enter the water recklessly. Wah! Suddenly, the sound of water could be heard from the lake. A huge black figure appeared in the lake for a moment before disappearing. Gu Fei and the others were instantly shocked. Could it be that another living creature had been born from the place where the dragon's spiritual chi and phoenix's spiritual chi interweaved? They felt a little uneasy. The thing in the lake did not rush out. Instead, it disappeared. "Let's do it," Gu Fei said in a low voice. So what if there was something in the lake? At this point, they could no longer retreat. Chapter 8:21. The lake formed by the convergence of the dragon essence and phoenix chi had given birth to unknown creatures. Although it was a peerless treasure ground that evolved the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was also extremely dangerous. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. This was also the truth of heaven and earth. A peerless treasure ground would definitely be accompanied by a peerless dangerous ground. The two would coexist. He Tian made his move. He began to carve array runes by the lakeside and activated the power of heaven and earth. However, it was impossible to rely on the power of the array to control this cave. He had to use the divine weapon of the Great Path. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron that floated above Gu Fei's head vibrated. Chaotic primordial chi descended and enveloped everyone. Even though they were at the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi converged, they still did not dare to be careless. The powerful creatures hiding in the dark were all waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The three-legged bird, the unknown creature in the lake, and the terrifying figure they saw on the way here were all threats. If they were not careful, they could die here. If that was really the case, then they would be too unlucky. Rumble, as the array runes activated the power of heaven and earth, the entire lake gradually began to boil. The dragon essence and phoenix chi surged. The dragon chi of the earth and the power of the 9 heavens phoenix intertwined. Gradually, the lake in front of them underwent a shocking change. Gu Fei looked at everything in front of him in shock. On the right side of the lake, the dragon chi shot into the sky. Beams of dragon chi rushed out of the lake like huge dragons and hovered in the sky. On the left side of the lake water seemed to be on fire. Pure yang chi surged and there seemed to be divine phoenixes appearing in the lake. It was extremely shocking. The dragon chi of the earth and the power of the 9 heavens phoenix formed a yin-yang diagram in the lake. It seemed to be evolving a world and emitted the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the end, the entire lake was boiling. The earth was shaking and the sky was trembling. Beams of dragon chi rushed out of the ground, connecting the sky and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The divine phoenix flew in the lake as if it wanted to soar into the sky. However, it seemed to be bound by something and could not leave the lake and soar into the sky. Roar! Just then, a huge figure rushed out of the lake. Only then did everyone see that it was a purple flood dragon. The flood dragon's body was only 300 meters long, but there were dragon horns on its head that only dragons had. The purple scales on its body flowed with purple divine light, and its killing intent soared into the sky. This was an evil flood dragon, not a benevolent one. Moreover, it was a purple flood dragon king that was about to transform into a dragon. It was incomparably powerful, comparable to a great figure. Boom! At the same time, the surface of the lake on the left suddenly exploded, and the cry of a bird resounded through the 9 heavens. A divine bird surrounded by 5-colored divine flames rushed out of the lake. That divine bird was the 3-legged fire bird that had been severely injured by Gu Fei earlier. However, at this moment, the fire bird seemed to have completely recovered as if it had never been injured. It was extremely ferocious. Everyone at the lakeside was shocked to the extreme. The 3-legged fire bird and the purple flood dragon king were creatures born from the dragon essence and phoenix chi. The dragons and phoenixes born from the heavens and earth had died prematurely. It was impossible to give birth to a connate divine beast that was comparable to a connate god. When the heavens and earth were born, yin and yang gave birth to all things, and the essence of the heavens and earth gathered in one place. After a long time, powerful connate beings could be born. However, there was only one such opportunity. In the land where the phoenix died and the dragon died, it was absolutely impossible for the dragon and phoenix to be born again after the dragon and phoenix that were nurtured by the world died prematurely. However, after countless years, the place where the dragon essence and phoenix chi met gave birth to 2 connate beings. It was not a dragon or a phoenix, but a 3-legged fire bird and the purple flood dragon king. Roar! The purple flood dragon king was like a purple divine dragon. After it rushed out of the lake, it made a turn in the air and rushed towards Gu Fei's group with a terrifying killing intent. Croak! The 3-legged fire bird screeched to the sky and activated the endless power of the phoenix in the lake on the left. Divine flames rose to the sky as it flew towards Gu Fei. Hurry up! Shaoqing urged. At this time, He Tian still had not finished carving the runes, but the 2 beasts were already charging towards them. Everyone's expression changed. These were connate beasts that were comparable to mighty figures. They were extremely powerful. Even if a mighty figure were to come, they would have a headache when facing these 2 beasts. Damn it! The cauldron of mountain and river descended from above. Gu Fei extended his right hand and held onto the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, he activated his mysterious art and the divine energy in his body surged towards the cauldron of mountain and river. Hum. The cauldron of mountain and river let out a loud hum. The entire space suddenly twisted and a circle of transparent ripples spread from the cauldron of mountain and river. Bam! Bam! The purple flood dragon king and the 3-legged fire bird immediately felt a great impact. They were sent flying by the powerful force from the cauldron of mountain and river. Whoosh! Gu Fei waved his left hand and the purple gold divine sword immediately shot out a ray of light that was thousands of feet long. The domineering sword chi rippled in the air. The void was split by the sword. The ray of light shot towards the 3-legged fire bird and the purple flood dragon king. It broke through the layers of mystical fire and the dragon chi of the earth. The dragon-shaped essence chi that emerged from the earth was cut in half. The aura of the extreme Tao Saint artifact emanated from the lakeside, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the 2 connate beasts that were nurtured by the heavens and earth felt threatened. Roar! The purple flood dragon king roared. On the right side of the lake, a vast and mighty draconic energy rushed into the sky. It was drawn on by the purple flood dragon king. The draconic energy was like a huge dragon as it rushed out of the lake to meet the destructive sword light. Boom! At the same time, a towering mystical fire rushed out of the lake on the left. Within the mystical fire, there seemed to be countless phoenixes that rushed towards the brilliant ray of light from the purple gold divine sword. These 2 connate beasts were born from the place where the dragon chi and phoenix chi intersected. It was not surprising that they could use the power of this peerless treasure land for their own use. The ray of light that struck the lake dimmed and finally disappeared. Gu Fei attacked with all his might. His divine power was almost drained by the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. He felt like he was about to collapse. All right. It's done. Just as Gu Fei forced back the two mighty Khanate beasts, He Tian suddenly yelled and jumped up from the ground. Whoosh! 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 Countless runes appeared on the ground around the small lake. Divine light flickered, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. Rays of divine light rushed out from the runes, interweaving into an inescapable net that enveloped the entire lake. Rumble, the dragon chi in the lake soared into the sky. The mystical fire surged and the entire array shook. The net formed by the divine light dimmed and showed signs of collapsing. The power of heaven and earth drawn by the array could not suppress the peerless treasure cave in the lake.